I keep on falling, falling and falling. Will I ever reach the bottom? I'm sorry, 'cause I keep on falling, falling and falling. The dealer of pain is what they call me. And I keep on falling, falling, falling. Will I ever reach the bottom? I'm sorry. I keep on falling, 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 falling. The dealer of pain is what they call me. And I keep on falling, falling, falling. Will I ever reach the bottom? I'm sorry. I keep on falling, 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 falling. The dealer of pain is what they call me.
Rumble YouTube family, what's good? What's happening? Welcome. No, this ain't the tinfoil sombrero, but you know what I had to do. I had to put on the tinfoil boonie hat on tonight. You know what I'm saying? Because I saw tinfoil sombrero in here. Welcome, tinfoil sombrero. And just to celebrate tinfoil sombrero, I had to put on the tinfoil boonie hat. You know what I'm saying? Look at this thing. Look at this boy. Yeah. All right. Let me stop playing because this is making my dome hurt. This thing got all them sharp ass edges, man. It feel like a crown of thorns on top of my head, man. Let me put my regular hat on. I feel like Mr. Rogers. Just changing shit on at like a moment's notice. All right. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Ironwork 92,000 True Worth Tuesday in full effect. We are here tonight celebrating Tuesday, probably one of the most boring days of the dang week, man. It ain't even Wednesday. It's like Monday light out this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is, man. Man, we got something special for y'all tonight. Boy, we sure do got something special for y'all tonight. And no, it's not going to be me mimicking people either. Okay, I'm going to do some of that, I promise. But that's not going to be what it's going to be relegated to. But first things first, before we get into it, I know there's people that came in here that I haven't said hi to. So let me do that first, okay? Let me do that first. So Jim, hi. I said hi to you. Pebbles said hi to you. Rethinking, I see you. Tinfoil sombrero, you already know I did. Dr. Bass Ackwards, how you doing, sir? It's good to see you. So we got two doctors in the house. Actually, three. We got Dr. Pepper, we got Dr. Bass Ackwards, and then we got Dr. Bose. So three doctors. Dang, man. Shit, it's good to see all kinds of doctors in the house, man. It's good to, hey, Nano CBD's in the house. Look at that. All right, man. One of my day ones. Good to see you, Nano CBD. Post anything too. It's been a while, but it's good to see you. All right. Okay, so serious business. What's happening, family? Welcome. Everybody in the foundry, you guys have a seat. Sit back, relax. We got some good stuff for you tonight. Boy, we got some good stuff for you tonight. I am mad excited. Like really excited. You know what I'm saying? Some of the best things about what we do and what we talk about is like energy related, right? I'm going to get right to it. I know y'all got stuff to do for tomorrow and stuff. So energy related, not just, light associated, but the energies that we don't see. And so, for the last couple of weeks, we've been talking about, a lot of the stuff that we've been seeing up in what we think is the firmament, right? A lot of the things involving the stars. I know a few months back we had the final experiment, and of course we said the stuff in the stars, or rather the stuff in the sky, doesn't relegate what's underneath our feet. Though I do agree with that, at the same time I do feel that the stuff in the sky, and I'm sure some of you guys do, kind of have an influence with what's going on down here, right? It's that law of correspondence. As above, so below. Now, even though those are some energies that we could see, tonight we're going to kick it off with some energies that we don't see. Some of these energies, actually a lot of these energies, right? very important to our health and well-being. And let me stop talking shit. All right, let me just stop flapping my gums, and then we're just gonna get the people. Oh, look at that! Look at that! It looks like we got a guest. Yeah, I think we got a guest in here. Hmm. Some of y'all. Hmm. Let me see. Who do we got? I think we got a guest. Can anybody guess who our guest is? Can anybody guess? Hmm. From Anaheim, California? No, no. But let's see. All right, y'all. So y'all know what it is. We got our little guest in here. You know what I'm saying? This woman, if you hadn't seen her before, the first time on my channel, this woman hails from Texas, comes from a beautiful, lovely family. One of my old shipmates, Justin Cave. Everybody, welcome. Put your hands together, everybody, for Holly Cave.
Hello, hello.
It's good to see you, Holly. Welcome, welcome.
Jay, you're crazy.
I hear Justin back there.
Yep, Justin's here. Listen, he's been cracking up this whole time.
I knew Justin was going to like it too. I was like, make sure Justin's watching.
No, he's for sure listening. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Hell yeah. All right, everybody, this is Holly Cave. And
Hi.
as I promised, if you guys didn't see me the last time, I know we've got probably 500 more subscribers than the last time when Holly was here.
Nice.
An amazing, amazing woman. Very resourceful, very smart.
Thank you.
Amazing woman that's got some of the best information, especially with our age group. You know what I'm saying? We're like 40 and up. So the oldest person being here, I'm going to assume is Dr. Phil, right? Dr. Bill, the Glober. But even still, from like 40 to 75, this is well within our basket of things to understand. So Holly Cave, she's here with some great stuff. But let me stop flapping my gums. Holly, go ahead. You flap your gums, man. Tell us a
Oh
little bit
God.
about what it is you
Well,
do
I don't.
and what
I
you're
don't
going to be
even.
bringing to us.
Yeah. Well, I don't even know where to start. So, um, Jay was asking me to talk to y'all about the Spooky 2 again. I think last time I talked about the GB 4000, right?
That's right. That's
Was it
right.
the GB 4000? Okay.
Yep.
So this time, I was going to tell you a little bit about the Spooky 2. So the Spooky 2 is another frequency machine. What I love about the Spooky 2 is that you can do a remote healing versus having to be in the within 15 to 20 feet of the machine. This one you can remotely heal from. I mean, Jay, I could heal you from
There
where
we
you're
go.
at if I just had your DNA here. So
There we
it's
go.
a pretty neat machine. I don't know all the scientific terminology, but I know that from experience with my family, um, it's healed time and time again. So we haven't taken antibiotics or any sort of steroids, or our pets haven't. I mean, it's been a game changer in the house to keep us out of the doctor's office. Not that doctors are bad, but
All right.
I
So,
prefer to heal naturally.
all right. So with that, she's not taking like a DNA sample. Like I'm not leaving a stool sample with her or anything like that. That's one.
No, no,
So,
fingernail for
so a
this one.
fingernail.
Now there are other machines upgrades, which is a dream of mine. So one day we'll end up upgrading to all the way up to this. It's called the scaler, but with that one, you can use all kinds of different DNA from
Okay.
saliva to blood to urine. You could use pretty much anything. So
Okay.
the one that I personally have, you put a fingernail in it, and that's what you do. So,
All right.
and it's a contact biofeedback versus doing a biofeedback from just the DNA.
Okay. So
Yeah.
guys, basically what Holly's talking about, I know that was like kind of blindsiding some of y'all. For some of y'all that weren't here on our last
Oh,
episode, I
my
made a
bad.
comment.
I have a tendency to do that.
That's all right. That's all right. We're all
Okay.
excited over here. It's
Okay.
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 So basically what this is, if you guys aren't familiar with Royal Rife is like the creator, the father of this
Yes.
Spooky 2, like the Rife machine. You guys, if you look it up on YouTube, it's one of those things that ain't hidden, and I'm surprised it's not because of the vast
It's
amounts of
amazing.
information and right the things that the Rife machine could do if you know how to use it, right?
Yes.
So basically what Holly's talking about is something that I referred to as like electric or electronic prayers, right? We understand that prayers, especially prayers in numbers, makes a difference, right? And so Christy Lee Dawes, yeah, strap in, man. This is some amazing stuff that she's gonna be talking about today. And so what this machine does, it's an RF machine, right? How high the RF goes, or RF or radio frequency, how high it goes, I'm not too familiar with. Maybe Holly could tell us that. But one of the things that it specializes in, right, is you can one of the things that it does, right, before we go into the DNA sampling and the DNA that it has an effect on, you could sit there, grab a couple of these probes, if I'm not mistaken, Holly, grab a couple of those little probes,
You
and
can.
then,
There's many different ways to do it.
right, so you could do a
Yeah.
direct contact, right, and have
Mhm.
this machine tune its RF into your body, and whatever your ailments are, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm incorrect anywhere, Holly, correct me, please.
Okay.
Right? Whatever your ailments are, you would tune that frequency on the Rife machine to what you think your ailments could be, and
Hmm.
hold on to these probes. And then basically what it does is it begins to zap all that stuff.
Hmm.
It begins to zap all that stuff out of your system, right?
Yep. Yep. It all pathogens, are everything's frequencies. So, and the machine you can program. So if you have Lyme's disease, you can program it to Lyme's disease,
Right.
and that's already been studied by Mr. Rife, and he decided which frequencies would attack Lyme's disease, and
Right.
so that's how it works. It actually kills the pathogen, so
Right.
it's pretty neat.
So
But yeah.
that's a good thing to know, is that it gets Lyme disease, but I'll tell you what, I'm not too sure about Lemon's disease if it gets that. You guys get it, lemon, lime? Anyway,
Okay.
I'm here all week.
Okay.
So go
Okay,
ahead.
you're done. Oh my gosh.
So okay, so all right, we'll hold our questions for the end, but this is a question real quick that this gentleman 16 Alpha is asking. Could you
Okay.
ask Holly if she's ever heard of the HDR made by Stephen Gibbs? No relation to the Bee Gees, Andy Gibbs. Go ahead.
N- uh, no, I haven't.
Okay. So
I
she
haven't.
hasn't heard of it. Like you guys didn't hear what she just said. So she hasn't heard of it. But continue, please, please continue. And so with this spooky too, I'm familiar with it as a Rife machine, and I'm sure a lot of other folks are more
Hmm.
familiar with this thing being called a Rife machine. How did
Hmm.
you come across this?
Um, well, that's a tricky one. I was in and out of the doctors and the hospitals. I was really sick, and we
Hmm.
couldn't figure out what was wrong with me. And when you kind of get desperate and don't get answers, then you tend to, look elsewhere and think, okay, what's the other answer here? So I ended up at a chiropractor that's a functional doctor, and I went and saw her, and she did muscle testing on me,
Hmm.
and then she says, well, you have parasites, you have molds. I mean, it was just like a list of things, and it was very interesting because she was able to test me through just muscle testing, through picking up frequencies that these pathogens were putting off in my body.
Hmm.
So once she discovered which pathogens were living in me, then she put me up to the machine, the actual GB4000 at the time, and put the different codes in for, I think it was liver flukes, mold, and then there was some weird viruses that were affecting me.
Damn.
So she put me in a room, and then they had the two wands in the machine. I mean, I thought, okay, well, this is a joke, sure, but I'll do anything right because I didn't feel good. So, but listen, it worked. And we decided that, every other time that we had elements after that, then we used her. And honestly, how many years has it been, Justin, since we've been on any sort of antibiotics or anything?
I can't think of the last time.
It's been years. Yeah, and I was on antibiotics and steroids at least several times a year. But ever since then, we decided to buy a machine ourselves.
Mhm.
We can send a mouse swab into this doctor that we originally saw. You send a
Mhm.
mouse swab in. She runs it through her machine and decides, the machine lets her know which frequencies it picked up from which pathogens.
Right.
And it's going to pick up whichever pathogen is the loudest. So whichever is something that healing is all in layers. So whichever the top layer is what it will pick up. And so she'll call you, and it's like $15 for a swab to do it through her. So
Mhm.
she'll call you and say, hey, it's this, and that. Program it into your machine, run it maybe 3 times, and then every time it has worked. So, yeah, and then you could send another swab in again, and then you just kind of healing is all about, peeling back the layers. But what's cool about
Right.
the Spooky 2 is that, granted, it's probably not, we don't get to do the mouse swab like she does it on a
Right.
professional level, but it's kept us out of the doctor. And we haven't sent a mouse swab in since we've had the machine. Well, since maybe a couple months into having it, we've had it a couple years now. So I believe in it 1000%
Okay.
more.
So
Yeah.
guys, a couple of questions. Like a bunch of people are asking if you have a
Mhm.
YouTube channel.
If I have a YouTube channel, no,
Yeah.
I
So
don't.
Holly's gonna get a YouTube channel. She's gonna take my advice
Wait,
here
I
after
see what you
tonight.
did there. I
I'm
see what you did. I see what
I'm
you did.
serious. That's
I
what
see
they
what you
asked.
did.
Just saying, Holly. I told you this is
Okay.
what was going to happen. So
Oh, okay. Okay.
so
I'll
ha-
just visit you.
Holly's going to get a YouTube channel, y'all. So we can all visit Holly. But
Okay.
aside from that, I don't think that is a way. Of course, anybody could gather your DNA, and I would have been the same way, right? I'm very very picky as to where my DNA goes, right?
Right.
I feel the
Yeah.
same way, and this is
Uh-huh.
why one would buy their own Spooky 2, right?
Hmm.
Now it's easy to say, but it's hard to do simply because a Spooky 2, it's not the cheapest thing in the world. So
It's not, yeah. And it's funny because people around me, even the closest people in my family, I say, you know what? For instance, my son is military and he's had all the vaccinations, right? And so I'm like, okay, well, listen, it's all right. We can run the codes. I mean, it's really neat how when you look something up in the machine, whenever you go to do the program, it will say exactly what Mr. Rife and, whatever they discovered and the reasons. It gives you all the breakdown, but as far as the vaccinations, it has all kinds of detoxing and, yeah, it's really interesting. So, but even my son, he hasn't given me a clip of his fingernail yet. I'm like,
it's
okay,
all right.
believe it or not, but listen, you just can't, it's weird, right? So people that don't understand it they're going to be weirded out, and that's okay. But there's just sometimes when you reach a point where um, you get desperate and you look for answers, and
It's funny that you mentioned that, Holly, because this is something that I mention often on my show, and I just said it, I think, the last episode. This is pretty
uh,
much what happens when you hit that place of discomfort.
mhm,
Once you hit that place of discomfort and you've been uncomfortable for a long time,
mhm.
you tend to look for alternative answers because everything else seems to
It is
not
not
work.
working.
You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? So this is just a natural way of things. And you know what? Foundry, it's good that you remain skeptical. That is very good. Always remain skeptical. Yes.
Hmm.
But here, what Holly's doing, she's not trying to convince you of anything. All we're
No.
doing is she's bringing
and
information.
I and I learned that a long time ago, because I used to be really passionate about it because of what it did for me.
Right.
Um, and I used to be like, frustrated with people. I'm like, how do you not understand? Like, why not give it a chance? I mean, so I used to get all caught up in that, but I don't anymore because I understand it.
Yeah.
They don't understand, and it's weird, and it's the unknown. So you just got to be patient and let them come to you, and if they do, that's great, and if not, then you pray for them.
That's right. A regular prayers instead of the electronic ones.
Except,
And
yeah, regular
guys,
prayers, yeah. And
this
again,
isn't
yep.
yeah. this isn't too far removed from what we experience. You understand? So this is just another thing to be skeptical of, which is natural, right? But
That's okay.
understand what's available. Understand what the potential is, right? We get pills, and we've got a guy named Ratso in here. So
Ratso.
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 It sounds Russian, da. So
Okay.
Retso is in here, da. And Retso says, if you have ailment, go see a doctor. It works great. Da. Americans get me upset sometimes.
Wait, is he smoking while he says go see the doctor?
Well, that's
Is,
usually what Russians do is they
is
wear
that
their
what they
little
okay.
they
Okay.
wear their little tracksuit, and then they
Yeah.
smoke their
Oh
cigarettes talking
wait,
about
why
how
is it gotta
silly
be a
America.
little tracksuit?
They wear a big tracksuit with a
Oh,
big
okay, okay.
Minsk furry hats. I'm
Wait,
just
I gotta
playing.
know, is the Russian offended by this point?
I know it. Vladimir, this is not true. Russians don't act like this.
You
Why?
crazy.
Why? What? But no.
You're
So real talk. I do
your friends in
remember
this.
a couple of the things that you mentioned, that the one of the benefits of the spooky 2, what it did for your home, and
Hmm.
not just your bodies. Like, if you'd like to
Right?
talk about that.
So, one of the really amazing things is, I'll do it all short. Maybe when I get my YouTube channel, I'll get into all the gory details. But our last home, we realized we were uh, getting very, very ill from toxic mold. We had no idea. On one on when you send in a when you we send in a test, we swabbed the vent at the house, and I believe it was 1,000 spores is when they say, okay, we have reason for concern. This is a health hazard, so on, so because mold is everywhere, right? So
Hmm.
it's normal, natural. But so this swab had 1.9 million spores on it from the vent in our house. So turns out it was airborne. It was all throughout our house. We were very, very ill. So mold is something that goes on a cellular level. It is very difficult to get rid of,
Hmm.
which means you also then get tons of parasites, because parasites feed on mold. So now you've got a parasite infestation. You just have all the things. I had MS that had triggered in my legs because it messes with your nerves.
And she's not talking
Um,
about the gang, guys. She's actually talking about the disease. But go ahead.
the disease, yeah.
Yeah.
So, anyways, we were all sick. So we have the spooky 2. And then I soon realized, or later realized, that you could actually I could have put, well, we moved into our new house. And so what we do at this new house, what I discovered is you can swab something from like the old house that has mold on it. You can swab it and you can put it in the remote control of your machine,
Hmm.
and it will kill the whole colony. You can put an ant in there, anything that has, is that the right word? Coloni?
Yeah.
Colony?
You can put an ant in there and it'll kill the entire colony.
Right, you can like put
Okay.
an ant in there, you can do mold. So
Well, I don't know about putting my aunt in there. Maybe my ex
don't put your ant,
mother-in-law.
yeah, that wouldn't be very
Maybe.
nice. Hey,
You
listen,
know.
she might come out, all healed up and just like ready to, maybe she'll like start over with life.
Yeah.
She's a
Right. She
brand new
probably.
chick.
Exactly.
Maybe. Hold on, let me
Maybe.
jump in my machine.
You
Look,
know.
I've got my pulse reader on.
Oh, and that's attached to your Rife machine, or to
Yeah,
your
so
Spooky
let
2.
me see. So I don't know if you can see, it's reading the pulse. So yeah, it's got all kinds of cool stuff on here.
Oh wow.
But
That
you
must be
need to,
new
hey,
because that must be new because I don't remember that the last time.
mm-hmm. Yeah, so the
Okay.
pulse reader, that's how you do a biofeedback on the machine that I have.
Hmm.
So it runs frequencies, or it picks up the frequencies, and then it runs through the database and decides whatever frequencies is for whatever pathogen, whatever it reads on your pulse.
Right.
Then it diagnoses, not diagnose, you can't say diagnose, but
Right.
it gives you it's pretty spot
Pretty.
on.
So
Yeah.
Pebbles in here is asking, what about mosquitoes and fleas? So she wonders about, right, mosquitoes and
Mosquitoes, and
fleas because
I don't think that mosquitoes are like, what is the word I'm looking for? Like ants are
like they're like bees, you
colonized. I
mean?
don't. Mosquitoes aren't like that, right?
No. Oh, so they're like
No.
community driven, like
Yeah,
bees.
the community, like they have to like, yes, they have to all
Okay.
be of the same
Yeah.
family,
Like a hive.
like
Colonies
a
and stuff.
hive. Yeah.
Hives.
See, I
There we
told you
go.
it wasn't scientific terminology. I just know you got to be family in this, you know.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Okay. All
So
right.
yeah, fleas I don't know about. My dog hasn't had a flea since I had the machine. Not that it was the
Mhm.
machine, but I haven't had a chance to try that one out. But everything else it's worked, so I have no doubt that it would. Now when you start doing upgrades with these machines and get all the way up to the scalar, which is probably completely foreign talk to you guys, but on that level, that's a whole nother world. That apparently you can put a picture in it, a photo of someone, and
Damn.
and yes, I don't know about all that, but it will it will treat the person based on name and a photo. So that,
Damn.
see, even for me, I'm like, okay.
Hmm.
But if this one works, then I guess,
I wonder
you
if
know,
if you put my photo in there, my nostrils would shrink.
I don't.
He's
Hold
not.
on.
Be like,
Wait,
damn
hold
man,
on
why
a
can't
minute.
I breathe? Be like, oh man,
Hold on a
I
minute.
had your Polaroid and I put
Why is it gotta be a Polaroid?
know what I'm
See-
saying? Let me stop. Let me stop.
Listen,
I'm
that
just
program's not in the machine. Just letting you know. You don't get
okay,
smaller nostrils.
you know. Be like, sorry, your nose is gonna stay a bell pepper, homie. My bad.
Although,
But it's
although listen to this, I did do a biofeedback, and there was a
uh-huh.
whole list of things that was saying that I had wrinkles. And I'm like, well, okay, stop
Oh,
talking about it and fix them already.
yeah, all right.
I'm like, wrinkles? Well,
Like,
damn.
like, damn, like, dang, man. But okay, all right. So then let me ask you something. With
Sure.
that, if it purges that stuff from your system, what tends to happen? Based off of what it
Ooh.
reads, like give us a step by step as to what occurs, if you don't mind.
So, from my super scientific terminology way of telling you, so what it does is it just sends the frequencies to the pathogens, and then it kills those pathogens. And so it may take one time or it may take a couple of times, but it's also very key that you stay hydrated and make sure that you're taking all the good herbs to support your liver and your organs, because when pathogens die, then they expel all the things that they've been feeding on, like viruses, emotions, even
Hmm.
um, toxins. So, anyways, whenever the mold and the parasites and the pathogens die, then they essentially expel it, and so
Right.
it can make you sick. And if you're not keeping your lymphatic system open and drinking the water and supporting your organs and all that,
Jeez.
because
Right.
I don't know, and before you really know that happens on a detox, when you detox, it's really what's happening. So, like, if you go to say cryo, and they say drink a lot of water because you can make you feel pretty bad,
Right.
or a deep tissue massage, and they massage all the toxins out. Well, that's really what it is just making sure that you flush all that out. So that's what pathogens do to you.
Okay.
But it's better that they're dead, and you get it moved out and move on with
Right.
your life.
So then
So,
after you push those out, because it sounds a lot like when people do those toxin cleanses, and then their
they get
stomach
really
is
sick.
like, right, their stomach is empty and that it doesn't have them parasites sitting in there no more, and then they have to eat like a yogurt or something. What would be the equivalent of that if you're going to be purging all that stuff from your system, and then now you feel like crap because the bad stuff is already, basically defecated within you. So how
hmm
would you flush that out, and what would you
Well,
typically replace it with?
and that's also the thing too. If your lymphatic system is not open and moving, then there's no exit. There has to be an exit. Whether
Right,
that's, I mean, obviously the biggest exit would be your skin.
right,
So that would be dry rubbing, and then you've got all your lymph nodes that are everywhere. So make
right.
sure that those are moving. Um, personally, it would be we do sauna a lot. We like to sweat in the sauna. We do dry rubbing on the skin.
Hmm.
We do salt flushes to make sure that our bowels
Ooh,
and everything are completely, cleaned out. We
yeah,
like to do that prior to. That's a whole nother segment,
yeah.
but
Oh,
but just making sure that you're using the bathroom and getting the stuff out because you can make yourself pretty sick. So
right.
when I first became familiar with all of the natural healing, when I first became familiar with it, I had I had it's called hertzing is when you are killing pathogens and you deal
Okay.
with the die off symptoms.
Uh-huh.
So my
I
first time
I don't think it comes with a rental car, guys. So it's just hurting, like you're
no,
getting the frequencies in
it
there to
hurts. It
hurt. Yeah,
hurts. It
hurts, and
hurts.
not the quarterback neither, y'all, for the
No, it
Eagles.
hurts. Like it hurts like hell. So,
Jeez.
but so I texted my or called my natural doctor and I'm like, listen, I feel like I have COVID and but I don't feel like I have COVID. Don't feel good, but I have all those symptoms.
Right.
And then I also feel like I have this, and that, and she says, well, that's because you're hurting. It's Hertzheimer. It's what happens when pathogens die off. And she said, actually, you probably are dealing with COVID symptoms because the pathogens or the parasites feed on your viruses. So when you kill them, it expels the viruses. So I didn't get fully sick, but I had the symptoms of COVID.
Hmm.
And so it doesn't sound like very fun, but at least I was able to nip it in the bud and get rid of it.
Right. Right. Right.
I had varmints in me that were hanging on to it and feeding on it and using the bathroom and feeding on it. And I know, and it's a
Dang.
great story.
So then, when you do run a bowel movement after hurting and getting all the, you're starting to push that stuff out your system. Does your bowels? I mean, well, does your bowels do? Does the movement? Does it? The stuff in the toilet, does it look different because you're expelling things? Does it feel different because you're expelling
Well,
things?
I mean, if you are going after parasites, oh, for sure, you can actually see them. They're there. I've 100%. Yeah,
You
I
could see the
know.
you could see the difference in your stool. What about
You
like in
can.
your urine if you pee it out and stuff?
I haven't personally, but I'm part of all the groups. I was in a lot of support groups because of the illnesses that we were dealing with at the time.
Right,
And then trying to learn about the spooky too, and I'm on the parasite groups and whatever.
right.
And yeah, you can. I personally never experienced that, but we've my whole family here has certainly witnessed our own issues with or parasites. So,
Jeez.
isn't that
Wow.
fun?
That's fun, man, but it's I'm not gonna lie, man. It's it's scary at the same time. It's
It
also
is.
scary because it's just like, dang. So it's like
Mhm.
even though you're healing yourself, it's almost like you're using the with all the parasites in you, even though they could be bad, it's
Mhm.
like the parasites that are keeping the structure together. Yeah,
Yep.
it's the rust that's keeping the structure together. And then once you expel the rust, because the rust is going to break down anyway and it's no good, you want to
Mhm.
fill that stuff up again. Like that's the part that is getting me. I'm just like, okay, so what would we then put in our bodies? And have you ever heard of anybody being so sick because of getting rid of that stuff that they didn't or they weren't able to recover? Have you ever heard of that?
I know that if you're not careful and you haven't been on a healing journey of, taking the right herbs and, like um there's I can't think all of a sudden, but just different herbs to support your liver and your organs and your lymphatic system. If you're not taking those things already and not
Hmm.
already exercising or drinking clean water, and you can find yourself pretty ill, very
Okay.
ill actually. So yeah, it's very possible to make yourself pretty ill, but I just strongly suggest anytime you start doing things like this that you prepare.
Right, right.
Yeah, unless you're
Okay.
just so sick and you're needing to go straight to it, then you just from there, you just drink a ton of water, and you can even take things like charcoal,
Okay.
um, charcoal, bentonite clay. You can do diatomaceous earth. There's all kinds of things you can do.
Huh.
Chlorophyll, chlorfresh. Those things are
Okay.
really good. So, I mean, my refrigerator is. I keep everything in the refrigerator, so it's full of all kinds of different things.
Yeah.
But yeah.
All of which I've used. I've used bentonite to remove impurities from my
Mm.
mead because I brew as well. I've
Oh
used
yeah.
charcoal. Yeah, I love to brew. Love
Well,
brewing. I
wait,
brew.
I need some mead.
Oh man, I'll make you some. I'll make you some. As
Okay.
a matter of fact, I've been getting my stuff out because I'm going to be brewing a batch of blackberry
Okay.
mead
Hey,
here soon.
I need some. And then listen, I'll send you the tallow because I never
Yes, you
did.
never did. I
I
got some
thought
stuff
about
for
that too.
y'all.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
that's
but I'll
okay. That's
send you some. Listen, I'll hook you up. You hook me up.
I got you. And I got a bone still in the fridge for Norman. So
Oh,
yeah,
And Norman's ears just literally stood up when you said that.
he was like, huh?
He said, "What? This bastard?" He said, "I haven't forgot."
Daddy. Yeah. So
Yeah.
so yeah. So I use that stuff for my mead and everything, and then I use the
Okay.
charcoal. I know they sell charcoal pills, and those are good to take if you're going to be out on a night drinking, right? But
You
we're
know what
not.
I heard? You know
Yeah.
what I heard recently is that the tummy bugs going around. There's that nasty bug going around. I heard that the first
Oh.
signs of that, if you take charcoal, apparently it wipes it out. Just I
Okay.
I just heard that. I'm always hearing new things and talking new things. So,
Okay.
anyways,
Food
FYI,
for
if
thought.
anybody gets the bug, that
Okay.
emergency level, they can give it a try. And
Charcoal, and it's
100% grape juice.
grape juice. That's interesting.
Hmm. Yeah, the
Now,
kind that comes in the glass jar, the all
like
natural,
Nudsons or something like that, right?
just straight up grapes. Will kill
Okay.
it as
Yeah,
well.
Welch's, be careful with those things like Welch's, guys,
It's all
because Welch's
sugar.
got, yeah, it's got all this sugar, and then it's on top of sugar, they put sugar. They're like, there's
They
sugar,
do.
and then there's added sugar. And then I'm like,
And
well, why?
do you know who's having a party when that happens? The
It's
parasites.
the parrot. Yes,
Parasites love sugar.
they love
Oh my God,
sugar.
yes. Sugar is
Wow.
their thing. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yep. So
Yeah, man.
carbs and sugar. Yeah.
Carbs
And
and
I
sugar.
always
That's
think
right.
it's so funny how when people say, "Oh, parasites," I don't have parasites, but yet that they treat their dog, and you have to treat your dog regularly, and your
Right.
animals. I mean, we're no different. So, anyways, I could
Wow.
go off on
Okay.
that,
Does
but yeah.
has Norman ever had like parasites like worms or anything else like that? Like,
Well, I treat him often with my machine.
okay. Do you oh well,
So,
I remember you said you tried to take a nail from him and he ain't having it.
well, no, but okay. So the GB 4000,
Hmm.
that one is it has the wands with the zinc and the copper, and so
Okay.
those will treat in the room within 20 feet.
Mm,
So I have that one for him. The only thing with the nail is on the Spooky 2 with the nail. That's how you do the biofeedback. And I don't need to do biofeedback. I just say, you know what, I'm going to treat him for heartworms, ear
right.
mites, and just all the things.
Hmm.
I just treat them. So
Okay.
I don't know what he
Wow.
has. I just, like I said, just run it all.
Okay. All right. So then on off the top of your head, how many frequency or what's one of the more common frequencies that you've seen when you use the machine that you're like, "Oh, I see this one all the time." It's like 2828 or it's like, 413 megahertz or something like that or hertz, excuse me.
Uh, I see them all. So like right now, I just pulled up COVID variants, and it
Mhm,
has so in this one it has Omicron, Delta. It has a list of the different COVIDs.
mhm.
And on the list, I don't know if I can turn my phone around. Can I? No. But on the list, the very first frequency is 72,540. So there's all kinds. It ranges from, this one says 70, so it has low end. Um, yeah. I just put in the program. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, no, not yet.
will that work?
Now I see
No,
it.
it's
Yep.
not gonna work. It's not gonna
I
work.
see it. It's a little bit it's a little bit
Yeah, because it does the
blah blah
whole
blah. Yeah.
waves thing.
Right.
But yeah, pretty neat. So
Okay.
right now I have my husband's, my daughter's, and my DNA in this remote.
Mm-hmm.
And I just, so whatever's going around.
Mm-hmm.
So if I hear that he's like, well, at work, everybody's got diarrhea or everybody's dealing with this, and that, then
Right.
I'll do some research and find out what's the name of the different viruses going around. Like you've got retrovirus, and then you got the norovirus.
Right.
And so I'll just automatically put those in the machine, and I'll just run it 24/7, just to make sure that I try to catch it.
Mm-hmm.
And then parasites I run pretty much all the time.
Okay. All
I don't know
right.
if you've heard this, but in the this crazy fog that's going around, or that's been around, they
The
keep
fog.
testing
It's
it.
like the poison fog. I
Yeah,
keep hearing
but
about
do
this
you
fog,
know,
but I didn't.
but do you know that that many people have tested it and it's full of parasites?
The fog?
Yes.
Dang.
Yes.
Yeah, because I've
Mm-hmm.
been hearing about this fog, but I hadn't seen anything, and
Oh,
it's people that keep telling me about it. I haven't seen
yeah.
anything
And
about it.
well, parasites make you they make you damn sick. They cause cancer. They make you sick. They can control the way you think. They just wreak havoc.
Mm.
So,
Now I'll
anyways,
tell
that's what I
you,
heard. That's a whole nother segment again.
right.
But
Now I'll tell you, anytime like I'm hungry, and I could tell that I'm hungry because it's like one of the first things I reach for is a bag of
sugar.
like, yes, it's a bag.
That
Well,
means
not
you got
sugar, but
parasites.
yeah, I'm
They'll
like,
tell
oh,
you.
that's not good. And that's what
Yeah.
it is. Like I could tell, I'm like,
Mhm.
man, I could go for like I'll go in a gas station. I'm just trying to pump gas, but then I'll see like, oh wow, some Skittles or some Now Laters or something like that. And I'm like, I
Yeah.
can't eat that. I can't eat that on an empty stomach, man. Come on,
Well,
man. I'm a
I was
grown
telling you
yeah.
that, Jess and I went on the carnivore diet,
Mhm.
right? So that's zero sugar, zero carbs. And I thought I was gonna flip and die the first probably 2 weeks. I'm like,
Mhm.
there's no way. I need sugar, I need carbs. Like I was freaking out, mentally freaking out, physically freaking out. And then once I got past the the threshold, then looking back, I'm like, wow, that's how much that they were that the parasites was convincing my body that they needed to eat, and it was telling me that I needed to eat. But
Right.
like once we got past it, I have no cravings for sugar. Now, get me wrong. I mean, it sounds,
Yes.
because eating is just fun, right? So
Mhm.
that urge and hunger, that doesn't exist anymore. Not once you get past that. So yeah,
Okay.
so there's some weird things.
All right. So if you're one to if you let's say you like drinking, right? Drinking a lot, excessively,
Hmm.
borderline alcoholic, even I would dare to say. Um, is there a way, or is there something, or would it make you feel a particular way if you were to zap whatever those parasites are in you, but you still have that tendency to drink? Have you ever heard of that?
Rephrase that.
Kind of like if somebody's known to drink excessively, right?
Okay.
So much so that they get the shakes and they can't do without the alcohol.
Okay.
Now they put their DNA in or whatever it is, and then they get zapped by that thing. And
Uh-huh.
then it starts to push whatever is in that person that
Hmm.
keeps them drinking, even though I'm sure there's a lot more to drinking alcohol than just some
Right.
parasites. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Um, have you ever heard of that? People that may have some kind of habit or something like that. Maybe I'm just reaching too far.
So what you're asking me, is it possible that it could play a role in the healing of a disease like addiction?
Right. Yes.
Okay. So there are codes for addiction, but I think that really is uh supporting the liver and just supporting them physically. You know, alcoholism really comes it's way more than just a physical thing.
Right.
So that's a real struggle on a spiritual level, you know.
Yeah.
So that's when you start praying and look to God for all that, you know.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
I agree.
So, but yeah,
We
but
have those.
it gives you tons of support for your liver and lymphatic system and all the things.
Right.
So
So
yeah.
then does it kind of help direct how you eat also? Because it sounds like you guys like have changed your lifestyles as well based on, you know, the kind of healing that you went through, and then it kind of guided. Did it, is that what it did also? Did
I
it
think
kind of
it's a
help guide you
healing
into?
journey. I
Right.
think once you start doing something like this and just start on that journey, I think from there it's not necessarily a rabbit hole. That sounds bad, but from there you're hungry for the next thing. Like, it's amazing what is naturally here on this earth for us to heal, something that we can't see, like frequencies, and it does what it does. Then you say, okay, well, what kind of herbs can I take? And then um on a spiritual level, how can I heal in that way? So it becomes pretty exciting and intriguing, and we feel better than we've felt in a long time. You know, I believe in doctors. I think that doctors are a huge blessing, and they save lives every day. My
Sure.
brother has a liver transplant, saved his life. My preacher has a heart transplant, saved his life.
Right.
But I don't believe in the cartel of prescriptions.
Yeah. Right.
I don't. I think that I think their job is to keep you sick. That's how they make their money.
Yep.
You don't go to the doctor when you're healthy. And so that's the part where you've got to be an advocate for yourself, and you
Mhm.
have to start doing your research. And even the conversation that you and I are having right now, and whoever's listening, has begun a journey within, you know, just by listening to it. Just start thinking hard about the things that you put in your body. And yeah, I mean, I still live my life. I love my wine. We still do the things, but you know, it's kind of like a 90, was like a 80, what's my math? Some of it
80-20 ratio.
80-20 ratio. I'm like, Justin, help. There's no math codes.
Yeah. Right.
Shit.
You're like calculator
Hold on a
disassembled.
minute.
Yeah. Right.
Ah,
So we have a house full of skeptics, and we have a house
sure.
full of skeptics. That's okay. The
That's
guys,
okay.
don't think that you're offending me by being skeptical. You have to remain skeptical. You do, right? You totally do.
Oh yeah, you have
These are
to.
things that has helped Holly and her family, right? And
Mhm.
like I said, if whatever it is you're doing isn't working, sometimes you look to alternatives.
You
And
have to.
yes, there's nothing
Yeah.
wrong with that. Listen, guys, we don't know where the fuck we live, right? But we know where we don't live. That's one thing. So what I suggest you guys do is, even though we talk about this true earth, this flat earth, what's important is that there's a lot more to discovery when it comes to this place that we live at. And you have to go outside the bounds of the flat earth, because it's going to lead you down rabbit holes you never thought you'd go down. But
Right.
one of the big takeaways about this whole flat earth journey of mine, right? And I would imagine many of everybody else's, is the health aspect of it, right? Um, you guys can have your opinion. That's fine. We agree that, like I said last time, we agree that this place is flat. But then there's more that comes with it. There's a lot that they're not telling us about how we can heal ourselves, how we can fix ourselves. If we can't heal ourselves with our minds and how to change our attitudes, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are other things out there that could probably help facilitate this journey, right? There are other things out there that could help us get right. You know what? I went ahead and I'll tell you right now, I got one. I got one. I
You're
went
a
ahead and I
new
purchased one.
dad.
I am. I got one. And you want to know
Congratulations.
something?
Wait,
Whether it
what'd you
works or not,
get? What'd you
the one that
get?
I showed you, the one that I sent you, I
You
said I was thinking about
did?
it. I got it, man.
I'm
I
so
got it.
jealous. Hey,
Yeah.
listen, if you need any sort of help, I will help you.
Yeah.
That's great.
And you know,
That's awesome.
I don't know what it's gonna do for me. I really don't. But I'm gonna do the things, I'm gonna do what is recommended by that machine and by those that have used it and that have gained some kind of benefit from it, and I'm gonna
Hmm.
see what it does. Here's
Yeah.
the thing. It cost me hey, it cost me a little bit, no. It cost it yeah. It
It's
cost
worth
me a
it
little bit.
though.
Yeah. That money that I put away for a rainy day. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. I
Well,
hope
but
it
it
ain't
is,
gonna rain no time soon.
but it's a rainy day though.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's
It's a
see,
rainy
I
day.
look at it like this. I'm cheap to myself. And what I mean by cheap, I don't go out and I don't spend my money frivolously. I only spend my money when I believe in something. For example, guys, when I go to people's channel and I see that they have a little freaking dollar sign next to their shit, I give them something. I send them a little something. It's like a love offering, right? I want to see that. I want to see, and to me, that's my sweat equity. We're not born with money. We're not none of that. But I work hard for whatever pieces of change that I get. And so what I do is I put that small bit of money, no matter what it is, even if it's 8 cents, and then I want to show that person that I appreciate them. It's part of what I've done. It's a sweat equity of mine, right?
That's
And
cool.
so I feel like these transfers of energy are important. And so I got this machine because I feel like this is some energy exchange somehow. And if I'm wrong and if I'm a fool, guess what? I'm wrong and I'm a fool and I'm out however much I paid for it. Woo! I paid a little bit. I paid a pretty penny. But you want to know something? In pursuit of education, I'm not out there drinking. I'm not out there spending money on whores and hookers. I'm not out there buying crack. I'm not out there doing some nonsense. So my thing is, with this money, I'm doing something good. And if I'm not fully helping me, then maybe I could help somebody that this can benefit. So I think for me, at the end of the day, if I'm not physically benefiting, then I'm going to learn something. So it's a win-win. If you don't believe it, that's okay. I love you
Exactly.
anyway. You guys in the foundry, you guys are going to talk. It is what it is. I love y'all anyway. You guys support me. You guys come in and you chop it up. So I'm not going to take that away from y'all. But I think this is it's one of those things where the proof is in the pudding. And
Hmm.
if you guys see changes, or if I could, if something happens, and I'm definitely going to report back. Y'all know how I do. I don't hide shit from y'all.
I can't
So
wait to. I'm gonna have to tune
yes,
in now.
yes, it
I'm gonna have to
happens.
hear all your results.
I'm gonna mention it. I'm not gonna hold this information. So it doesn't have to be for everybody. You know, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm gonna learn something. Yeah, I'm gonna learn something. You know,
I say why not? Like why not?
hey, that's right. Listen. I've
I'd
spent
rather do
money
that
on
than
on dumber things. I've spent money on dumber things, right? And so I look at it as, hey, my intent is in the right place. I'm looking to help.
yeah.
That's it. That's
That's
it.
awesome.
That's it. So at the end of the day, if I could benefit from, and if it works for me, I'm definitely going to see if I could help somebody else, and then just pay it forward. But yeah, man, I'm talking too much. But yeah, Holly, I mean, that's um that's pretty much it. I know you got a little bit to do. I know I got to get my show on, and these guys are a little bit antsy right now.
And they're like,
But
okay, okay, move on. Let's talk about
yeah,
this other stuff.
yeah, I
Well,
know
thank you for having me on.
yeah, you bet, Holly Cave.
Okay,
Anytime. I really appreciate you. And listen,
sure.
please take my advice. Please get your YouTube channel when you feel like it, because you ain't gonna listen to me.
What
You
the
know what I'm
hell?
saying? You got
What
other people asking you
what
to
the
do
hell
it.
am I going to talk about? I
You
mean,
talk
I got a
about
lot to
this.
talk about.
Yeah, you got stuff to talk, and you
I
got
got
stuff
stuff to talk
about
about.
women stuff, and women listen to
No,
women.
I don't
You
want to talk
know,
about women's stuff.
I,
You
I
never
don't.
know. You
Yeah,
never
right.
know.
Yeah,
Well, thank you for listening to me and all that stuff. So
you
take
bet,
care and
Holly.
have a great show
All
and
right, thank
life.
you, Holly. I appreciate you. Thank you. And
See you,
I'm
Jay.
gonna see you, Justin. Peace out, brother. And I'm
All
gonna show
right,
you that
man.
information that I got about that stuff that I got. Love you back, man. Be safe,
Okay.
y'all. All
All right.
right.
Love you.
All right. Love
Bye.
you. Bye. All right, y'all. So that was Holly Cave. That was Holly Cave, the amazing Holly and Justin Cave, the Cave family. They live out there in Texas. And those guys are that is a stand up family. Those guys are good people. You know what I'm saying? When I started out in the Navy, Justin was there. Justin, her husband, is amazing, and we were electricians together. And that dude, me and him, we used to cut up. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, when I went to my ship reunion, I went to the ship reunion. It was held in Texas over at his house. He's got a beautiful, beautiful family, big old, beautiful house. And as soon as I saw Justin, we just went to telling jokes. Like, it's like we picked up right where we left off at on the ship. I saw him smoking his cigarette, and then it's like, I'm gonna bullshit with Justin. And so I went straight to him and started telling jokes. So it's amazing. They come, like I said, they come from an amazing family. And I knew about the Rife machine. I knew about all that craziness, right? But it wasn't till I got to the house that I saw that she had one. And then she's like, have you ever heard of, the Spooky 2? And I was like, what's that? And she said what it was. And I was like, oh, you mean the Rife machine? Is that a Rife machine? She was like, yeah. I was like Royal Rife? She was like, yeah. And I was like, holy smokes. Now, let me tell you something, guys. I honestly believe this. People don't come into your life or back into your life unless these things are necessary, right? Unless certain things are necessary. So the reunion, coming back and coming back and seeing Justin and seeing his family, right? And seeing what they'd gone through, experiencing all that they'd gone through, because they went through a little bit more. They just didn't touch on everything, just some things, right? And that machine helped a great deal. You don't have to believe it. I don't need you to believe it, but my thing is, it's important for her to get that information out, because this is something that she used, and this is something that worked for her. So if you don't believe that, that's fine. That's okay, right? But it is what it is, man. It tends to work. Please, thank you. I eat super clean. Yes, and that's important too. Listen, it's not like you could just take this machine, have this thing zap all the stuff from your system, and then you could go back to eating junk. That's not how it works. It's kind of like when I was talking about working out yesterday. You understand? I work out, and when I work out, the thing is that I'm looking for, after I work out, my body's going to gauge what I need to eat. You understand what I'm saying? So you said good looking lady, dude, did your alarm not go off? Brother, she's trying to tell you about magical machine for a bug that never existed. Dude, come on, brother. You know this surely. So I don't know what bug you're talking about. You mean like the parasites? Apparently it works on those parasites. And this is something that I've seen. I don't know if that's true, but there's disease that these proper frequencies can actually zap. And I call them electronic prayers, because one of the things you don't have to believe in that machine. That's fine. But one of the things that I know works for me is praying. Okay. So if you don't believe in this machine, I know we've got Mr. Jones in the house. Mr. Jones does believe in prayer. And no. She's not trying to sell me in. She's not trying to sell anything. Holly's not selling nothing. She's putting information out there. Not at all. And she didn't coax me into buying anything. Like I was considering buying that machine for a long time. Like kind of like when you're like, hey, I want to buy a Mazda Miata or something like that. And then you have your friend that buys one, and then your friend's like, oh, I love this car. And then it like pushes you over the edge. Basically, when I saw what the machine had done for her and her family, it basically pushed me over the edge. All right. No, she's not trying to sell me. No, she's not at all. No, not for the flu. Awakened Nemesis, you're typically a very, very enlightened and a smart person. You're scaring me a little bit right now. You really are. I love you though. I do love you. Don't get it twisted. All you guys, you, Jim Anus, all y'all acting wild up in the house. Still love y'all though, And yeah, let's just chill. And so Jay Heighton, okay, Jay Heighton, I think I asked her that. No, I didn't ask. Yeah, exactly, Cindy Lou. Thank you. Everybody just does what works for them. You put a COVID details. Right. Omicron, listen to it back. Right. Okay, got you. And I heard what she was saying. Right. And that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go over the game footage. Sure. So it's just one of those things. And here's another thing, man. Here's another thing to take away from it, right? To me, I know prayer works. I know good, strong prayer, and prayer with people works. It's one of those things that with your intent and I guess with the vibration and all that coming from your heart, it's weird. I think it's weird. It is weird, but I truly feel that it works. Like I feel like when somebody, when I give somebody something and I really need something, but it's not anything of a physical nature, I'm like, just pray for me. You know what I'm saying? That's what I say, because to me, I feel that the prayers are a little bit more stronger than money or any object at that time. So yes, parasite cleansing is a must. It is, right? So I know there are some people that take things like turpentine, right, to get parasites out. Some people do a saltwater wash, kind of like what Holly mentioned. uh, some people do black walnut, another way to get the parasites out of your system. Cloves, right? And I don't know about black walnut, but cloves are absolutely disgusting. Wormwood. Wormwood is another one. Wormwood is a thing that you tend to take it and put it in your system. Then it starts to push things out. And matter of fact, you could tell the wormwood is working because your doo-doo turns out looking green. It's weird. It's weird. Well, it's not weird. I don't know what it is. It's green though. It looks strange. But you want to know something? The body is an amazing thing. And my thing is, why not take advantage of the things that we don't know about? Because anybody could take pills, right? Anybody could take a Tylenol. Anybody could take a, ibuprofen, Advil, Pepto-Bismol, you name it, right? You name it. We could take all these things, but really, what are these things doing to your systems? What are they doing to your organs? Sure, in the short, time frame, within that time frame, within the next 2, 3, 4 hours, your relief is here, right? That pain is gone. The pain is gone. That stomach ache is gone. That headache is gone. That earache, whatever you're dealing with, whatever ailment is gone for that time. My thing is not to get rid of the issues at the time, but rather to get rid of the issues, the underlying issues forever, right? Forever and ever. And I'll tell you what I do, right? I don't have any serious ailments except for my shoulder is all jacked up. I fucked up my shoulder on my last mission. On the plane, we had something go down, and then I ended up fucking up my shoulder. Before my shoulder injury, I was able to rep out 315 on the bench for 12 reps. Immediately after that, I could barely get up 225 pounds. I don't know what it is, but it really fucked up my shoulder and it really fucked up my neck. So I have a physical, I damaged something physical in my body, right? And my 3 fingertips over here are numb. These fingers right here are numb. Okay. They're numb. And they've been like that since 2021. Yep. Since August of 2021, my fingers, these fingers, you know what I use this for, right? See what I use this for? What do y'all think I use that for right there? What do y'all think I use that for? I use that to eat an apple and fruit. That's what I use that for, but it's numb for good. But since then, I've looked into just eating a little bit more. Well, I've always I've always eaten healthy, right? I've always looked to eat proper and stay and remain with a clean diet. So some of you guys are putting recipes down, right? And yeah, that's that's what I go to. Cloves are good. Cloves and ginger in your tea, right? So cloves, right? I've been eating more cloves and they suck. They're disgusting, but they work. Cloves, more raw garlic, right? Boiling cloves, boiling garlic, boiling cinnamon and stuff like that. But here's the thing, not everybody does it. And just because not everybody does those things doesn't mean it doesn't work. Okay? just because not everybody does those things doesn't mean that they don't remove ailments. Okay, there are a lot of people with that have problems that don't even come close. They're like, oh my god, I have a, you know, for whatever reason, I've always got heartburn. You know, it could either be in their diet or in something else. But the thing is maybe they don't know to take cloves or to take things that would reduce, you know, to get, you know, a baking soda, teaspoon of baking soda with some water, and then you drink that. Honey fermented garlic, yeah, yeah, like garlic, boiled garlic, crushed, mashed boiled garlic with ginger and cinnamon and turmeric and black pepper and all those things. You boil it, and then you remove the stuff, and then you let it cool down, and then you could drink that. You add a star anise in there. Man, that stuff is so powerful. You're gonna be funkier than hell. You're gonna stink like a motherfucker. But you want to know something? If you get into the habit and you put these things in your body, you will start to notice changes. But along with that, right? If you do a small little workout regimen, and I'm not here to be nobody's nutritionist, I'm really not. I'm just giving you information. I'm giving you things that I know helped me. That if you're not doing these things already, you might want to do something, right? Maybe could be slightly more tactful when faced with it. Right. Okay. You're right. I got you. Awaken Nemesis. I got you. She's no shyster. She's a good woman. She's a good woman, man, and she's here to present information. That's it. If it doesn't jive with you, that's okay. But still be nice to my guest. She's a good woman. She comes from a good family. She doesn't deserve any heartache from anybody, or you or anybody. She doesn't. Stem cell treatments, I've never seen this. I've heard of it. I've heard of how, like, I don't know too much about any stem cell treatments or anything like that. Jennifer Daniels on another platform for turpentine, and I've heard of the turpentine thing. I've never done it myself. I've never done the turpentine. I've heard of it. I've been tempted to do it, but anytime I hear of turpentine, excuse me, I'm thinking of paint removal, and I'm like, I don't know if I should take that, right? But I mean, it's something that I'll definitely consider looking into. But I've heard of turpentine actually getting parasites out of people, right? But I'm definitely going to consider it. How do you find out what you need to treat? You need a diagnosis first. So I guess you definitely would get a diagnosis, right? I do know that, like I said, they've had other things. They've had other, and I'm not going to put their business out on the street, right? And Jay Heighton, I don't know how you could eat clothes, but God bless you, bro, for doing that, because I can't do it. But I'll tell you what, there are those that I'm not going to put their business out on the street, Maria, but I do know that they were dealing with other things. They were being nice today. They were dealing with other things physically that were harming them, right? And so yes, they did. From what I remember, they did do the diagnosis, and like what she mentioned earlier, they were trying other things, and nothing was working. They came across that machine, that Rife machine thing, and they used it originally with that doctor, and then they used it for other things as well, and it helped big time. It helped big time. That's what Holly didn't get into. Okay. She did not get into that. Chocolate cake. Harmon would say that. My goodness. Harmon would say that. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. I don't know. I don't, yeah, you know, Rat. So I'm not going to sit there and drink turpentine. I'm not. But I don't think it's drinking turpentine. But people have taken it, and it has helped purge their system of parasites, they say, right? Turpentine, like I said, black walnut, absinthe, cloves, things of that nature, they get them out your system, right? And I'm not promoting turpentine, not at all. Not at all did I promote turpentine. I just said this is what I've heard. Yeah, exactly. Not the paint thinner. It's pure gum spirits. Gum spirits. Okay. I hear you, Awaken Nemesis, and she's no liar. No, she's no liar, and neither is her husband. They're good people, and I tell you, man, like nobody's here. There's nobody here to sell anybody anything. Not at all. Not at all. We're here to present information. That's it, right? And here's my thing, y'all. Here's my thing. Okay. I don't just, if we're going to talk about flat earth, I get it. We could talk about that all day. And my thing is also we need to live, right? And I have no fucking idea what you guys have to deal with outside of what's going on in the foundry. Some of you guys have family that's sick. Some of you guys have friends and loved ones that is out there that's fucking sick, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So at least I'm presenting something that maybe it could help. I don't fucking know. I don't know. So I'm not just going to sit here and think that everything is hunky dory for everybody. I'm not going to make that assumption, right? So when I see something that I feel somebody could bring that's of value to the community, that's what I'd like to present. So if you want to get mad, please, by all means, that's your prerogative to get mad. But please do not go attacking my guests, number one. Number two, because they're taking it out, they're doing it out of the kindness of their heart to present information to me, to us, because I think it's helpful. It's helpful. And if you don't like it, then you don't have to be here for the night, for the day. I get it, right? But do not disrespect my guests like that, because they're here to help people. I'm here because I want to help in some capacity. That's it. That's all I want to do. I'm not asking nobody for no money. I'm not asking nobody for no alcohol, for no pussy, or no drugs. So at least, please, just be respectful of my guests. Be respectful of the foundry. And be respectful of me, please. I don't think I asked for too much. So yes, everybody does have parasites. Some people might not have as many as others, but I mean, this is something to look into. We talk about energy all the time, but at some point, we have to like apply some of this, right? At some point, some of this needs to be used. How do we use it? Well, like I said, we're like 40 and up in this crowd, right? We're not getting any younger. None of us are getting any younger. Some of us have people in our families that are sick. Some of us have those that we know that are not feeling so well. And they look like they're headed in the direction towards death. I don't know. I don't know what everybody's issue is. But at least just take a look or listen. And if that's not you, then ask all the questions. But listen to it. And like I said, I did my part. So you don't have to. If it's not for you, that's fine. But I'll tell you what, I went ahead and I took a chance and I got it. Sue me. Sue me. And then you can make fun of me, call me an idiot. You don't have to do it. I'm not making you do it. So I did it so you don't have to. How about that? Okay. Is that good? I hope that's good. I hope that's fair. I hope we can move past the painful part because I did that part. Okay. So I don't have any dogs. I don't have any animals. I do take care of birds outside my house, though. I do take care of a couple of cardinals, a few cardinals, a couple of finches, a painted bunting, uh, there's a yellow bird. There's a yellow bird out there with these beautiful designs as well. A couple of woodpeckers. Yeah. And that's right. We're living in a very toxic time these days, guys. So anything that could help, right? Because if you're doing the small stuff already, if you're working out, if you're eating healthy, if you're drinking water, that's already good. But maybe sometimes other things might help. But far more research needs it. Yeah, absolutely, Ratso. I agree. Yes, this is something I finally agree with, Ratso. Yes, there needs to be more research in this whole matter. I get it. But you want to know something? Is that who do we trust? There are a lot of those out there that we know we cannot trust, right? So there definitely needs to be more research into the whole matter. But I think with this rifle machine, but I look back and I look at when the rifle machine was made. I think this guy figured it out in and around the 30s or the 40s. I'm Not too familiar. Well, we weren't. None of us were alive, as far as I know, when this Royal Rife came out and started dealing with the Rife machine. But I find it peculiar because at and around that time, there's Nikola Tesla. At and around that time is the guy that put together Coral Castle, right? At around those times, like, people are still into the whole mysticism aspect of things. I just find it funny that people were a little bit more familiar with the benefits of what RF or radio frequencies can do to the body to help the body. Somebody mentioned in here Russian light therapy earlier, right? Light therapy. We know of the Curlian, Curlian lights, the Curlian theory, the guy that could see like your auras and stuff like that, the Russian dude that's got like an Armenian name. So I mean, there is something to it, not just healing or hearing, but also seeing different aspects of what this life is. It's strange. It's really strange, but I definitely think we need to look into it. I definitely think we need to look into it. Now, okay, where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Here we go. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to drop this. Holly Cave is awesome, y'all. Holly Cave is awesome, and she is going to put her YouTube channel together. I know she is, and I know she's going to have a lot of subscribers. And I would highly recommend that when she puts it together, you guys check her out. You guys check out Holly's channel out. I went ahead and I dropped that. Y'all join as you feel fit. Go ahead and join. The condition, the PTSD resident medical establishments. It's evil. It is. It's real bad. This medical system that we have, man. Like I wonder. I wonder about those people, man. Like the poison that they put in the air, the poison that they put in the water, the poison that they put in the food, in everything, the poison that they put in the poison to poison your bodies. It's ridiculous. William Wright Technology harness orgone energy for healing research. Orgone accumulator. Now I've heard of this orgone. I've heard of that. And I know they have like orgone rock, not rocks, but like orgone crystals. I don't know too much of it, but I have heard of it. And I heard that it heals. How it heals, I don't know. I don't even know at what frequency those typical orgone crystals typically vibrate at. I have no idea. So tell it all now. I dropped the link. You click on the link and then you just follow that. It's easy. It's easy. You just click on a link. So so it looks as if like I'm looking at these, we're living in some crazy ass times, y'all. We got guys out there that have been looking at these stars. They've been looking at these stars. They've been looking at these stars. And what we're getting from those stars, I have no idea. I have no idea. And it's an exciting time, but it's driving me crazy because it's like on my mind every single day. I don't know what's on you guys' mind, but every single day on my mind is the skies, right? The night skies. We just, yeah, I just dropped it. I'll go ahead and I'll drop it again. Tell it all now. Right, the night skies. We just had the freaking planetary alignment. We had the freaking Atlas comet leave, right? Skeptic 936, welcome family, and to all the people out there in our Rumble team. Welcome family. I'm glad to see that you guys are on Rumble, popping in over there. I really appreciate y'all. And we don't see Geo tonight. If you guys aren't familiar with Geo, Geo's the brother from Aruba. He comes in, y'all know Geo. I think he was on 2 nights ago when we were on Sunday. He's the one that comes in. Hey, brother. Hey, Vlad. Hey, man. How's everything, bro? All right, man. Yeah, bro. I took pictures of that thing, bro. Yeah, man. It was crazy, man. And sometimes I wailed. Yes. Yeah, bro. So yeah, that's Geo. I thought he was going to be here today. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you know, and even though I love looking in the skies and everything else like that, of course, we have a lot of flat earthers that they don't find it too interesting, right? The stuff in the skies, they're gonna be happy with the pictures that they see or the footage that they see of the stars looking like a bunch of freaking jelly or a bunch of lights that's within water, and that's okay, that's fine. But I think we need a segment of flat earth or flat earth people that do those further investigation into what the sky is. I think there is. Our lives have been prolonged dramatically as medicine has advanced. Right. Right. And so lately, I'm not going to play too much of it, but hold on. I'm not going to play too much of it, but we know that the last couple of days Z's been on, right? Just the other day he had a amazing show. I missed it, unfortunately. Um, where he talks about a flurf confederacy of dunces, right? So he talks about the flurf confederacy of dunces. I'm sure we know what he's talking about. But I love Z stuff, right? I love Z stuff. I like not just stuff. I like all these guys' stuff. Ida Hill coming through with the rumbleness. I love it, right? And the thing I like about Z, even though a lot of people fucking think he's very obnoxious, I think he comes from a place of honesty. Whether you agree with his methods or not, he comes from a place of honesty. He tells it like he sees it, and he just follows through, right? And just the other day we had it was like the flat earth round table, something to that effect, where it had David Weiss, Dither, Kingdom in Context, Austin Whitsitt, D Marble, uh Patricia Steer. It was like the freaking it looked like it was like the who's who in the flat earth community, kind of, other than us freaking misfits. We're like the misfits over here, right? With my big ass with my big ass channel, we are like the misfits. But those guys are like the flat earth glitterati, right? And so when I saw that they had their flat earth show the other day, what I found amazing was they didn't have too many people that watched. I thought that was strange. But also, what we had was we had somebody that threw commentary in there. And so that's what I want to show a little bit of. And so, Ratso, I hope you're feeling better. Even though sometimes you get on my nerves, I don't want to see you get hurt. Hopefully you're feeling better, bro. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. The kings of the flat earth round table. What a cringe fest. Yeah. No, no, no. I don't think Judah did. I think Judah's still a flat earther. But Judah's like kind of toned it down, gone away from the flat earth, and he's looked into doing other things. Oh, okay, okay. All right. Oh, I thought somebody's heart had issues. Okay, I thought somebody had heart issues. But if not, if you do have heart issues, listen, I hope you're feeling better. But one of those ways to get over that, make sure you're taking your garlic, man. Eat your garlic, especially raw. Eat your garlic. You're gonna be a little funky, but eat your garlic. That'll help with your blood pressure and all kinds of good stuff. So yeah, again, back to this Confederate. It's like the Confederation of Flat Earthers. It's like the League of Justice or the Legion of Doom, whatever which way you want to look at it. And these guys, it's what I think is funny with all these people. Like, let's pay attention to the timeline of things, right? So we had Jaren come out and he like dropped a big old deuce all over flat earth, saying what he said right before he went out to go conduct the final experiment with Will Duffy and them. So a lot of people didn't take too kindly to that. And when he did go out and he did commit to that craziness, it basically said what we all felt he was going to do. But then it's almost as if he was the anvil that drug everybody else down below with him for the most part. So we had that happen. We had a bunch of information come out on different flat earthers in the community, right? We had people blow up on other flat earthers, right? We saw that. And then it was like basically a battle royal in the flat earth community. And then what ended up happening like a couple of weeks ago, we had what's his name? We had Robbie something, the Canadian dude with the orange hair. We had him give up the ghost and say, I can't do it no more. We had Patricia Steers come out and say she can't do it no more. We had yeah, I guess we had other people out there that I really don't fuck with, I really don't watch, come out and say, we're not doing it no more. We don't believe in a flat earth. It's bullshit. It's bunk. We're going back to the globe. Fine. It is what it is. We feel that there's been some level of compromise within the community. And I'm saying all that to say, before I pitch it over to Z's stuff, like I like hearing his point of view. I don't like watching or using too many people's material all the time, but when I hear good points, I can't help but to echo those good points. And anytime somebody has a good point, I don't like to take away from it, right? I like to let them have their moment in the sun, and I want it to be seen in its natural state the way that person delivered it, right? Because I can't do it any justice. Only people like Z could do shit like that, right? And Z's delivery with certain things, like he has a method in which he does it, and I like it, right? Some people, like I said, that's not their flavor, and I understand, but I like how he does his shit. And so without further ado, let's just put Z shit up there, man. I'm over here just talking shit right now, man. Ain't nothing getting done with me fucking running my gums right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna share Z shit. And without further ado, y'all, here's what it is. It's Z's Flurf Confederacy of Dunces. So let's go ahead and let's get it, man. Let's Z do his thing.
Back to the heliocentric model wasn't insane enough. Just in case Patricia Steer doing heel turn and going to the globe wasn't insane enough. I'm sure it's going to get more crazy. I put Witzett's percentage of a globe flip at 15. That's basically 6-1 odds, everybody. 6-1. Who's going to take those? Some of you globies should take that bet. It's a big payoff. 6-1 odds on the Witzett globe flip. I don't think he's there yet, but just look in his eyes, everybody. The eyes tell you everything. Witzett's got dead eyes. But we'll get into Witzett later. It's not all going to be about Witzett, but yes, he was prominently featured on the Confederacy of Flurf Dunces that we witnessed on the Kingdom in Context channel, hosted by one Mr. Sean somebody. I want to say Sean Griffith, but I might just be making up his last name. But anyway, that Sean seems like a nice guy. But I can tell that wasn't Sean's panel. That was a Dave Weiss panel. And for anybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about, that's going to...
You're not stupid. It's stupid.
be the main event tonight. So don't worry. You're going to be filled in. So anyway, where was I?
You know what's crazy is when fucking Z goes on his rants, man. And he's like, fucking Jaron Campanella fucking coming out and showing off your fucking cock. All right, big fucking deal. I'm glad that you have a fucking big cock. I hope you're fucking happy and showing that and fucking lying to everybody. And Natch comes in and he's like, yeah, and it's kind of crazy because what ends up happening is that everybody gets upset with him, Z, and I totally agree with you. That's not a good thing. No, and I'll tell you what, Notch. Here's the thing, Notch. Jaron thinks that just because he's got it all down there, that could be his friend. Well, I'll tell you what, Jaron Campanella. All right, let me stop. Let me stop being Z and let's let Z be Z. All right, let's let Z be Z. Let's continue.
I don't want to jump the gun on the show, but we're definitely going to get into it. I don't know about you guys, but all this has brought me to a deeper understanding, not only of this world, but of myself, really. I think it's a lesson for all of us, not to look at men and women for answers, leadership, and authority. Your expectations need to be tempered regarding men and women because we're all flawed. We have egos, we have emotions, we have base human needs. Everybody has to make deals in this world. There's compromises all around. There really are no truths outside the gates of Eden. And although I believe that truth exists in the absolute, in the ideal, well, while we can pursue that ideal truth, living it, embodying it, is probably a fruitless endeavor here in this materialistic realm. This is the weird juxtaposition that we find ourselves in. And whatever this earthly reality is, this plane of existence, I and others like me really believe that we exist on multiple dimensions, multiple levels of reality, that we exist in the spiritual, the conscious, the mental, the astral, and the etheric realms, above and beyond this physical dimension. This physical dimension is probably a very low frequency vibration along the entire electromagnetic spectrum that we can call this reality. We're simply perceiving this fleshly world. Why should we relegate ourselves to it? That's what this world wants. That's what the controllers of this world wants, likely the creator of this world, the one that they have all of you worshiping. Maybe not you listening to me, but the proverbial you. The three major religions are all worshiping this creator deity. Who made?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't Z and Notch. That was me pretended. That was me. That was me pretending to be Z and Notch. That was actually Vlad, who was pretending to be me, myself, Notch, Nachiketa, and Z as well. Yeah, Vlad, maybe you should fucking slow it down sometime, okay? Not everybody has all the fucking answers or anything like that. So go sit down somewhere. See, Notch, here's the thing. Vlad fucking thinks he knows everything, and he doesn't. Notch. All right, no, but that wasn't that wasn't that wasn't him. Hey Harmon, what's going on, man?
Not much. Just going to join your panel till someone else joins, so you get some company.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm using my camera mic. Is it coming through okay?
Yeah. You sound like yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, it sounds just fine.
Sure don't sound like what you do when you impersonate me.
Oh,
I don't sound that smart.
I don't know what the hell my problem is, man.
Oh, I love it. Notches. You got Notch spot on. It's me.
Oh boy. I don't know what the hell my problem is, man. But it's all gravy. Well, welcome to the show, Harmon.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome. Yeah, man. It's good to hear you. It's good to see you. Yeah. Yeah, and that's good, Ratso. Yeah, you get on my nerves and piss me off sometimes. But yeah, like I said, I like to see everybody healthy. I like to see everybody doing good. No matter what your status is in the foundry, whether you get on my nerves or everybody else's nerves, I still want to see that you're healthy. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, but it's interesting. You know, they should have known that they were going to have people like Z coming in and going to give them that work. You know what I'm saying? About them getting the fucking Knights of they were going to get, you know, freaking the Knights of the Round Table together, a flat Earth, to make those discussions about, you know, whatever they were going to talk about.
You're not stupid. It's stupid.
Or whatever they were going to talk about, you know, all that craziness. So I appreciate that, Jay Heighton. So let's, without further ado, let's give Z his little talk.
This deity be indeed. We want to believe this is God's green earth, that this creator God is benevolent, all loving. I don't know. Maybe we should look a little deeper. Maybe we should look beyond the indoctrination, beyond the propaganda, beyond the conditioning. I don't know about you guys, but when I see a ubiquitous religion being presented throughout all the major races, countries, ethnicities, and cultures, I start to question it. I question a lot of things that the government gives me. I realize that people have interests. Those interests don't always align with our own. And many people are in a position to control and dominate to their own aggrandizement. And we see it here on YouTube with these FE gatekeepers. People attempting to basically control you, to manipulate and exploit you for their own aggrandizement. We see it on both sides. Make no mistake. What you're witnessing now in this so-called community is a classic dialectic, a total false binary, false dichotomy. You have a bunch of people that are going to tell you what this world is on either side, and really none of them know what they're talking about, because all of their claims, no matter if it's globe or this flat earth model, can be substantiated. None of their claims are substantial. None of them could be supported and proven through evidence. And that's the idea. And isn't it that way with so many things in this world? We find ourselves presented with this false choice. It's basically a Coke or Pepsi option.
I like that one.
The goal is to not fall for the trick. The truth probably lies somewhere in between, somewhere in a balance. I'm not saying this world is in any way a globe, but you have to think for yourself. If somebody is presenting you a story that is not evidenced and not supported, you should probably question it. Because unless it's substantiated by a demonstrated reality, it cannot be proven to be real. It only exists in the mind, in the world of fantasy. You can conjecture anything, presuppose. Many people use a self-justifying type of logic and reasoning. They usually have a preordained conclusion, and based on faulty logic, work their way to this conclusion, usually through a series of logical fallacies, emotional appeals, and otherwise. Let's see what you guys are saying in the chat. See if I'm missing anything.
Let's see what you guys are saying.
He brought me up on his channel that day. He brought my name up.
Oh yeah. Yesterday.
Yeah. But at the end, they wanted me to come up.
And so Skeptic 936 is saying, pretty sure it was Bro Sanchez that called out Davidson and Steer as shills 8 or 9 years ago. That's pretty crazy.
I got it on video that Antonio has it straight out there telling them. He was the first ones within 15 and 16 telling them they were a bunch of BS when he left FE Corps. And then he left. He was original on Globebusters, and he left them all.
Oh, shit. Really?
Do you remember that Skeptic 936? Bro Sanchez might have done it at the same time, but I'm just saying that.
Skeptic 936 might be a veteran in these flat earth wars, so he might know.
If you remember that,
yeah. Uh-oh, is he gonna throw upward vector at us? See, because here's the thing, Notch. The upward vector is something that people should actually consider. Not everybody's gonna be a freaking flat earther like you guys, Jaren.
Yeah, I don't think he threw it in at all in the show. I watched the whole show.
Praise Jesus. Thank you, Swalla. Swalla Walla Bing Bang. Called out Davidson when Logan Paul came to the FE conference. Huh. Okay. So Dave Weiss and Sean Falconer. I've heard of that name. Sean Falconer in Mexico. And Anarchapulco 12 weeks ago. Okay. And I think he was also there with what's his name? David Icke's son.
Yeah.
He was also there with David Icke's son. David Icke, if you guys don't know, he's the guy that did the reptiles. Everybody's a reptilian. Yep. I like David Icke. I don't
This is
know
the
if
one
he,
that said he saw David down there. It says
Anarchapulco. Yep.
run by Dollar Vigilante.
Yep. Victoria Salt. Okay, Victoria Salt. What's happening, sis? It's good to see you. Lord Racer Swallow. It's good to see y'all, man. I didn't say what's up to y'all neither. So I just wanted to say hi. Wanted to say hi. Okay. So let's get back to this. And I'll be right back. Y'all, we're going to keep popping this. I'm going to go grab my tea real quick. Hold on.
Look, for you people talking about the Bible as a flat earth book, that's one of the problems. Frankly, I'm not particularly comfortable with being strawmanned into some Hebrew or biblical conception of this world or the cosmology. Unfortunately, these FE gatekeepers, as I will evidence tonight, are consistently strawmanning the flat earth community into their version of the cosmology, their version of this world. This is not the case. There's many options. There should be no shifting of burden onto one to prove this so-called flat earth. It simply is. It stands on logic. To burden shift is a prime logical fallacy. The globe is the story. The globe is the claim. The globe is the model. The model that they're telling you is functional. Telling you that we're in outer space. They're telling you we're going to Mars. They're telling you so many things. However, again, none of it can be supported through evidence. Once you debunk the claim, once you falsify the claim, that's all that's necessary. I have no obligation to tell you what this world is. Why would I do so? Devoid of evidence. That's insane. But anyway, much love, everybody. Welcome. We might as well get into the show because I got a long one tonight. We're definitely going to get into it. And all your favorite FE gatekeeping characters are going to be presented. We'll have a visit from Karen B., Mark Sargent, Austin Whitsitt, David Weiss, and others. Oh, and let's not forget our friend Marty Leeds. Hey, Marty. Marty, remember me? You listening? Z? The guy you said should get his ass kicked in a bar? You remember that? Yeah, Marty Leeds made an appearance. What's going on with you, Marty? You're not looking too healthy. I mean, I don't really want to get into one's physical appearance, but it kind of speaks for itself. I don't know. I'll let my audience comment on that, but CW says, I've only heard of the stream. Excited for this. Yeah, strap in, CW. We're going to get into it. Luckily, I edited the thing because the whole 3.5 hours was pretty mindless and dull. And if you want to know the truth, I was left feeling kind of low afterwards. It was low energy. The funny thing was, audience, of all these big prominent gatekeepers that appeared on this stream and all of them that promoted it on their channels and through their social media, they couldn't get over 600 viewers, which is funny. What does that say about these so-called FE leaders? I'll tell you what it tells me. It tells me they're nothing more than paper tigers. They're apparitions. They're not real. They basically supported each other. They circled their wagons around each other, promoted each other on their platforms, created a facade, a persona around who they are and what they represent. They're really nothing. You know why? Because the topic's played out really. How many times can you falsify the globe? It's not even complicated. It's simple. A third grader can see this. Hell, a first grader can see this. It's not about the information. It's about breaking the cognitive dissonance and the confirmation bias of those that have been conditioned and propagandized into accepting and supporting this heliocentric model. That's all it is. It's the magnitude of the deception that they can't understand. It's not the information. The model that they present through their pseudoscience is debunked easily. Last night, I saw Venus shining very brightly in the sky. 2.5 hours after sundown, Venus was still shining in the sky at about a 20-degree elevation angle, and it stayed up there longer. I just went inside because it was a little chilly.
Wait a
It was
minute.
no.
There we go. I just heard some background noise. I dropped that link. Schneider, I wish we could all get along, but here's why I think this might be a good thing is when you have people like Z calling them out. Now Z's not, I'm not saying that we have to be perfect in what we believe, but as flat earthers, we tend to have our own small, ways in which we branch away from the earth is flat. And then there's a firmament. The earth is flat and there's more land. The earth is flat. And I think that the stars might be angels. Sure. We have our own separate belief system as to the extra stuff outside of just the earth just being flat. But you have those in the community that it seems as if they've led certain people, or they've tried to lead many of us into the lake of fire. And what do I call the lake of fire? That place of lies, right? Kind of the way Jaron did all, however many followers or subscribers that he had. There's still a lot of people that rock with him, I guess. It's strange too. You know what, Harmon? It's strange, man.
I don't believe he had that many followers. They just don't. The numbers didn't count the views. I mean, you're gonna have more than 100 viewers when he was on doing that stuff. Not on the one he has now. Now he's getting 1,000 views, 1,000 live views.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't believe in the numbers. I don't think.
Yeah.
No. What does the chat think? Do you think he really had 130,000 subscribers? Now he's had 160 supposedly.
Yeah, because I see all these Globers and all this stuff on his channel that not see, because I haven't seen his shit in a while, but I hear of all these Globers. Okay, I take that back. I did stop in to see what was going on. I wanted to see who was in his chat. And it was just strange. It's all these people I didn't know. And it just felt weird. Seeing
it's them outliers, the most scraggly ends. I'm joking.
Yeah. Well,
said, hell no, he paid for those things.
Okay, he paid for those subs. I didn't even know you could pay for subs, but
oh yeah, you can buy subs.
I did not know that. And Maria Walker, I'm gonna look into that. Serapeptase, I'm gonna look into that. I wrote that down and I put an asterisk next to it. I'm definitely gonna check that out. And they eat scar tissue. Thank God, man. I got an ass ton of scars. Not ass scars like on my booty, but I do have scars. Like I've been sliced up, diced up pretty bad.
Chocolate cake cures all. That's a cure all. That beats them all. That's all of them put together.
What's that?
Chocolate cake.
Oh,
cures it all. I tell you, I haven't got sick in years. I eat chocolate cake at least once a week. There you go.
Yeah, but Schneider, I feel you, bro. I feel you, but it's one of those things that you need people like Z in there. That's not going to take the bullshit. That's not going to play the politics, right? Folks like me that I like to play nice sometimes, but it's like, okay, guys, or it's like, hey, listen, the guys don't trust you. There's a reason as to why they feel this way. Can you explain it? So it's like I like to give people the airtime if they're here to explain themselves to the audience, and we'll see. We'll see, right? You guys, I love
listening to Z. I love how he talks. It just encapsulates the way his rhythm goes and the way he talks, and I love it, but that's what do you do?
Yeah. Now here's the thing, Harmon. I don't think that those guys in their fucking round table even know what the hell they're talking about. Just look at him. Look at this David Weiss. He thinks he's got it all figured out. Look at his face. Huh? Oh, look at me.
They even have a circle for a table.
Huh?
You got to even have
a circle.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
they sit around a circle and the edges are frozen. I see it already.
And I could,
You
and look at him.
remember, he's Italian. He's
Yeah, I know.
what? He talks with his hand all the time, like he's doing an orchestra. I love
And
it.
then
He
he's
goes in
got his
rhythm
face
with
all
his
up.
hand.
It's the back background. He got his beanie on. He's like this. And you could tell those guys, they don't know what the hell they're talking about either. And here's the thing, Notch. And Notch is like, yeah, I agree. You can see it all over their faces. All over their faces. All of them tend to say the same thing. So I would agree with that. Even Lori came on Vlad's show just the other day, and then I was talking to him, and I don't understand him too. Some of those guys, it's kind of hard to trust them, you know.
Mhm.
So
That's funny.
I be fucking with them dudes, man. They probably
No,
like
that's the perfect impression, brother. The voice and everything.
them
Notch.
motherfuckers
Hey,
probably like.
Notch.
Hey, here's the thing, Notch. So anytime Z says it, motherfuckers are probably gonna be like, "Oh shit, there he is."
Vlad, what's that guy's name in your chat? Jim Aris or something like Jim Aris?
Oh, Jim Anus.
And
Jim's
he made me self-conscious today. He called me. He says my wisdom from a recliner chair. So
yeah, he's like,
it's first time I broke out a chair, and I'm sitting in the chair right now. So Jim, you got to me. If he's still here, he hasn't put nothing in the chat for a while. He might have left. I think him and that other guy left that was being rude to your lady friend.
yeah, Awaken Nemesis.
Yeah, I was just trying to say there's a difference between a guest and someone who clicks a link and comes up like me. You can talk all this shit about us.
Yeah.
But that's a guest in your house.
Yeah.
You don't disrespect a guest in your house. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah. And that's why, I warned Holly. I was like, yeah, you're gonna have skeptics in here. And that's good. You know what? It's good to be skeptic. It's good to ask those questions. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But when you start acting rude and when you start being unfair to our guests, it's like, come on, y'all. Like, be respectful to me, be respectful to my guests. I would never do that to anybody on their show. So I know I like to cut up and I like to fuck around, you know what I'm saying? But come on, y'all.
Yeah, they can talk crap about me and Russell all day because we pushed the button.
Oh yeah. Hey, I can take it.
Yeah, but
bring it.
We're not a guest in that sense.
All right. Yeah, man. Good to. Hey, by the way, good to see y'all both, man. I was just bouncing back and forth with putting new information on my X. And hey, just Vlad, if you don't mind, just a bounce off of what you just said a minute ago about, there seems to be a problem when people bring in. You didn't say this exactly, but you may have been alluding to it. But when the same core group of people bring in new evidence or have new arguments, it seems like those outside of our small community or corner of the internet, then they want to try to shove it down our throat that we're wrong, right? But the good thing about research is that if it does have an equal validity with a ball or a flat surface, bro, the ballers can't say you can't use that. That's ballers, right? So I've been getting new information, especially about plasma and electric universe. So if anybody wants to say it's wrong, go get something that confronts it and proves it wrong.
Yeah, and we're still figuring out things every day, RG, and it's
No doubt.
it's tough. It is tough, right? Even with those guys that talk about the rising Earth, like I don't know. Like, even I don't feel this bitch move. I don't. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be honest. I don't feel it move, right? But like, people could present anything these days, and we know we're at a vulnerable. I would say we're at a vulnerable place as flat earthers because we know what this place isn't doing. So anything outside of what we've been taught traditionally, we would welcome to look at and inquire more about, right?
Sure.
And we're not totally sold on any one thing other than this place is flat, level plane, and it's not moving. And
there's
You know what I'm saying? Or at least we don't think it's moving. Like, and then when we hear it's falling upwards, we're like, huh? What? Like an elevator? No, you know what I'm saying? Like, some of us
Yeah.
might have a hard time, but then some of us might be like, well, I'm going to be inclined to listen. And that's right. And yeah, I'm not going back to deny. And I feel the same way, Maria Walker. I do feel the same way. But my thing is, like, with how people speak about certain things, like, I'll definitely listen. And I'll definitely see if there's some kind of validity to it. Or if there's something that they can demonstrate to me. Like, my thing is we were there as flat earthers, right? We were there as globe earthers at one time, where we were like, oh, there's no way, until we saw the evidence and until we actually opened up our eyes to what is presently and has always been around and in front of us. So I'm not going to just say, oh, they're just crazy, because then we were told the same thing as flat earthers. So even though I don't necessarily like fully agree with the rising earth, I still want to give it, I want to give it the good old look. Like, what are they talking about? What are these guys talking about? What is it that they're trying to get? What point are they trying to get across? Because I don't get the shit.
Right.
You know
Right.
what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think personally, it's
Hold on.
yeah.
Hold
Go
on,
ahead.
RG.
How I look at it as when the globe wanted to figure out what causes down, they create gravity, and I create everything else. Of course, that has to go with evolution. And then when the flat earthers back in the day started bringing up this electrostatics, I'm saying you guys are no different than the globe people. You're trying to make up something. You have no idea how it works. Oh, look at this. It does it. Oh, look at these two balls in gravity. They same thing. And now with the rising earthers, some reason all these people want a reason things fall down. They want to be able to prove it's nature. Just what nature does. Sorry, dudes. You want to sit there and try to say, oh, a bubble in the water or the electrostatics, I can turn this Van der Graaf machine and make it go up and down. Look, I'm manipulating up and down, and then gravity. They're all the same thing. You don't know. That's just me. What do you think, RG?
You go ahead, RG. Yeah.
No doubt. I like the way you put it. I do personally think it forces that they're feeling like this double toroid, this idea of 0 point energy in a block domain wall. So I do think, and what I found out with playing around with magnets and stuff, and what I've seen as far as like physicists, mathematicians playing with these magnetic fields and what they can do in their opposite polarities. Right, and the forces they can create would absolutely make it feel as if when you jump against, like you jump up and you come back down without.
Can I ask you a question, RG,
I think
on that?
Sure.
Okay, you're staying with magnets when they play with magnets and stuff, right?
Yes, sir.
When they manipulate magnets, is what you're saying, right?
Well, they're manipulating the fields that's already there. We just can't see it.
With the magnets.
Yes.
Fields up around the magnet, right? Where did we get the magnet from?
Earth, yes.
Where did man made it? It's a man-made thing. There's no such thing as anything in the nature, the lodestone or something like that. They only attract. They don't repel. There is no repelling in that. That's only.
I was gonna say we have lodestone.
Yeah, but lodestone attracts only.
Right, iron.
Well, magnetite. I think if you cut these magnetite.
Yeah, it's the same.
Well,
thing.
when you cut, I'm saying when you cut them in a certain thing, there is a midpoint where inertia is like stable. There's no force, right? But there are some that are opposite polarities in one magnet. It's like a black hole when they put it under a ferrocell.
Oh, now a black hole.
Oh well, they say it's just black. It's empty space.
There is no lodestone, none of your magnetite, and there's a third name for lodestone. I can't remember what it is right now.
Magnets.
They only attract. Magnets are man-made.
Now they have that place in Mauritania, right? And it's called the Atlas Mountains, and the Atlas Mountains have lodestone like all over the place over there.
Right.
Now, some of that lodestone is active, or it sticks to freaking iron, and some of that lodestone,
only attracts.
Sure, whether I know it sticks to it. That's all I know.
Yeah, no, I say that's attraction.
Right,
It
right,
doesn't.
right.
You know, you're not gonna get two lodestones and push them together, and they're gonna attract this like man-made magnets.
Okay. I'm not, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
And this
I
is the
try to
thing,
tell
like
it all
I
the
have no
folks
problem
all
saying I have if I'm not sure, I just say I don't know because I'm not gonna say, that I of course it has no. But
Well, you
but
know, neodymium magnets, Harmon, when you flip them, like you have two sides that are northern polarity and they suck each other together, and then you flip them both over. They're southern polarities, and they
man-made
push each
magnets.
other.
They're not natural. They're not nature. You won't find that in nature. Is what I'm trying to tell you, RG.
Repelling something repelling.
Yeah, you don't
Is
find
that
that in
what
nature.
you?
Those man-made
Well,
magnets
I
have
know.
two sides, and where they make them, one repels against it, another side stick together. I understand that, but that's man-made manipulation of the material they built.
so then
Find it.
loads so then
Hold on. You
lodestone
mean
doesn't have
they're glued together or something?
no,
I'm
not
missing.
glued together. And
Uh-huh.
go ahead, Armin. I don't want to cut you off.
No, I don't care. Go your thought. If you
So
can't
so
comprehend
I'm
it,
like so I'm confused because I've never played with lodestone or magnetite as far as I know. I've always played with man-made with the magnets out of a factory. I've never gotten a wait, I take that back. I take that
They-
back. I think I've gotten a piece of rock that's actually been attracted to a piece of iron. I think I have. But this is like years ago as a kid. And I didn't check to see if the other side of the rock, if it touches the rock that's of the same composition, if they repelled or if they stuck together. Why are we
I
even
bought these
talking?
in 2017 when I was messing with the magnet stuff. These are all the whole core of magnets.
What is that look like? That look like candy. That look like them Rolo candies.
Yeah, I put them in the freezer because you keep them cold. It's good for them.
It's
So I
good.
just keep the freezer all these years, and they still are sticking. So this is what you're talking about, AG.
Can you
They,
show? Yeah, can you show us a little closer to the screen so I can see?
they just have regular magnets, and they stick.
Uh huh.
And you know
And
that.
when you
These are man-made.
well, okay. I'm I've always I don't know if they're glued. You said they're not glued, but they seem to be a solid north and south polarities on.
Yeah, but man-made. Can you get that? These are man-made.
Yes. I just don't.
can't
Can
find
you
that
explain
nature.
how they're man-made? No, I'm not. I know. Okay.
Look at how magnets are made. They're done with electricity.
Yeah. How do they get a southern polarity then?
Just go to YouTube. Don't ask me. It'll show you how they make them. It's a 5-minute.
Armin, you're getting frustrated.
No, I'm not.
Just go-
I'm just saying. I've been telling these people about globusters, all these, but I don't have all their fancy words. These are man-made. Do you think these are? You get these out of nature? You think
No,
these
that
come-
looks like candy. It looks like those Rolo.
You and your lollipops.
Well, you know, when you go through like when people go through the northern section of the Bermuda Triangle, their compass will just go crazy. It's because of the land with the magnetite.
Okay, then it's attracting in all different directions. That's all.
You know, I've heard, I read about that. Like it happened to Christopher Columbus. It happened to a couple of people that didn't get like sucked into some vortex at the Bermuda Triangle. That their compasses went crazy in and around someplace down there by Bermuda. This is what, like you've read them in all those stories and stuff like a million times over. I nowadays with all the stuff that I've read, I don't even know if a lot of that is true even.
Vlad, do you have that book that you got from me?
Yes.
Where's it at? Right there by you?
It's actually, yeah, it's right there.
You go back in the back and it'll show you how it's crazy at the south where you were talking about the Bermuda Triangles and all that stuff, where the people always think the lines are going straight.
Right.
Nothing in nature's like that. You think all these latitude lines are straight? No, that's just man's drawings. They go like this if you measure them right, and you'll go there. So that's why your compass will go crazy, because you're getting different poles going, not different poles, different magnetic forces pulling you. And like you said, as a sailor, I can't believe you've never heard of the doldrums.
The doldrums, no.
In the sea, where it's just
No.
dead, no air and nothing it goes through.
No, but that's interesting. That's very interesting.
That's all in the south.
The doldrums.
You looked it
Dead.
up last time we talked about.
I did. But I'm just saying that's interesting because just the other day we were talking about the effects of wind and how wind currents seem to carry some kind of electric properties or something. Like I don't know, or we don't know. But it's funny how wind is present anytime like current starts to, like
Increase.
yeah, current increases
Like the ocean.
or right. There's a
Mhm.
power transfer and current
Mhm.
is present, and then you get arcing and sparking, kind of like when what's his name was talking about his welding, and
Mhm.
you get wind, or you get a blast of air outside of it, or when people check to see if there's going to be arcing and sparking between two sources of power and stuff like that, they wave like a wand around it to see if that wand, and it's got like little fiber, like long
Or like
ass rope
static
fiber.
electricity kind of
Yeah,
thing they're
well,
looking for.
yeah, it's either static electricity or they're waiting for a wind to blow. They're waiting for a
Mhm.
wind to blow that stuff around. And it's crazy, man. It's crazy. Like God dog, man. Like I think this is the part of the flat earth where I find it very interesting that
Mhm.
outside of this place being flat, level, and plane is the stuff that comes with it. And it's the energy, right? The
Mhm.
energy comes from someplace or it goes somewhere. And what is
Do
the
you,
energy?
do you remember?
We give it names, but do we even know what it
Yeah.
is, how it works, and what it
Well,
does?
I got this for you, RG. It says
Okay.
magnets are typically made by, it's just a 2-minute search. Magnets are made typically by taking a mixture of specific metals using iron, nickel, and cobalt, melting them into a powder, and then compacting them and heating them powder into a controlled environment that align with the by electricity to magnetic domains it creates within the material. It's just they shoot them after they get all that. They shoot it into a certain whatever it's fabricated by man. You're not going to find that in nature.
Just them telling you how they make it. It's all
End of story.
man-made. Yeah, right. There it is. There it is.
I don't know. Yes, thank you, man, for letting me know that though.
Yeah, I've been telling them
I-
filibustering forever. They just cut me off. They never let me on their show ever.
Who's this?
I know the Globusters, Bob, and Bob hated it when I would say that.
Bob Lodale.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I just said, and then even Witsit would jump on me once in a while. I say, you guys are using man-made magnets for your models, for your torus field. And so does that Weaver guy, the guy who's not a flat earther, but he wrote a book on magnets, the Book of Magnets.
He's a scientist.
He's not a scientist.
Weaver. I've heard of this name.
The cameraman. Do you know what I'm talking about, RG? The guy that does the
Not Sigourney, right?
No. No. She'll stick to her aliens. Yeah, it's just different. I'm just saying it's crazy.
Ken Wheeler, that's it. Ken Wheeler.
Yeah, Ken Wheeler.
He said Weaver.
Close enough. He's lost weight, so he can be Weaver.
And I've heard of Ken Wheeler, and I heard he's got a really good hold or a good understanding of the magnets. And Teoria Apothecia, I think that's that bald-headed dude that walks around, and he sounds like John Lovitz. He's a bald-headed guy with glasses, looking like Dilbert or something, and he sounds like John Lovitz.
I wish you could do his impression. You got to listen to him a couple times to get his impression.
have you heard him? He's like,
I watched it for
and of course these magnets, and of course what you do is you put them together, and they the properties that they tend to display are
and then you hear him, and then I'm like, he sounds just like John Lovitz, man. And that's it. He's a tattooed guy. That's right.
Right. He does cameras. He made his living off doing photography for a long time. I don't know if he still does or not.
Yeah.
But
he seems like a cool cat.
I put him so many times in this chat. I said, dude, you're using man-made magnets. Use something you find in nature to make your field in nature. You can't reproduce nature by doing a man-made biology. At least that's what I think. What does the chat think? You think I'm way off that?
Well, no. I understand what you're saying. And since it's man-made, we put our spit we put our stink on it. It's not coming from a place of nature, which this whole world has a ton of magnetite, to where I guess there are certain effects that take place based off of the magnetite being present. And it's not the same with the stuff that it is that we create.
And a magnetite rock, it's not even all the way around. It has stronger points all the way through the rock.
Yes,
Different
yes.
places.
And the rock is
Yeah.
uneven, right?
And it's uneven. So you can take another one and push it towards it. And people think because it turns and touches on the other one, all it does is it's attracting the strong to the strong. It's
Yes.
not. You can't get it to ever push away. It just will turn, and the two strongest points of those two magnetites, lodestones, will stick together.
Do you know, Harmon, how they get the southern field, like where the line separates north from south? I mean, you said they mix stuff together. I can't picture in my head how they would separate those polarities
They create them.
by melting, because the Curie point will lose its magnetism after a while.
Oh shit.
And they all use that.
Harmon's getting mad.
No. I just think
No, don't get mad.
you're not going to the next step.
I'm
Now
trying
you're
to
going
understand it.
the center of the earth is not that, because on the heliocentric model there would be no
Oh,
magnetism.
no. That's not what I'm talking about.
That's where we get this stuff from. And now magnets lose their magnetism at 175 degrees or so, So, yeah, that's because it's man-made.
Right.
I mean, how by melting it does it get the opposite polarity of north in such a little space,
You're talking about a little magnet like this?
Magnets that are man-made.
Yeah, they're man-made. Go to a YouTube video and see how they make it. Easy.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because I've been studying these primer fields and these neodymium magnets, and they're like bowl shaped. They're like a firmament kind of shaped, and they swirl the magnetic field and until it gets to a very tight point, and it shoots out this force. In one bowl, you have to face them all north. In the other bowl, you have to face them all south, and then they stick together, right? But they will also repel metal objects that are magnetic and non-magnetic.
You mean
so
like
it's pretty
stainless
cool.
steel or something like that?
Yeah, like aluminum, stainless steel, and they'll follow these concentric circles going out from these.
But I'm saying it's man-made. It's not natural. You're making a model to fit your.
I got you.
bias.
I got you.
That's all.
Yeah, I was just confused. Thank you.
No, I'm not saying you're right. I'm right. I'm just saying I know they're not natural. You won't find that in nature. And like I say, one of the things I always tell Vlad, I said, RG, go and get me a apricot seed. They're big. I want you to get 1,000 of them. Grind them down, build them up, make them, grind them, cook them, boil them, do whatever you do. Now take it away. Now I want you to make me an apricot seed. You can't.
Well,
no more than you can make what up and down is.
That's true. And Stephanie McGuire brings up a good point. We were talking about what Z was discussing, and then we went into the whole
Let's get back to it.
That's all right.
Yeah.
That's all right. Let's get back to it. That's okay. That's all right. It's all right. It's good to kind of zone out, but let's get back to it. We'll get back to the magnet thing.
We're close to the horizon. It had been dark for hours. How do you make that work on their model when Venus is the second planet from the sun and we're the third? Try to make that make sense. You can't. Right there. You just need one thing to debunk the model and falsify it. That's what a black swan is. If somebody tells you that all swans are white, you just have to show them one black swan to disprove the claim. If somebody tells you that we're orbiting the sun and we're the third planet and Venus is the second orbiting planet around the sun, and I could see it 3 hours after dark, high in the sky, right there, the claim is falsified. Straight up. I can talk about that one thing for the rest of my life and nothing else, and I'll still destroy the globe. It basically comes down to what I'm saying consistently. The model they presented is physically impossible. So therefore, it cannot exist outside of one's mind, outside of one concept of a thing.
And of course, Swallow's saying, Zay's wrong about that. Kangaroo, didgeridoo, dunkaroo, Marmite, Vegemite. So Swallow is Australian, but that's what he says. He says Z's wrong. But here's the thing, Swallow, GE, is that we during a planetary alignment, how is it that we see all the planets and we're supposed to be one of them? Doesn't make any sense. Makes zero sense. If we're on a globe, we seeing all these planets and we're supposed to be like the third planet of the sun. We're seeing all the planets. Not a bit of sense that makes. Doesn't make not a bit. So it's a
Especially
lie.
if you're looking in one direction to see two of the planets toward the sun or whatever, and then you would have to do a 180 because you're the next planet and the other planets will be behind you.
Yeah.
Right?
So now Swallow. So you tested it, right? Okay. You tested it. And so here's another thing that we have to test, Swallow, that the Earth is chasing the sun and the sun is chasing Lord knows what. And the sun is moving at 450,000 miles an hour and the Earth is moving at 66,000 miles. Unless we're adding an extra 450,000 miles to that 66,000 miles that the Earth is already moving to rotate around the sun, right? So you have to, or you revolve around the sun. So you got to remember all these other dynamic movements as well. We have to remember these dynamic movements as well. They're none of this stuff that we're being told is independent from the other. Also include the dynamic movements, include that with the location of where we are in respect to the rest of these planets, include that with the fact that the freaking moon has to chase us, right? Because that's supposed to be spinning around us. Include that with what we're being told that this place is turning at the same time. It's rotating, right, on its axis and doing a weeble wobble as well. So you put all those things together and couple that with the planets are aligning. It's false. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. I don't know what else. I don't know what else you want to say. See, here's the thing, Notch. I don't know what else you want me to say or anything like that, but it's total bullshit. These guys are over here, and all they want to say is, oh, I tested it. Oh, of course, I put it all together.
The hand.
Yeah, right. Oh, I put it all together.
Italian. Come on, he's Italian. Maria, can I answer Maria's question right quick? Maria, no, I like Z a lot, and I like what he talks. I don't, not even 1% about the rising Earth. It's just he's got a lot of good information. When he starts talking about the rising Earth, I just click off. Tired of that. But no, so I have been bamboozled. She said I might have been bamboozled. I was talking nice about Z.
Yeah.
This guy Swallow, he must have swallowed something crazy because he's talking out of his head.
Well, Swallow. Well, this guy Swallow. Here's the thing, Notch. He doesn't know what he's talking about, Swallow. Who's this guy Swallow? Come on up, Swallow. I went ahead and I dropped the link, Swallow. Come on up and explain to us. And we're going to put you here before Brenda, okay? And that's how we do over here on this show. We're not like Dither or anything like that. Like, ooh, look at me. I'm Dither, and I think I'm such a smart flat earther. Well, you know what? Go fuck yourself, okay?
You almost sounded like Ricky Moranis there instead of
Z.
Z. Yeah, you know who Ricky Moranis is?
Rick Moranis.
Yes.
Oh, Ricky Moranis. I was like, oh, Lord.
Whatever his name is. I'm sure you could correct
me. I mean, Swallow, you have to realize even when a supercomputer does this 3-body problem, it looks like spaghetti noodles. I mean, come on.
Z's probably going to be pissed. He's like, you know what, Vlad? You're not allowed on my show anymore, man. And here's the thing, Notch. Vlad always wants to make me stop.
You got to say, don't you agree, Notch? He always says, don't you agree?
Well, yes, I agree. Vlad tends to sit around and make fun of people, but what he should be doing is making fun of himself because he's the silly one, not us. He doesn't understand
that. Come on, Vlad again. He's not playing your show, Steph. He just said he would. Steph, you promised her to play Z.
Oh, yes. I know.
You got sidetracked.
Steph, I know. We're out here being foolish. I'll stop making jokes. Back to Z, everybody. Back to Z.
That's the problem with these FE gatekeepers. And again, we'll go down them one by one. You guys put all your eggs in this basket. You're the proverbial one-trick ponies that I keep talking about. You have
No, it's
nowhere
their
else to
one-trick
go.
pony.
You've spun yourself into some, I don't know, weird little, again, confederation. And now look what you did. You propagated a model. You pushed a model. You financially gained off of this model. And now here you are, compelled to support it, compelled to lie to maintain your financial gains.
Good point. I agree, man.
Anyway,
I agree. And I think I would hope that's what makes Flat Earth folks unique. Like I said again, I think it's a good thing that the final experiment stuff happened, and those guys are starting to purge. We're kind of purging the bad elements, or a lot of those false prophets of the Flat Earth, right? We're starting
It's
to
like they were on
purge that.
probation for 10 years. Like, it reminds me of prison when I was in the prison system. It's like they were on probation for 10 years. Their probation, hey, they're out. They're parole. I mean, they're 10 years parole.
Oh,
They've been paroled for 10 years, and it's now they've cleared the number. They can do what they want.
yeah.
That's what
They're
it
like,
feels
all right,
like.
I never believed. Yeah, I never believed in this Flat Earth thing. It's time for me to go.
They
Yeah.
were just under pressure to do what they did. I mean, you go back and look at the beginning. Like, someone in the chat said about Robbie Davis. What was that guy? He said he warned us a long time ago.
Oh yeah,
Robbie
yeah. It was it was Skeptic 936 that said
yeah.
that
So,
said
go ahead.
Bro Sanchez was like
One of
he
the
thinks
first.
he's a shill.
Yeah, but there was someone else in there that said they saw it too. Anyway, if anyone knows when Robbie Davidson brought the what was the night host late night show talking?
Oh, you talking about like
Sound
Johnny
to-
Carson?
No. the
Oh,
one
Celebrate
that-
Truth.
No, yeah, Celebrate Truth brought. Remember the guy in the late show night? They did a hit piece on us down in Dallas when they had the meetup.
You mean like Johnny Carson or something?
It was Ricky Kimball or Kimmel. Or
Oh,
something.
Ricky Kimmel, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
So-
Jimmy Kimmel.
Jimmy
Kimmel. There you go. So he
Thank you.
So
Reggie.
Robbie Davidson had got them. This is on through had got them to come and do the hit piece. He thought it would be good to get them down there, so he underhandedly did that. And so there were two guys, and they FOIA'd because someone got really mad at him, and he's calling the police. Robbie Davidson through on the phone, right? And you can go to there's a channel that has it. They did a FOIA request to get the 911 call. It's an 18-minute call where he was scared because the guys found out what he did, and he was scared that they were going to get him. So he's talking to the police. It's on YouTube. You can still find it.
Wow.
18-minute FOIA request of the phone call.
I see Jimmy Kimmel and people like him, man. I don't trust him, dude. He's part of the synagogue of Satan big time. So anytime I see his face around something like this, I'm like, oh yeah, man, they're going to do a hit piece, man. Or anytime I hear his name come up and then you hear Flat Earth next to it, I'm like, oh, that just doesn't sound, that's not a good mix at all. Like I'm waiting for him to do something. You know what I'm saying? That dude is just like drips synagogue of Satan. Go ahead, RG. I'm sorry.
I agree. I agree. There's a bunch of them. What I kind of seen early on was, there was some kind of convening of mainstream social medias, and then YouTube, who made a concerted effort, even in the Congress, right, to put in red letters, this isn't verified, this is archaic belief.
Right.
What I'm surprised at is that we're still right the fuck here, wide awake, knowing the truth. You can't get rid of the truth, bro.
No, you can't.
So middle
That's what it
finger
is.
to all them.
Yeah, like we're not budging. Like we see it for what, and that's my thing. Like I see all these people falling out. Oh, I'm no longer a flat earther, and I'm like, okay, well, good for you. Like I don't know how you got to that point. Like, what are you then? Are you going back to the globe? Like I find out remarkable considering that we're not living on a globe. But I find it amazing. I'm like, good for you. Like I'm not changing. There's no force that's keeping me here. It's just the truth that keeps us where we are, unless we see something that is true, right?
So what's
There's
Schneider
no-
saying? Schneider saying they all got busted big time. Guilty. You're talking Snyder. Are you talking about Dallas or something newer?
So I don't know about Dallas.
Well, I'm asking Schneider.
Yeah, right. Now I think Schneider might be talking about the guys that got caught out there, probably Robbie Davidson, Patricia Steers.
I'm
all
saying
that.
the Dallas ones.
Oh, I don't know about all that. I don't know about all that.
I just asking. Go ahead and oh yeah, and Maria, they do talk. Z does talk about Jaron, but I don't think we're going to get to it.
No, let's go ahead and let's go ahead and
The bottom of the rabbit hole. And as always, we are broadcasting live and in living color around the level horizontal topographical plane that we all call Earth. As mentioned, folks, we're in for a stupendous evening tonight as we're going to explore this, what I'm calling Confederacy of Dunces regarding the FE gatekeepers, as they all collected the other day and went on and on about a bunch of bullshit. They promoted models. They talked a bunch of nonsense. It was really a shit show, and I'm going to point it out right here tonight. Somebody's got to make them interesting. Guys, you're boring. You're all boring. All right, let's get into it. Much love, everybody. Strap in. Thank you so much for being here. Who's with me? This is the fun time. Harmon Walker's here. What do you say, Harmon? Harmon, you gonna come talk to me tonight? I haven't.
well, yeah. Here's a
Damn, I
here's
thought
the
he was
thing,
talking
Z.
to him.
Yeah, Z, hey, listen, man. I really didn't appreciate how I came up here the other day, and then you kind of you just took me off your show, and so yeah. That's all I needed to say. But no, you go ahead and you just finish up your thought, man.
I sent him a nice email. Said it's a good show and everything like that. I said I'm just not ready to go on your show yet.
Yeah,
That's all.
okay.
I said I love your show and I love what you do. Good information and entertaining. So that's all I can do. I mean, I really like the guy. I do. I just don't
So
like
Harmon, just take
Come
your
on up,
time, Harmon.
Walker.
We'll,
Take your time.
yeah,
Harmon.
we'll get to
I went
you.
ahead. I
Next-
went ahead and I
the
dropped
next
that link.
contestant.
I went ahead and I put that link down there. So you come on up, and we're going to be sitting around waiting because Z should be here any second. Well, hello,
Yeah,
Z.
I'll rub your
How's
back.
everything?
We'll make you
How's everything,
comfortable.
Z? RG, you fucking my shit up right now. I'm trying to get
Damn, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
you
I think
fucking
I got a
my whole-
lag.
Yeah, you fucking
Sorry
my
about
shit
that.
all up. But let's get back to it.
Maria had a question. Maria, it's if you go to the channel on YouTube, they haven't put a video up for over 3 years, but they used to keep up on all the drama. It's called Trolls versus Trolls. And you scroll down there and you find the one about Robbie Davidson and the FOIA request. Yeah, I think the title says FOIA request. If you look on there, you'll see what you need to see. There's a lot of old history in there. So Trolls versus Trolls.
Wow.
That's all.
Damn. You can't even trust them motherfuckers, man. Good grief.
Yeah, they're
Good grief.
they kept.
Dang, Harmon.
What?
When you said FOIA, that reminded me, they put it all over social media, different places. Damn, was it? It was either the executive branch that had a FOIA against NASA back some Apollo 11 or 12 video footage just looked like a big bright angel, man, like a ball of plasma just went down and around this whatever craft, and they were videoing it. It was really weird looking, but it just reminded me when you said FOIA.
Freedom of Information Act request type thing.
Yeah, I'll have to try to find it in my history, and I'll bring it and post it.
Right. Now let's get back to Z and them and that craziness that's going on in there.
Played your music in so long. There's people waiting for you, Harmon. For anybody who doesn't know, Harmon Walker, this guy right here, was potentially, or he was one of the contestants in the Will Duffy sweepstakes regarding the third golden ticket. Apparently, it went to this Lisbeth. We see what happened with Lisbeth. Harmon, come up and tell us Tell us if you were heartbroken. You didn't get to go on this so-called final experiment. Anyway, much love.
See, I don't know where you got that. I never was on.
Be
Never
something.
signed up for it. Nothing. I said
See,
I'd like
here's-
to go, but I'm
see,
not
here's
gonna.
the thing, Harmon. Here's the thing, Harmon. What I remember was Will Duffy had you as one of the contestants. You didn't make it. You didn't make it in that seat for musical chairs. And apparently it was Lizbeth. But that's kind of something that I'd predicted because to me, it looks like somebody as slimy and slithery as Will Duffy. He appears to be quite deceitful to me, Harmon. Okay?
But I put him.
Tell me,
I
Notch,
sent
what do
him
you
an email
think,
and I said, no, I said you misremember. I said I might have said I wanted to go there, but as soon as I looked on the site and they wanted me to write a resume, hell, I ain't putting that much time into it. I thought it was free. You know, it's free. What I got to write a resume?
When I saw the contestants, I saw all these regular looking ass dudes and this hot girl. I said, I'm gonna guess as to who it is. Y'all laughing because I was looking and I was like, I'm gonna guess as to who's gonna win a seat on that fucking airplane to Antarctica. Yo, and then it was like ding, 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 ding.
And
then
the
you
final
saw-
two are women.
Yeah, exactly. And I was like, oh, get the fuck out of here.
I don't
And
blame him.
then you see Will Duffy and smiling, and then as soon as fucking Lizbeth gets selected, he's like, well, look here, or whatever, he says his little congratulatory. He's like, well, it looks like Lizbeth, you happen to be the final contestant, and congratulations, you're going to be going to Antarctica. And she was like all happy and shit, like almost in tears. And I was like, okay, like nobody could really fucking see that shit coming. All right. Okay. That motherfucker. Let's go back to this
Hey,
shit.
Z said, I predicted it. And if you guys don't notice, it's hard to hold all these brains in with this hat. I'm so smart.
Oh, he didn't say that, did he?
No, he's showing more of himself now.
His
He's not
brain.
anymore. If you look, and Schneider, he just thought I might have said something on his channel. I'm gonna go in for it, and he probably thought somewhere in the back of his mind I said I was on it or something. But no, once I saw I had to write a resume, I clicked off of it. And then Vlad at least looked at the pictures. I didn't even do that.
What you mean?
The pictures of the contest.
Oh yeah, yeah. You just saw people falling off, and then it's a bunch of these two hot girls, and I was like, okay, all right. I already saw where it was going. Congratulations.
Yeah, I was never on it, Schneider. Not at all.
Yeah.
Not even one. Not even nothing. I had nothing to go. Hell, Vlad saw me, and he saw I couldn't walk 20 feet when I'm grabbing a shopping cart. I'm so out of shape.
Harmon needed a walker like a motherfucker, man. It's funny. His last name is Walker, and he needed one.
You know, you get mad when you see people in Walmart with those real fancy one that has brakes and everything like that.
Yeah,
Those don't look so bad.
Like, yeah, man, that motherfucker got good. You got that good insurance. You got that.
I'm gonna have to look into hooking you up, man. Yeah,
man,
I got a good show myself.
My man got a Bluetooth. He got a Bluetooth attachment on his fucking walker. It's like, damn, you got that good insurance. Look at that. Anyway, let me stop bullshit, man. Let's let Z do his thing.
In the house, Angela Baby Carson, much love. Realm Walker 1, welcome. Rom, good to see you. Chris Q coming at you, much love. Our pool in the house. Godheart Guardian, welcome as always. Earthship Bear coming at you. Sean Alke from the Great White North. Corrine Skipper, hearts and fireworks to you too. Scoon Droll, welcome. Isabella Live 2.0, much love. Morgan.
Justin Johnson, what's happening, bro? It's good to see you,
Beyond
man.
belief, good to see you again, representing the upward vector, and so many more. Welcome, gather around. Let's get into some
Justin,
stuff.
good to see
I'm
you.
ready for it.
What'd you say? Say what? What'd you say?
Oh, you're talking to me? Sorry. I was saying what's up to Justin too. I hadn't really talked to him in a long time. Just seen him right there.
JJ's been here the last 2 episodes.
Yeah, I'm his shadow.
Oh.
Ask him. I'm his shadow. He knows it.
Justin Johnson, man. Harmon's your shadow, man.
Always ready for it. for it.
Harmon's
I was
a shadow.
born ready for it.
That's a slow moving ass
Like
shadow.
I said to you
tell
after Gatekeepers, the worst day of your life is when I decided to come on YouTube and open my big, fat Guido South Jersey Italian trap on all your asses. There's no wonder why you never invited me on your shows. I see why you did it now. I wouldn't have done it either.
See his hand?
Jealousy's a
Look
son of a
right
bitch, guys. But I'm
What'd you say, Harmon?
See his hand? You got to do that when you get into character. Watch how he talks with the hand, like Italians do.
He's like, I can't say too much, Notch. My hands got chopped off. I was driving down the street the other day, South Jersey and Camden. And if you know anything about Camden, you know it's a pretty violent place.
Where in the hell does your brain go? Man, you need to put that on a leash sometimes.
No. Poor Z, man. And nobody's safe with my silliness, man.
That's funny.
Poor dude, man. Let's get back to it. I'm talking too much shit, man. Hopefully he doesn't catch wind of this, man.
going to railroad each and every one of you, and there's really no stopping me. But before we do that, let's talk about a little science. Not real science, but, pseudoscience. Come on, everybody.
It was science.
Poetry in motion. Turn a tender eyes to me.
Guys, don't worry. I'm not worried about a copyright strike. I've done so much bullshit on YouTube that I've got like 1,000. I've got so many strikes and strikeouts. I don't know. I find it a miracle I'm still up, but whatever.
Yeah, he's not going to put nothing on there. He's not going to get a copyright strike for it either, so you ain't going to worry.
Okay, yeah. So let's see him do his amazing dance. Go ahead, Z. Do your thing, man. Cut some rug.
Fingers in the ocean. Sweet as any honey. But you blinded me with silence. She blinded me with silence. Tell me yeah.
Z's got so much emotion on his face when he dances. It's amazing.
But things dead as hell.
Poor Z.
Science, everybody. Don't you love it? That's right, science. The stuff they're teaching your kids, the stuff they taught you, is you had to sit there in that public school indoctrination camp for like years and years and years. You got brainwashed by some moron teacher teaching some moron curriculum. This is the world we live in. Guys, if you don't think propaganda is real, you need to think again. You think because you live in America, the land of the free, the home of the brave, that you're free from propaganda? Couldn't be further from the truth. We're going to prove it tonight as I sit here and present to you what they're calling science. Science in name only. Where is it? Where's my articles? Darn it. I haven't prepared and everything. Believe it or not, guys, I prepare for the show. Think what you want about it. I actually give a shit. Here we go. Where are we going to start?
He just reads articles at first.
Of course.
If you want that to get to the panel, where he gets to the panel. He's just reading current events right now.
Okay, I'm sure he's going to get to the moon and everything. Elon Musk, 38 billion. Elon Musk is going to find all this shit wrong with the government saying, hey, you can save all that money, y'all, but then give some of that shit to me. You know how he do. Oh, now he's going to.
That's what we want to get to.
There we go.
That's why I did it. Stick around. I'm not your average Flurf channel, dude. I'll let my audience fill you in if you have any questions. I'm sure they'll be able to handle it just fine. Much love, Salty Sergio.
Salty Sergio.
Don't worry. It's just how I razz people here in the show. It's my way. Okay, it's my way.
I'm a flurf.
I didn't have a lot of attention as a child. Get it?
Boom.
I pretty much had to fend for myself. I was basically raised by television.
Latchkey
Movies
kid.
mostly. So, you get what you get here, all right? All right, let's get into this thing. Let me pull it up. Make sure my audio is good. Because I actually spent time editing this mess. Yeah, tell him. Angela, Z's the Flat Earth King. Enough said.
Oh, Matt Long, is he part of the synagogue of bad people? He's
Yes.
part of the Legion of Doom.
Yes.
Oh no. And D Marble too. Oh no.
Dang, I just got to watching D Marble yesterday, man.
Oh, D Marble but D Marble been out the game so long, he probably don't know. He's probably like,
You're right.
okay.
He came in with a this is the last plea, like, that I'm giving for humanity kind of
Yeah.
thing, you know. But
And then
he dropped something new.
yeah, he's probably coming back, and it's like, dog, I expected Toys R Us and KB toy stores to be here, Electronic Boutique. Like the whole world changed, man. Yeah, the world's changed since the flat earth world has changed, D Marble, since you left, man. Now that you back, it ain't the same. Your old heroes are not heroes, man. But let's let them do their thing, man. Let me shut the hell up.
I don't know. Although wearing that crown is not much of an accomplishment given my competition here, as will be evidenced shortly.
Oh, that was Angela.
Flat Earth King.
So what'd you say, Harmon?
That was Angela that called him the king.
Called Z the King?
Yeah, see? Angela Baby Carson.
Oh, Z Flat Earth King. Enough said. Well, I don't know about that, Angela. Because the crown is kind of heavy when you have to wear it. But I'll leave it to David Weiss and all those other guys. Because apparently, Angela, David Weiss and all of those other guys seem to have all the answers. So I don't know. What do you think, guys? Notch, what do you think? Well, I don't know, Z. I seem to agree. It seems as if David Weiss and Jaren and all of those other guys, they seem to have all the answers. I don't know. That's what I've always seen. What do you think, Z? Well, I don't know, Notch. Here's the thing. When you go around telling people that the sun does one thing, but then you see it doing something else, to me, I don't know. That kind of shows that you're being a little bit disingenuous. What do you think, Notch? Well, let's get back to the show, Z. I agree.
Maybe not, the most prestigious of all titles. I'm just saying. Look, we have Hank here. Hank, you got to come talk to me. I don't have a song for you yet. Maybe I'll get a song for you after the show, Mr. Hank, and you can come talk to me.
Hank's a non-flat earther.
Beyond Belief says shills the Zoom meeting. I just called it Dum Dums on a Panel. You can call it what you want. All right, so let me give this segment a proper intro. So as many of you know, many of your prominent FE gatekeepers
Panel.
had a big meet.
A panel watching a panel. Watching a panel.
Who said that?
Undoctrinated.
And you're watching us.
Yeah, right.
So you're watching two panels.
Yep. Somebody's gonna send this shit to Z and Notch and all that. Be like, yo, that motherfucker was having a slugfest making fun of all y'all motherfuckers. It's like everybody was getting work from him.
You were playing in jest. No malice at all.
Yeah, it wasn't me making fun. What? He was talking
Right.
shit about
It's all
me.
in
Is
good
that true?
fun.
That's not
All in
true.
good-
All right, let's get back to it, man.
Meeting a panel on One Kingdom in Context channel. That's him in the top left corner. His name's Sean. I think his name's Sean Griffin, but again, I'm not sure with the last name. But this panel seems to have been organized by none other than one Mr. Flat Earth Dave Weiss himself. Are you listening, Dave? You should have been listening to me all this time. I know a lot of these people listen to me because based on their talking points, it's obvious that they're listening to me. We're going to show it. But are you listening, Dave? I didn't see any emails. My email's right there. You guys see it scrolling across. Anybody can email me. thezeteticwarrior@gmail.com. It's not hard to get a hold of me, David. Matter of fact, you have my number, Dave. I have yours. You could have just texted me. But alas, yours truly was not invited to share space with these luminaries, these dignitaries on this panel.
You know, I hate that I had to cut him off, but that is true. One thing I noticed about Z is that for all the stuff that David Weiss shows, that's one person he never shows his material. He never talks about him or anything like that, right? And I'd say Z's one of the real ones, right? Like I said, man, uh, he's not like everybody's cup of tea, but I don't think all these flat earthers necessarily have to be. But I think he's got a strong enough presence, and I think he's got strong enough material that you would kind of showcase him on your channel or on your app. You know what I'm saying? And he doesn't. And so I find that a little bit strange. But whatever, that's me. That's just me. Um, that's just me. You don't like him? You don't like him, JJ? I like him. He brings something different. I feel you. I feel you. I feel you. He's full of himself. You know, he's got a different, you know, he's got a different air about him. But you know, I like Z. JJ, I feel you, bro. I feel you. And that's the thing. That's the thing. Like a lot of people don't necessarily rock with him. And like I get it, you know. A lot of people don't rock with me either. So I get that, you know. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. You know, a lot of people, you know, Z ain't it for a lot of people. He seems sensitive. He's a narcissist. His arrogance is the word. Damn. Oh, those are tough words, especially, you know, these days, man. That's tough. He seems very sensitive. Okay. These are all good words to help describe somebody, I guess. But
Well, I think Vlad, man, it goes for everybody. This rule of, self, like we're individuals living in this base reality. So we all have to deal with the reality, right? But we can always change our minds. So I think what each and every one of us do is we want to be right, right? I mean, it's just it is what it is. It comes with nature, and like you said, if we have differences or difference of opinions, then it's all good. Move on with the day. You can still be friends with people for sure.
Schneider looked like Schneider's going to work. I'm sorry to cut you off, RG. I agree. Schneider's gonna make the donut. Time to make the donuts. But no, I hear you, and everybody is different. And with all of us that do create some kind of content, right? We bring a different flavor to it. Z does bring something different. A lot of people don't rock with it. A lot of people don't like that attitude, and I understand. I understand, and I see that, and that's, you know, it is what it is.
Well, no one has Jersey friends.
Nobody has.
Yeah, nobody has Jersey friends.
Yo, people talk bad about New Yorkers. I'm straight out of Brooklyn. You know what I'm saying? I'm straight out of Brooklyn.
Well, you could have fooled me, right?
Right, but the thing is, I'm happy-go-lucky. I've always been happy-go-lucky. I've always been jokey. You know what I'm saying? Like Jokey Smurf. Yeah. For all you guys that remember Jokey Smurf, he always had the little bombs. Huh?
Do you think there's a lot of difference between Bronx and where you were from?
Oh my God, yes.
Okay, so there you go. If I say Bronx, it would be a wholly different people.
The Bronx. That place smells like pee. Oh, it's better to smell like pee than H, I guess. Get it? Anyway. Yeah.
Oh,
so no. All right. I read you. I read you. He's like, damn boy, JJ coming out with the damn lead pipe after this dude, man.
I love him, Johnson. I like his cockiness. I do. I think it's funny. You know, even when he goes off on me and stuff, I still
serious business is from the BX. He's like, hey man, I'm from the Bronx, damn it. It's like Bronx don't smell like pee. Brooklyn smells like me. Yeah. He's like, I hate Brooklyn. Yeah, he's like, nah, I even hate Brooklyn even more. And fuck you, Ironwork. Like, god damn, dude.
Hey, does it really smell like pee in the Bronx?
No, that's what I say when there's a place I'm not too fond of. But my
Like
uncle lives out. Yeah, my uncle lived in the Bronx, and that place is hilly as fuck, man. It's like after you leave the Bronx, you're exposed to the rest of New York. the rest of like upstate New York and stuff like that. Like Bronx is like the end of the boroughs before you get out into the wilderness of New York. Like there have been people have seen wolves in the Bronx. You ain't going to see no wolves in. You're not.
Is that true? Serious business?
Like wolves and coyotes. You will not coyotes, but wolves. You'll see them in the Bronx. You can find them in the Bronx. Absolutely. Yep.
Hey, serious business. Who has the better attitude? Who has the more sure attitude? Bronx?
My man said only
Jersey,
some of the Bronx.
or
Look at that.
Philadelphia.
What's it?
Philly fans, Jersey fans, or Bronx fans? Who are the
worst?
dumbest?
Oh,
Yeah,
I'd say the
I call it
worst.
the dumbest.
I'd say the worst are Philly.
Philly fans?
Oh, Jesus. They're the worst. And Philly actually smells like piss.
Now, how many guys in the chat are from Philly?
It smells like piss. P-I capital S, piss. It smells in Philly. Whoosh. Stinky, stinky, stinky. Stinky place.
Oh, wait,
Makes me think of
Stinky place.
NASA's makes me think of NASA's what do they call it? Recycled
JJ.
piss.
Yeah, JJ is from Philly. Yeah, because anytime NASA dumps P from the sky, it falls in P, Philly. Philly stands P stands for Philly. Stinky place,
Okay.
stinky place. It's time to clean up the city. Philly smells. Give an update on Mikey. Where you at?
Back up on old Z now.
Hey, and then Roger Ledwell's gonna come in here. Hey Vlad, how you doing, man? So yeah, Mikey's on his way here, and he's probably on his way here, and it's probably gonna take him another 2 hours or so. So
Well, he said
I gotta
in your
go.
chat- he said in your chat that he was stuck in
He's stuck
there
in
was an
traffic.
accident. He's stuck
Yeah.
in traffic.
I don't know, but he's stuck in traffic. So actually, right now I gotta go to work, but I'll talk to you guys later. All right, bye guys. That's Roger Ledwell. And then as soon as he comes in here, I dropped that link. Roger, go ahead, bro.
Hey, JJ said he was just playing. He's from Arizona. He ain't from
Okay.
that P city. Yeah.
Yeah, he's not from the PP land.
Well, JJ, are we close to each other? I'm on the Arizona
Oh, shit,
border
RG
here.
fell
Go
off.
ahead, City.
Hold on.
Hey, Glad.
Roger, what's going on, man? Roger Ledwell, what's happening, bro?
Oh, not much. Busy day.
All
Waiting
right.
on Mikey. He's stuck
Oh,
in traffic, dude. He's behind a car wreck somewhere 70 miles.
Yeah. He said that. He was like, "Oh no, it looks like I'm probably it's gonna take a couple more hours than normal to get to Roger's house, I guess."
Well,
So
don't you know?
yeah, oh boy, it looks like I'm stuck again. Right? So Mikey's gonna take a little bit. He's gonna take a little bit of time. It's all good though.
He's taking a nap right now.
Okay. Yeah. So so you're in Cheyenne, Wyoming, yes?
No, Denver, Colorado.
No, he's talking about JJ.
Okay,
JJ.
JJ. All right.
Yeah, he's in Cheyenne.
He got rid of Arizona.
Oh, I
So-
love Arizona. I lived in Flagstaff for 21 years, dude. Beautiful
Okay.
state.
Oh, damn. Yeah, man. Arizona's real nice, man. And I heard they got some real pretty women too, man. Shit.
They got some ugly ones too.
Ooh, every place got some bombs out there, man.
Oh yeah. So how was
Dude.
Mike Harmon? I heard he
Yo,
stayed at your
yo.
place.
Yo, we used to have, let me tell y'all, man, on the boat back in the day, we used, on a boat. When I say a boat, I'm talking about a submarine, but we'd be on deployment and shit. And then it would be like day 65. We're under there. There are no women around. And then we'd have a contest called Babes of the Underway. Yeah, that's what it is. Babes of the Underway, right? And what we would do is we'd get like a bracket, a winner's bracket, right? And then you'd say the finest looking women around, guys would be like, Beyonce, Janet. It's always the same group of women, Beyonce, Janet Jackson, Hayden Panettiere, Emma Stone, Emma Watson, you name it, all these different girls and stuff, right? And then it was like,
Megan Fox.
Yeah, Megan Fox. You get all the girls, all the best looking girls. People would say Sally Fields when she was younger. All of them. Diana Ross. You know, you say all kinds of stuff. And then it was always the same people at the end that was going to win. It's between Beyonce and then it's between Taylor Swift. And it's like, who is it? And then it's a toss up at the end. And then it's like, hey, who are you going to select? And then it's like, all right, I select Beyonce or I select Taylor Swift, and then that's who wins. But then we started to make it interesting. Then instead of babes of the underwear, I keep wanting to say babes of the underwear, but babes instead of babes of the underwear, we started doing brutes of the underwear. And instead of pretty looking women, we started doing ugly looking women, which I hate calling women ugly or particular women ugly. So what we would do is we think about the ugliest lady like on TV and stuff like that. And guess who was in like the women's bracket?
Serena Williams.
No, not Serena Williams. No,
Beyonce
Men's back.
without all that makeup.
no, not Beyonce or Serena Williams. It was Whoopi Goldberg, and it was Carla. It was Rhea Perlman
Oh, okay.
from Cheers.
What was the big bull dyke woman who was really popular
Oh,
back
yeah.
in the 90s?
From where?
Brunette, dyke looking girl.
Oh, so Mama from the Train. Remember her?
Oh, you talking about Ellen?
Yeah.
Ellen,
That ain't a woman.
give me
That's
my
a
peanuts.
troll,
Don't
dude.
get me the salted ones. They make me choke.
Oh my gosh.
Or the Goons. Yeah, the Goons. Yeah.
Yeah, Rosie O'Donnell.
Rosie O'Donnell. Yeah, that's her. O'Donnell.
Rosie, that's
Yeah,
who you talking about?
That's who I'm
Yeah,
talking
Rosie-
about. Yeah.
Damn, Rosie O'Donnell.
That was one of the Chappelle's targets, dude.
Mhm.
Yeah, she's something else, man.
Ellen DeGeneres.
Guess what? Beyonce won this last week.
Oh, what?
She won an award.
Best country album and best country duo group
Duo.
at the country Western Awards. Country Music
Really?
Western Awards.
What duo group was she with? Like Rascal Flatts or something?
It just says Cowboy for her album Cowboy Carter. She did a country western album.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
They gave it best album. Have you seen the video? Oh my god!
I heard one of the songs where she was singing "This Ain't Texas" or "This Is Texas" or something like that. For all
This
you
ain't
Texans out
Texas.
there,
This ain't hold on. Yeah, that's
yeah,
all.
yeah, something like that. It sounds good.
It
Sounds
is.
catchy.
Oh my.
Who?
So they hurt
Have
my
you ever
country.
heard that theory?
It's the same as all the other ones. They're just as flipped as everybody else, just because their words are different. Don't make them no different than in that group you're calling them. The
Rascal Flatts,
they're part of the satanic group. They're no different.
Synagogue of Satan.
Yeah, they're no different. Just because they're country doesn't mean they're different. They're just as bad.
Yeah, no. They're all in their little cabal, I guess.
Oh, country, it's country. They wouldn't do that.
Oh,
my
yeah, they would.
gosh.
All of them
Tell
do
that,
that.
tell that to that guy in Deliverance.
Deliverance.
You never saw Deliverance?
I get that mixed up with Sling Blade.
No,
Oh,
Deliverance goes back to the 70s with Burt Reynolds. And they get Warren Oates down there on his hands and knees, and the guy's raping saying, "Squeal like a pig." My name's Squeal. You never saw that? Dueling banjo.
Yeah, she takes a sledgehammer and breaks his kneecaps, right?
Yeah.
Ain't that the same one?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh my God, that sounds like Misery.
No,
Yeah,
that,
she was holding hostage.
no, that's not. If you're talking about Misery, no, that's where you.
Oh, that's a different movie.
That's
I'm talking about-
Kathleen Bates.
And that was in the '82. I'm talking about in the '70s.
Speaking of beautiful women, Bates. She's a looker.
Who?
Kathy Bates.
Kathy Bates? Yeah, nah.
Uh,
Nah.
She ain't a head turner.
Uh-uh.
Yeah. Wow.
Nah, them women, yeah. Anyway, let's get back to this show.
So
I'm
can
over
we-
here freaking
Yeah,
BS.
I was going to say, yeah. No, you're good. I was going to say, has anybody else seen this yet? Because I am curious what's
Oh, we
happening here.
We did the round
Well-
table on Flats' show already. We did it. It's Shill as are us, dude. They're
Shills are us. That's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fucked up, man. It's fucked up that it looks like
act of desperation, if you ask
Yep.
me.
That's what we were saying too, man. It was just
Yeah.
like, why are they doing it? It makes them look desperate, man.
Yep.
It really does.
Yep.
And Dave especially, God help him.
Yep.
I'm praying for him.
Yeah.
You've had 100 viewers on your channel a couple of times. It's got to 100, right?
Me? Yeah. A few
Yeah,
times.
I've seen a couple of times you got to 100. Then they watch it for 5 minutes and all went off. But no, but no. but these guys couldn't get 600 altogether, and these
Really?
aren't just the only ones. You had like 20 guys in the background.
I didn't look at the stats on it. No, really?
600 people.
That's pitiful.
That's it. It's ridiculous. It's sad.
Yeah. Yeah, it be happening like that, man. It be happening for these dudes especially, because you could tell it's well, I haven't watched it, but my assumption, and I'm assuming before I actually get to watch it, but it's like something artificial. They're not coming from a place of not what's that word of genuineness, I guess you could say. Is that the word?
Yeah.
Sincerity. Yes, that's it.
I think Stephanie left you. She gave up. I haven't seen her
Yeah, she did.
in a long time.
Stephanie's gone.
One she played. She probably wouldn't watch it herself.
Stephanie McGuire was like, "Fuck these motherfuckers, man. I'm taking my like back. Fuck you, Vlad."
I don't blame her.
Yeah. Oh, snap. He said, "Ironwork. The video has already been deleted. They got rid of it."
No way.
Wow. They got rid of it.
I wonder where it's.
Bro, that's crazy. That was the last thing I was thinking to hear.
On
Damn.
what
Wow.
channel? What channel?
Was it on Dithers' channel?
Voila. It was this guy's channel right here.
It's on Sean. It's Sean Kingdom in Context. He did it.
But it was on a
KIC.
few other. It was broadcast on a few other channels too.
Oh, snap. Okay.
We've been on
Maria,
Sean
the video right here, the panel one we're watching with Z.
Oh, Stephanie's
not-
here. You was talking bad about Stephanie like that. We were just
came back?
They were just Stephanie. They were just talking bad about you, Steph.
We were.
Harmon was like,
I said
looks
Stephanie
like
left
Vlad, you just made Stephanie. She looks like she just left. Yeah, it looks like she just left. Normally she would just stick around and she'd probably listen in, but it looks like she just left. Yeah. Oh, there she is.
One of these
Damn,
days.
that's so funny.
One of these days.
Oh shit, Greg is in the house. Greg Live Music is in the house. Well, come on up, Greg, because I've dropped the link and I'm gonna make it easy for you. All right. And since Notch isn't here, just making it a lot easy for you to just come on up and say what it is you need to say. All right. Go ahead, because the floor is just available and it's right here for you. Go ahead.
Bro, I swear you sound just like him if I close my eyes, man.
You know what pisses some people off is when you do shit like that and they're like, "The fuck you doing, man? That doesn't fucking sound like me." And you know what it does? It makes people laugh harder when they do that. And then they're like, "No, it sounds exactly like damn it," and it pisses people off.
I think, bro, you might have brought that with you from the military. You know what I mean? Like it's always like when I was in ROTC, and I'll keep it short, but ROTC in the Navy when I was in 10th grade, me and my brother. But man, bro, we would crack up on the drill sergeant, you know, and he would do the same to us. Like if our parents would have heard how we joked around, they probably would have tried to get that dude fired. But it was fun.
Shit, yeah, man. Yeah, and you know what? People make fun of me all the time too, so I'm like, I'm used to that shit. And so I just mock and mimic people and shit like that. And I mean, it like most people are cool with it. It's the ones that aren't cool with it that it's even funnier when they get when they lose their shit and they get real mad. Who is it? G, what's happening, G?
What's up, guys?
Hey, Greg.
Good to see you, man. Good to see you, bro.
Good to be
What's up,
here.
dude?
Yeah, long time
How
no
y'all doing?
speak, man. Man, it's good, man. We're good. I'm chilling.
Video.
Yeah, let's go back. Yeah, we'll go back to the video. I'm talking shit. Let's go back to the video.
Others like me were not invited, which is interesting, fellas, because every face that I saw come up on this panel, and there were many, not just the 9 you see here, each and every one of them were completely silent up to and during this so-called final experiment. I heard none of you say anything up until this point, including you, Flat Earth, Dave. Not a word, except I was here and others like me. Very few, by the way. We basically created the narrative that you all presented tonight. I didn't see any of you giving me credit. My audience knows it's not going to be forgotten by them, and they're not going to let anybody else forget. So anyway, we sat here and watched this collection of gentlemen. It was really a very pitiful experience. I felt very drained and disoriented after this whole hour and a half. So I'm going to try to spice it up for you guys, at least make it interesting. And I'll certainly give my commentary. But they collected here as, I don't know, some show of solidarity amidst the goings on in the so-called FE community. Let's get into it without further ado. Much love, everybody. I'm going to have to speed this up. I'm going to have to. Where is it? I'm going to go 1.5. I can't listen to these idiots on normal speed. There's no way. Much love.
Many of us said, if the sun circles, that means the earth is a globe. Well, we were wrong. I mean, that was a statement before. I made that statement in 2015, 16, where I thought the sun was a physical, there we go. The sun was a physical object in the sky, and I no longer believe that. And I asked.
Right. So, Dave, you said that the sun circles, it's a globe. You said many, but I know you said it. I don't know how many people said it. Maybe people who listen to you, who follow you. I never said anything so stupid. I know a lot.
I'll tell you what, I did not know that David Weiss said that if the sun circles that it's a globe. I didn't know he said that.
He
prior
did.
to he did he really?
Yeah,
Said it many times.
Why? But my question is, how are you what makes you what makes you say that?
I can tell you why he did.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, please.
He thinks it's a really big ball immersed in ether.
What?
You ever heard the big ball Earth theory yet?
No.
The giant ball Earth?
No, it's
yeah.
I don't think he
Well, that's the Home Depot. He believes in the Home Depot too.
No, that's what I'm familiar with. The Jaren's Home Depot thing.
Well,
that it's so big that we could be in a small little containment, and meanwhile you've got outside the containment is the rest of the earth. That's a ball.
I'll give you my opinion. I think it's because they're not taking enough time to really think about and consider. It's not a 2D circular reality. It also has depth and height, right? So you got to add that in with the firmament. We don't know what size the firmament is, but the sun would operate totally different if you didn't have the concept, right, of no firmament. That's what Jaren has done. He's drew a circle around himself on a 2D piece of paper, saying, I don't know, this can't work like this on a circle, right? It's like, well, okay, turn that circle, stand it upright, and the sun is doing it. It's going up and down, up and down. Your eye makes it seem as if it's going round and round, right? But it's moving it's not just circling in one spot, right? It's moving at the same time. So you got to add all those factors in.
And you got to understand perspective. For one, you got to understand how to figure out perspective works. Angular size is an actual thing, and when they do move, it changes, and you got to take that in account when you're measuring where any object is in the world. Period. And on a globe, you really can't do that. And due to the curvature rate, if you do the calculations of both, the horizon gets much closer. It cuts it in half, and it makes it look much smaller than what it actually looks like. The perspective argument's the best killer. And that's where the black swan comes into play. The black swan gives you a horizon well beyond the geometric horizon that they have to have on a globe to begin with. So if it was a really big ball, you could get away with that argument. That's basically what they're trying to squeeze in there. And there's etherites. You've heard of them, and I know a few. They're good people. They believe that we're in ether. The earth is in ether.
You make etherites sound like they're like Mennonites. You're like, oh, we've got Mennonites right here. They farm. They don't bother nobody. They're just good people. They sell milk.
Well, like John Thor, he's an etherite. I'll give you
Okay.
a ton of flat earthers that believe in ether. They believe in ether winds too. That's what
Okay.
controls all the elements around us, our weather, everything. Light.
Okay.
Yeah. But when you ask them what ether is, be prepared because there's
Wow.
like 30 different definitions from what I gather now.
Wow. And that's, you see, and my thing is, I'm a Mr. I don't know.
There you go.
I'm honest with the I don't knows, and I've got an abundant supply of them, because based off of what I've been told, and it seems like everything is a theory on top of a theory on top of a theory on top of a guess on top of a theory. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to go with that because it doesn't bring us anywhere. So I don't know. Like, but I do know that I don't feel like I'm moving. I do know that I've seen distances that, you know, where I can't see any curvature, and I know that it operates like it's flat. We treat it like it's flat, and it is flat. It's not moving. I don't know how I got somewhere else, but I did, and they had me fooled for years. That much, those things I know, and those things I can be honest and I could say.
You can verify. Yeah. So the thing is, like, this is what Austin Whitsitt is hung up on, is the Nicholson-Morley experiment, where they tested to see if light changed speed, going different from east to west, north to south, in all directions, but it did change. So they were testing for what they call ether or ether wind. And in the same process, they proved that the Earth doesn't move. The light is what's moving.
Oh, you're talking about Michelson-Morley.
Michelson-Morley.
That's a good point.
And the same with Aries failure. It was after that, and he didn't have to declinate his telescopes before the light was already at the bottom of the telescope. The light was already moving there. It was already in that 45 degree before
that ties into the ether and propagation, right?
Yeah. So those prove both those experiments prove without a doubt that the Earth is not in rotation. And if it's not in rotation, it's not in an orbit.
Right. And if it's not doing those things, then you could start pulling the thread off the sweater.
Yep.
Then it's that curvature, right? The curvature's gone, and everything else seems to follow.
It's a real basic argument.
Yep.
But
so John says all that show was to save Whitsitt. Huh.
Yeah, he did come in. He comes in later, and he's really quiet.
I think he's been high ever since he got back. About 10 days ago. I'm not high. No, I'm very good. I'm not high. My God,
y'all got me curious now, man. Y'all got me curious. Let's get back to it if you don't mind.
Sir. It's when he did his live show about 10 days ago or so.
Okay.
But before you get back into it, can I ask for some clarification for some people who have heard it? Vlad, you mentioned earlier that Patricia has now come out saying she can't do the flat Earth any longer. But keep in mind, ever since TFE, we've heard all these claims like early on that Jaron is a Glober now, even when he was straight up saying, I'm not a Glober. So I've heard so many people just jump into that. But has she really done that? And also, how about with Karen B? Because I want to know, have they actually done that, or are people just
I don't know. All right. So based off of emails that certain people have had, those are the claims. Based off of those emails that they've gotten from those individuals that I'd mentioned earlier, those are the claims. And I'd seen them as well. I've seen the emails, or the email, excuse me, from a person with the initials PS. And I've seen the Facebook post from a Robbie Davidson. Is it Robbie Davidson?
Robbie Davidson. Yeah.
Right. So I've seen that, and my thing is, I'll be honest with you, Greg. I will be totally straight up with you. I don't care. I don't care. I don't watch their material. I don't know who they are. I don't care what they are. They don't do nothing for any of. They don't. Here's the thing. Like, I so don't care about what they do or what they believe or what they don't believe, that even if they came in here and did whatever, cuss me out, like, I still wouldn't care. I'd be like, good, bye. I don't know why. I don't know, and I don't care. But go ahead.
You know why I care? Greg.
Wait, Greg.
I watched the Jaron show. And he's straight out saying He's changed his name again to WWE. What was WWE? It was something Flat Earther now. But anyway, he says straight up he's a Globie now. And Patricia Steer took all her stuff down. I watched Mark Sargent's show on Tuesday, and he says, "Yep, she left the Flat Earth and she's a Globie now." And Robbie Davidson wrote the email, and it was read on Mark Sargent's show that he's a globe person now. That's the only 3 I know for sure.
Okay, thanks.
But
I want to say why I do care, Vlad.
Yes.
I never followed those people, and I immediately, many years ago, was calling out Patricia. I'm like, there's just something weird about it. Like, I mean, long ago, I was like, there's not and the Karen since day one, I've never liked her. I was always skeptical.
Greg,
and I've never given them a chance. But why
Greg,
it matters to me?
Greg, how long ago was this?
I don't know. I got into Flat Earth in 2015. I lose track of time. Maybe a few years after that.
Greg, you want to know something that's strange? A lot of people felt the way you felt back then.
Yeah,
I'm starting to hear what you're saying between a lot of other people that were like at and around that time. Isn't that so, Harmon? Harmon, you talking like quiet because you on mute, homie.
Yeah, they said it all the time. They said it back in 2017 when they were putting the videos out, Antonio and all those other people saying the Earth, the sun bloody well does set south of east and sets, rises south of east and sets south of west in Australia. And they were telling them, and Dave tries to act like, well, I've never heard that before. Him and Antonio used to Skype together 2015 for hours. Then he wants to pretend he doesn't know who he is. They know. These guys, they're not honest. Yeah. They're just not honest.
But why it matters to me is for things like this, when we see these shows and it helps paint a picture, it helps tell a story. Yeah. Like, it would be one thing if there was somebody in this whole panel, because right now we're looking at 9 of them. There were a lot more in that panel at one point. And
wait, on that for that show, you mean?
Oh yeah. There were more.
There's a total of about 22 that show up, but you can only have 9 at a time.
Oh,
they rotate them in and out because you can only have 9 at a time. You can't have any more than that.
But it would be one thing, right, if we were skeptical of one person, and then we would all be like, yeah, you gotta cut them some slack, whatever. But if you can understand the background of Patricia, of Mark, all the history of them, and some weird goings on in a hotel at one of these conferences. I mean, there's so much stuff on all of them. So that's why I care, because it helps. Right. It helps me understand. And if we're trying to figure out what is their end game, how do we defend against it?
Yes.
How do we best tailor our approach? Then those things do matter.
And you know what? I'm not saying that they don't matter.
I hear
but
you.
I'm telling, and Greg, what you make a valid point, and it's because you've been around and you've seen these. Like, I don't know who a Patricia Steer is. The only reason I know Karen B was because she blew up on Saab the way she did, right? And she came on the tinfoil sombrero. That's the only reason. David Weiss, I lost confidence in him big time based off of. Like, it seems as if, which I hate having to say it, but he seems like he's double talk, right? He'll say one thing and then a couple of seconds later he'll say something totally different, and I'm like, that's not what you said before, right? And so just seeing that from him, and then seeing the company that he keeps with those guys, but then you saw it and the whole experience that you've had with all those guys, like, I don't have that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. All I have is the experience from David Weiss. And then not much of those guys, right? I don't make the connections like you do. So you see it in a whole different light. And so when it matters to you, because it now makes a lot of sense. What we're seeing now to you, you can better illustrate for us why it's a big deal. Where at me, all I could do is make jokes and make fun of people's voices. Nothing of real substance, like somebody like you that's been around, somebody like Harmon's that's seen these people for a long time to explain, okay, well, this is the part where this guy was doing this with another guy, or this girl was doing this with underage boy, which I'll tell you what, I hate having to say these things, but much of what I'm hearing, and I'm not placing blame on anyone, I'm not, but much of what I'm hearing is some of those things that I just mentioned. You know what I'm saying? Weird
Mhm.
things like this, their names are coming up in those weird things. And I'm like, what the hell is going on, dude? Why
You
is it
know,
that their names are coming up? Why is their names coming up in this weird stuff? And I don't want to place nobody's name with anything like that's criminal related, because I don't want to get hit with slander or defamation of characters or nothing like that. But people are here, people are talking, and people have heard
mm,
these things. Plus, people are starting to drop like flies. I'm wondering
mhm.
I'm wondering what it is you guys that have a little bit more skin in the game than I do, what it is you guys have seen to help put the rest of these puzzle pieces
Well,
together
look,
and make
well,
us
you know,
understand a little bit better.
the first thing
Go
I
ahead.
noticed is that they held this event at a big Mason, like
A mason
they
jar?
did a big show. Yeah, like the big mason jar, you know, and maybe, you know, if you want to go to the next level, a lot of times you got to do some things that are video recorded or, you know, can be used against you later on. That may be why some people are falling off. I
Right.
won't
Well,
say names, but
are
a lot
are
of
you
people
talking?
went to that convention.
Are you talking about that? Yeah, that one that they held there. And then their excuse, they say that, well, they were, I think they said that wasn't that during one of the ones during the shutdown, and they said that their initial
Yeah, they were trying to
scheduled
save money and stuff.
place was turned down, so they had to place
Yeah.
find somewhere last second. And remember, Karen B organized a lot of those things. And then if you look at the first Flat Earth conventions, even the logo, like if you're going to be looking into something for symbology and colors and whatnot, the FEC it literally looks, their logo looks like a kid in kindergarten that just got a Photoshop for the first time, designed it. It was horrible. And if you want to look at those letters and the F and the E and the C and the way they're put together, I mean, I'm just saying you can read into that. Maybe there was nothing there. But if you've got a group of people who are supposedly in tune to all that stuff, and you put out this incredibly horribly designed logo that has some other meanings to it, I mean, there's so many different little angles you can take to this. And then on this panel here, we don't ever talk about him, but Matt Long. One thing that raised red flags for me with him was because I've never been a fan of that. Who's the guy that from Hollywood that puts out those videos that they're all these same guys are in? You know, the
Hibbler?
Yeah, Hibbler. Like he's just, I mean, I think his videos suck. Everybody praises him. It's like, oh man, amazing. I remember one of the ones he put out. I mean, there's some good content in some of them, but one of them, I don't remember which one. It seemed to me, my impression was, and that was that time that although David Weiss is saying the word God again, he left saying that. He was just saying creator, and there it seemed like that one of these videos was all about trying to get people to buy into a land beyond the ice wall. And maybe there is, but this entire video, so much of it was focused on that. But this Matt Long guy's been in with these guys since day one. So just, I think with connections, sometimes there's something going on.
He's from Texas, just like you,
yeah,
Greg.
I guess so.
Holy moly.
Well, I'm gonna give it up to Eric Dubay guy, because Eric Dubay called a lot of these shills out a long time ago.
Yeah.
Patricia,
This is what I'm hearing.
Yeah. He did a whole slew of videos just making fun of them, calling them shills.
Yeah.
And everybody in the community, like, why is he doing that? And now they're all coming out.
Well, he never broke down and went into their channels, that's for sure. He never did go on any of them.
Yep.
Nope.
Yep. And that's funny because when Jaron was talking bad about Eric Dubay, I would go on Jaron's show and I'd be like, dog, why don't you get him up? Why don't you talk to him about how he's wrong and how he's everything? Just talk to him. Talk to him. Like let's figure this shit out. And then Swalla GE is saying Eric Dubay is the worst of them all, mate. Kangaroo, didgeridoo, Dunkaroo, Marmite, Vegemite, Crocodile Dundee, mate. That's what Swalla GE is saying. Yeah, but you gotta take hats off to Eric Dubay. He's a little bit strange, but it sounds like he's been calling him out. But that's the thing. Like, you guys have seen so much more than I've seen in this community, right? And it's just weird how all these people are falling off, but they have some dirt, like dirt. You know what I'm saying? Some real dirt attached to them, and it's not good.
it's of a bad nature. It seems with a lot of them, if not all of them, a lot of them. You know what I'm saying?
No, what are you
Yes,
saying?
sir.
It's like a bad dirt.
I don't know what
It's
you're
like
saying.
a bad dirt, like where
Well, let
it
me tell you how,
involves. Go ahead.
how I have been treated, guys, by one in particular who, does these shows, uh, cosmology shows. They're just now coming up. They don't have a lot of people like with them, but I just got on X last year. But let me tell you, man, there's one dude in particular. I tried to donate money to him on a couple of occasions. He refunded my money, said, "I don't want your fucking money." Right? I'm like, okay, that's weird. So then I was on a show with him and one guy talking about perspective, and this was a long time back before anybody was talking about perspective, right? And I was speaking on my eye, the injury. Anyway, I'm not going to take a long time. The thing is, bro, every time I get around this guy who's on a show or something, like, and he's hosting or he's part of a group that's hosting, like Flat Earth Fridays, man, the dude is rude as fuck. Talking about nobody wants to hear your dog shit stories. Man, I don't even know the dude. I don't even know the dude like that. But every time I've gotten around him, he's booted me out of the chat or just called me, man, just stupid shit, man.
Oh,
man, dude, it's I'll talk to you after the show, man.
Oh, damn, it's like that.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Schneider says Powerland is legit.
Is Math Powerland?
It's not even his name, but I guess you can go by that.
Yeah.
He used to work at NASA. Yeah.
No, he never worked at NASA.
Oh,
he was an
I
artist.
hung out with him for about a year and a half in Vegas.
Why does he call himself Math? Is he good at math?
His name's Matthew, but he said so many people were called a different name, so he didn't want to be like the rest of the Matthews. His name is Matthew Boylan.
Yeah.
Oh, but which one was the guy that used to paint for NASA?
That wasn't a true story. That was a story with him.
Okay.
That was a story that went with him. It wasn't a true story. It has it's like I'm related to that guy, but he's my fifth cousin. That's how he was related to him. He had a friend that had a friend that did something, and
they all say that in Alabama.
Well, I'm just saying he's just a very, and if you watch his late shows, he's been doing his guitar thing lately. He's just very, very, very paranoid. He really is. He's a very paranoid person.
Damn.
About everything. And
man.
So that's it. I mean, I helped him carry his paintings around. I helped him clean his thing out. I watched him paint. He can paint his ass off. Don't kid yourself.
Like you talking about if your walls are looking like shit and you need somebody to paint like a Dutch boy or something like that?
No, artists like painting Shiva, painting like this one Indian hotel had him paint a big old 10-foot Shiva for him and stuff like this.
Oh wow!
And he does floor designs and all that kind of stuff. No, he don't paint walls.
Oh, I thought it was like, yo,
he's
man,
an artist. He's an artist.
Okay, all right.
I
was gonna say because I was in for 23, man, and I did quite a bit of painting.
Yeah.
Hey, Pebbles, yeah.
It sounds like you did it on purpose.
No, I mean,
you volunteered. Yeah, I'll paint. There, that's
all right. They were like, here's a little breathing thing, man. Get your ass to painting, stupid. Like
that's what they don't understand. People that see all the movies that have been in the military. Ain't nobody volunteer in the military.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They got that. You get good with a paintbrush.
You just volunteer.
Yep, exactly.
Hey, Pebbles said something in the chat, and I just wanted to say yes. I ain't gonna say name, but to Pebbles, yes. Yeah.
Oh wow!
Interesting, because I already had my run in with him.
Wow!
I guess he don't want to say. Maybe I shouldn't have.
He don't want to say the name, but if you look in the chat, it's clear.
No, I mean, no, I will. I'll blast his ass out. He deserves a good talking to. But I'm just a little more respectful than that, on shows.
I got you. Well, you can say what you need to say. Harmon's curious. Harmon's curious. Harmon's
okay.
Who was it?
Okay. So first of all, my money ain't fucking good enough for the dude that's on Space Audits. First name Alan capital ALLEN. Yeah, he said that I say dumbass shit that don't make no fucking sense. So that's why I can't ask questions. When Witzel was like inviting everybody on the panel, hey, you can come ask questions. Man, as soon as I requested, he booted me out of StreamYard. Man, and then the dude had to when I was telling about my perspective and how I see and how I was the first fucking person to bring that to FE, basically.
Right.
They kicked me out of that show, said, we don't want to fucking hear about perspective. That ain't what this show is about, And then ever since then, he's just been a dickhead, man. And, yeah, excuse my language, bro, but fuck you, Alan.
Is Alan a flat earther?
Yeah, obviously.
I don't know what he is.
Space Odyssey. Not all of them are. It's one of them.
So
it's not a flat earther group.
And I was speaking to somebody else, I think, by the way. So.
Damn.
Similar name, but that somebody that's beloved here.
Greg's like, yeah, that ain't the dude I was talking about, but that's good to know, though. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Well, but
yeah,
wait,
man. You know what really got me? What really got me, bro? I'm gonna land the plane here, but what really got me is I asked one of my really good friends from Flat Earth, hey man, can you call Alan, get in contact with him, and ask him, hey, what's going on? Like, why is he talking like that? Why is he just refunding my money when I'm trying to help him? Dude, he got him on the phone, put it on speaker, right? I'm talking on the other side of the phone, right? And man, he said, hey man, he just wanted to know if y'all could talk and work things out or whatever. He don't know what's going on and why you're against him like that. And he said, man, because he's a fucking stupid ass retard. Man, I heard that, bro, and I was like, that's good enough for me. I ain't ever gonna fuck with that dude no more. Ever. He lost my respect. Talking about my back like that. Yeah.
Oh my God. Damn, what's wrong with people, man? You got people out there, man. Yo, these last couple months, the news that I'm starting to hear with a lot of these people in the flat earth, I'm like, look, I know I'm weird. I know I'm weird, okay? I don't but weird in how I think, right? How I see things. I guess you could call seeing things differently as weird, but no, like some of the things that I'm hearing, like some of these people's actions with how they do things with other people, that I'm not even going to say it. It's so disgusting. I'm like, that's just, I don't even know what to call it. And I'm like, I feel like I'm in the twilight zone. Because I would expect globe people to do some of the things that I've been hearing that a lot of these motherfuckers are doing. You understand what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I don't even want to say it, but you know what I'm saying. And I'm like,
what are you saying?
I ain't gonna say that shit, dog. I ain't gonna come out and say that. No, I ain't gonna say all that. No. And then get hit with, and then you got some people that's in the synagogue of Satan. They so happy. And then if I say something tart or out of character about one of these people talking out their name, then I could get sued, man. I could get sued. I could get Peggy sued. I could get Bobby sued. And I'm not trying to get sued. None of that. You know what I'm saying? But y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know what I'm talking about. But it's fucked up, man.
You can sue me all day long. You ain't gonna get a whole lot. I can tell you that.
Yeah, man. Nah, man. I need my little Mercator map over here. You know what I'm saying? That's the only nice thing I got in this bitch.
Do you have a pet?
Me?
Yeah.
I've got I've got these birds that I take care of. That's it. But other than that,
yeah, that's cool. I don't think I've ever heard of the birds before, man. That's cool.
Yeah, I got a couple of cardinals, a freaking painted bunting, a fucking yellow bird. I don't know what it is, and a couple of freaking whatchamacallits, woodpeckers out here.
But they're not in your house.
No, Sometimes we have coffee, but other than that, no.
So you're just talking about birds that are outside when you go outside.
Yeah, and I feed them.
I asked you had any pets, and you go, no, I got some birds. So that meant you have birds in cages too. I bet you everybody in the chat when you said that.
Oh no, nah, a bunch of birds in cages so they could shit all over my house? Hell no. Fuck that.
Oh my gosh.
You could be like Jim Anus. He's got a whole bunch of homing pigeons, dude.
Oh, all them pigeons up. Oh, he's one of them motherfuckers crazy as shit. Got pigeons all over the place.
Did he say homie pigeons or homie?
Homing, not homie.
He got homie pigeons. He
Homie
like,
pigeons, man. Yeah.
hey, bro, you got some crackers for me? You got some crackers? You got some pretzels? What's up, Holmes? Pigeon,
Well,
what's up?
you got a Mexican
They
pigeon,
had
bro.
that cartoon that showed the pigeons that would talk like the good fellows. It was on one of those. They all
that
talk
was
like
Animaniacs.
You remember that? Maniacs,
Good
yeah,
feathers.
Animaniacs.
Yeah.
Funny as
Good
hell.
feathers. Yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah, good feathers.
Oh. I remember it quite well because I'm Yakko, my brother's Wacko, and my sister is Dot. And when we were kids, we were actually in Hollywood area, and my grandmother actually taught Spielberg's kids how to swim. And then my mother was watching it with me one day, and like, that reminds me of somebody. She goes, "Yeah, it could be you guys." Like,
really?
Really? I'm not kidding. I wish I were, but that we grew up in the Hollywood area back in the 70s. So
Jesus.
Yeah.
Huh.
That was the
We're
building times. That's when they all.
Animaniacs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know
Yeah,
the whole
Looney
damn
Tunes and all
deal.
that.
That was a Steven Spielberg.
Hey,
Yep.
Right.
That was.
Hey,
That's where I
Vlad?
got the connection from.
Hey,
Go
Vlad,
ahead,
brother,
Harvey.
I'm gonna mute up and I'm just gonna stretch here for a minute. My back's kind of killing me right now, but
Yeah, do your
I'll be
thing.
right here. And actually, I was gonna ask you when the show's done, can I drop one of my songs I finished lately in here?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
You might play for me? Okay, cool, man.
$5.
Thank you.
$5.
Hey,
What'd you
I'll
say?
pay it. I'll pay it.
Harmon charging motherfuckers out the gate. That's a good man right there. Look at that.
$5.
Godheart Guardians in the house. Hey, Godheart Guardian, what's good, man? Welcome to the show, man. Come on up on the panel. You can say whatever you want, man. I'm just over here looking at these fucking dunces just sitting here just talking it up, acting as if they figured it out. Oh man, I'm running out of fucking Z steam.
Can you do Z again right quick on the video for about 5 minutes to see what he says? He's getting.
Oh yeah. Let's see what Z
A lot of
says. I
people
got
who
it.
never said anything so moronic and dumb. But you said it. Okay, we could all make mistakes. But you kept saying it, Dave. You said it up until the time they went. You're still saying it, basically. You said the whole thing was going to be a David Copperfield magic show. And then once Jaron and Austin got back, you said it was a plasma laser sun that increases the temperature in Antarctica 40 degrees whenever they fire it up. And they somehow synced it up with the real sun, and nobody would know. And that poor Austin and Jaron were just unwitting dupes in this little charade. So as you sit here and say that you don't believe in a physical sun, why do you cling so hard to these baseless claims that you're making about this trip?
Oh my goodness. And he's right. He's right. Like seeing David Weiss like fucking go from this excuse to that excuse to that excuse to this excuse. It's painful to watch, but he's right. He's going over all that shit. He's raking them over the coals right now. But woof, that's true. That is true. God damn.
All right, go.
Dave, the reality is you pushed a disproven, falsified model of the flat earth for years. You're still pushing it. We're watching your insane app behind you, your app that, by the way, is compromised, doxes the personal information of every single person who signed up for it. Have you changed it, Dave? Have you gone into the app and corrected it? Have you apologized? Have you refunded any money? I don't think so, Dave.
Wow.
I asked a group of people, can you make up a theory for a flat earth sun that is crazier than the heliocentric one? And so far, no one's been able to do it.
Yeah, and I think, Ian, to jump on top of that, like nothing has really changed for me because scripture hasn't changed, which is what my flat earth journey was like very much based upon. And so it even like really kept me from even following the TFE stuff very much because I just wasn't that interested in it because I knew that what was written down wasn't going to change. Now I'm
All right, so the guy speaking, his name's Matt Long. That's David's partner. They used to do a podcast together. I forget what it's called. Some of you may know. So nothing changed for him because the Bible, everybody, well, the Bible just says what the world is. So don't worry about practical physics. Don't worry about demonstrable reality. practical demonstration. Don't worry about that. It's the Bible. So we're still going to cling to the Hebrew cosmology of the circling sun and the monopole. We're going to disregard perspective. We're going to disregard all observation. And you're just going to stick with the Bible, Matt. Interesting logic you're using there. I got it too fast. I got to adjust the playback speed here. Bear with me.
I'm fully following it because it's like the most exciting, dramatic thing that I've seen in a while. It's actually been fun to watch. So, but yeah, I think.
Yeah, fun to watch, Matt. That's what you did the whole time. But you're talking now that all the talking points have been laid out. Now that the conversation's basically over and the dust settled, your dumb ass is going to come out and put your stupid face on this panel with all these other idiots and say, oh, you're enjoying the drama. You have no skin in the game, Matt. You're going to stick by your Hebrew cosmology. You're going to continue with those talking points. You got the guy next to you with a Gleason's model behind him. Dave with his app, on and on. You got Joe Hanvey with another Gleason's model. You guys aren't going to give it up, your Gleason's map. I'm not saying that the AE map is right or wrong. That's not the point. The point is, why are you guys presenting a model? Why are you conflating maps and models? And why do you spend the majority of this panel talking about the Bible's cosmology? This is the answer? This is the answer you're going to give Jaron? You're just giving Jaron endless content because you're all going to sit up here and lie. You're all going to deny observation. You're playing into Will Duffy's hand. You're playing into the false binary presented by these people. You really know better than them.
I think the Bible is still a flat earth book, and it will always be a flat earth book, and that's what I ground my truth in. So my world has not really been shaken. It definitely hasn't.
Really, Matt? Why don't you ground your truth in the actual reality that we exist in? The physical reality that could be demonstrated. So you're going to sit there and cling to the 66 books of the canonical Bible that were presented to you and filtered through the Roman Catholic Church and then the King of England through the King James Bible. Matt, what other scriptures are you reading? You're just going to accept everything that's told to you basically by the government? The Church of Rome, which was the Roman Empire that never fell? And then the English Empire? Do you just love empires? Do you love monarchy? Do you love authority? You're just going to accept the religion that was given to you and tell me that as long as you follow the Bible and the cosmology presented, that's all that matters? This is how you're going to raise your children? You're a clown.
It hasn't been moved, that's for sure.
And when you have to look up to figure out what this is and what the floor is, there's a problem there. And I
gotta agree with them.
Roger, go ahead.
I gotta agree with Z on this, that they're conflating maps and models. That's the big issue.
Right.
A map and a model are two different things completely. You use a map for a model, but they're not the same. Yeah. To model that out, you have to have stars, sun, their locations at the time.
I got you. It's everything's got to be everything's got to be present and accounted for, somehow representing where it is we live, is what you're saying.
Z even says he doesn't know if the map, the land map is wrong or not. He says it seems to be working, but he never said that. He just states models.
Yes. Yeah.
Go ahead. Let's see what he says.
Okay, let's continue, shall we?
Think this. I honestly look at it this way. A lot of people that are in flat Earth didn't know about the Southern Star Trails. They didn't know. They had no idea about the Southern Cross. They had no idea that there are certain things that happen in the sky.
Really? They didn't know about the Southern Cross and the Southern Star? Why? Why? The observations were there for everybody. Yeah. Could it be that a bunch of gatekeepers dominated the algorithms, circled their wagons, and then gave you a long debunked model, a model where they ignored the southern skies, the Southern Cross, the southern pole star trails? Interesting. Why would we not know those things? They're well known. They're well known to those who exist in the far south regions of this earth.
And
what was there?
That's something that I'd mentioned, and I'm going to get back to it. But that's something that I'd mentioned before, is that even though we focus and we see things as we see them in the north, we have to remember that there are motherfuckers that live in the south that see something different, right? and we have to take into account what it is they're seeing. We just can't ignore it. And I think as flat earthers, as people, period, we tend, and you could tell by, you know, as the year progresses, it's Christmas for everybody. And in a lot of people's mind, since so many of us live in the North, right, we forget that people in the South don't experience weather the same as we do during Christmas time up here in the North. So that's like an example to me, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, people tend to forget that there are people in the South, and life's a little bit different down there. But whatever. Anyway,
it is. So you're on the star trails right quick. Eric Dubé made a valid point on a video he did not that long ago, where the star trails on a globe Earth would have to actually go somewhat north to south too, because of the actual trajectory of the globe. You wouldn't just have a circular pattern. You'd have star trails that would go downward around the ball because it's moving. And actually, it not actually move, but it would seem to trail off that way, north to south, not just trail around east to west. That's one of the Zetetics' main talking points in their cosmology.
Which, you know what? I have that. I downloaded that book. I have to read it. I have to read that book. I've got a few books I need to read. Jesus. But, okay. All right.
That's
let's
where
get back.
one place the globe fails into, is just throwing it out there.
Okay.
I can throw up many more if you want.
Yeah. I guess we'll get to them points, but let's hear Z and them.
No, I don't have all night, man.
Oh, okay. I know you're probably working, but
I got a stream I'm doing in a half hour anyways.
Oh shit, that's right. Yeah, you be on late.
It's your bedtime, I'm glad anyway.
Yeah, it's past my bedtime. It's way past my expiration. But let's continue. Let's keep on rocking.
Where to hide? Why did you guys protect a monopole model with the circling celestials as you ignored perspective, as you ignored solar observations, especially when it's presented to you guys over and over and over again?
On the other side of the Tropic of Cancer, that this was mind-blowing to them, that they had never seen anything like it. And no matter what, I can't understand, me personally, I can't understand how looking at that takes away what we've already discovered here. Right. And that's something that a lot of people have ignored.
Let me just jump in on that. You know, the motions of the stars can be modeled. Joe Hanvey's model, if Joe Hanvey's model was 100% accurate, that's still just a theory.
If we want to talk about special pleading fundamentally from the start, who has a better model than we do? We have a container. So
containers, models, they can't stop. Dave, you can't stop talking about models. Whoever's talking right now, models. Not once did I hear anybody in this panel say the heliocentric model is impossible. We really are under no burden to supply another model. I take that back. Whitsitt did say it. I will say Whitsitt was probably the most coherent and intelligent member of this panel, but that's not saying much, Austin. But this fixation with models, this compulsion to define the world that really is undefinable, and a model that's based on celestial observations, an intangible sky, an illusory optical sky that really presents itself as localized.
we have something that holds water. We have something that holds gas pressure. And then we also have, with a container, to even have light, you need a container, a medium, and a charge. So we have the container right from the start that gives.
Really? Because you say so? So we have the container?
You know, that's the thing, man, when we come to these things like models and everything else, like they sound great, but at some point you're not going to be completely right. You know what I'm saying? At some point, like, how do you know? How are you so sure? Is it all based off of what you observe, right? How are we so sure? You got it back?
No, it's 10 minutes tomorrow. I'm just showing what I got. I don't have the stand yet.
Oh dang! It looks like two nurses holding each other's hands.
Yeah, this cost me one of my paychecks. I have to live on retirement. The whole setup cost $5,500. This alone cost $3,200.
Wow!
Good God, dude!
Yeah, do you see that? That's the king of binoculars.
So number one binocular specs that you can buy on the internet.
What's the times on the zoom?
Well, you got 3 different lenses you put in.
Yeah.
It goes from 20, 25, 40 to 80.
That's decent. Yeah, the 80's the best. They got some now with gyroscopes that you can stabilize.
Really?
QE's actually buying a set, so he's going to do some stuff with them.
Those sound expensive.
Yeah, I think they're 6,200. The small ones.
Oh,
they go up to like 32. They're not big binoculars like that, but they have a gyroscope built in with electronic stabilizer, so you don't shake when you hold it. Yeah.
Sounds like they got a bunch of gimbals just to keep it. Wow.
This is on a $600 tripod. It doesn't move.
Oh my goodness, man.
And the head, so the whole tripod is the head. The tripod is $550, and the Manfredo head that goes on the tripod that this connects to, that's another $600.
Man.
So yeah.
Well, when are you gonna do observations there, Herman?
Well, what it is I've been wanting these since they started making them in 2019, and they've improved. And now I'm 66. I kept saying, "Well, I'm gonna wait. And I go, "What am I waiting for? Till I die?" So I said, "Screw it." I just went ahead and got them. I just wanted. I got $7,000 saved up. I didn't want to go back to zero again, but I did.
Yeah. Harmon, Maria Walker wants to see the binoculars.
She wants to see them again.
Yeah, let's get you.
Put them on.
She asked what kind they are.
Overwork. Oberwerk.
They sound like German.
Yeah, Overwork. The guy who started making these, he did it personally. It's just his own little company he did. He's been doing binoculars a long time. Overwork is, if you guys remember the old organs that had like 4 rows of keys.
Oh, yeah.
The top keys are the best keys, and they're called Overwork. They're the top of the class. So those are the top of the class. And so also the pipes on the big organs that had all the pipes, the ones were special right in front were the Overwork pipes.
So the ones at the top, okay, so the ones at the top were Overwork. The ones at the bottom sound like they were Underwork.
It just meant they were top. It means it was the top, And so he wanted his. Yeah. And so he felt like when he was in his job, then he finally got out of it, right? He felt like he was overworked. So he says it all fit to him, and so yeah, he did a software in the 80s that was automatically put into your computers. When you buy a computer, he sold it to IBM or he sold it to.
Is he still alive?
Yeah. He quit that, and this is his hobby job that he makes these binoculars.
Oh wow!
Yeah, he lives in Ohio.
Oh wow!
Yeah. So if you guys look it up, Oberwerk, you look it up and you'll see binoculars.
So you planning to find a way to hook up a camera to them or anything, or just for you to look at the woman down the street?
Well, I always like looking when I go to the Long Beach or Seal Beach in California. Cool. I've always wanted to get these to look at. They used to have them when you're a kid, when you go on the beach and the pier, they'd have those big.
And then you put like a dime in them. Yeah, you put a quarter. Yep. On the ship, we have them on ships too. They're called Big Eyes.
Yeah, they still have them anymore. So I've always been into binoculars. I've always had pairs. I was on my boat, not submarine. My boat is just a 23-foot boat that pulls skiers. Okay, I'm glad I can't compete with your submarine.
No, nobody's saying it. No, you're trying to one up me, Harmon.
Nobody. My binoculars are better than your periscope.
Yeah, exactly right. No, on a surface ship we had something similar, but those they were like mounted into the deck, and we call those Big Eyes. But I'm sure those right there are they're like the same thing, just civilian driven.
Yeah, the glass. Go ahead.
I didn't know that binoculars could be that fucking powerful. Because anytime I think of binoculars, I'm thinking of just local stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm not thinking of anything too far out there.
This is third from the powerful list. They have this is the 100s, and there's the 120s and 127s, and that all those mean, of course, anyone who knows this, when it's 100, that means that it has nothing to do with the magnification when you say 100. This is just how big the lens is and how much light it comes in. These are 100 millimeter lenses.
Yeah.
That's the best kind of gear.
All the magnification comes from here with the eyepiece. Eyepieces for each one, it's $340 for each eyepiece.
Okay.
Two, together, and then another set's another $340, and another set. So I got 3 sets.
Wow.
Bro, that's almost like a microscope in a way.
Yeah, they interchange or telescope, same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Microscope.
So, do you know what kind of mirrors they have inside of them, or have you ever heard what kind of mirrors?
It had to be inside the eyepiece. I haven't looked, but
Yeah, because some of them have concave or convex, kind of
I know
things
what you're
going.
talking about.
Yeah,
I bet them mirrors are expensive, man.
I bet. Yeah.
Yeah, but they have no chromination. Where you get, like, if you look at the moon through a pair of binoculars, you see the
halo, like a halo.
Chromatic aberration.
Yeah.
Chromatic aberration.
Yeah, these are zero chromatic aberration. That's how expensive this glass is and how well it's made.
Wow.
My man said they don't have chromation.
When I'm looking, I'll see what you see. You don't get any. How you say that word again, Greg?
Chromatic aberration.
Okay,
He's like, it don't get Cro-Magnons on them. Like,
but yeah, it doesn't do that, Greg. That's so good about
That's awesome.
That. Yes, it really.
By the way, it's probably come up on this channel some night, but I know that many of us were talking in the past about how Nikon allegedly got, like, the NASA or something bought their cool pics.
Yes, yes.
People, but do you know that there's a newer one coming out?
Yeah, that was a lie.
The P11.
Yeah.
The P1100, that one.
Yeah.
You're talking about?
Yeah, it's out, man. It was just they discontinued the model, and boy, they can fly with anything. Or they discontinued the 900 too. So what did they NASA buy that out too?
Before they discontinued it, they went ahead and they ran a software update too. Because I remember what's his name? Like everybody was talking about it when they ran the software update, and then they discontinued it. I remember it.
On which one? The 1000?
The 1000.
Yeah.
The 1000 I remember specifically. I don't know about the 900.
Yeah. So that it's just they just bought out a new one, the 1100. I don't think the sensors any different sizes. Those sensors.
No. Yeah, they
tiny.
suck. That's the thing. But I can't remember what company it is.
Same in the phone.
Somebody's coming out with a super zoom, another company, and I although I don't think it's going to be competing with the kind of reach that the P1100 or even the predecessors had, but it would be interesting to see somebody put out one of those cameras with an actually decent sensor in it. That would be incredible.
Watch it be Kodak.
I got my Canon. I got my
Polaroid
camera, and I'm looking, and there's hookups that you can find, and I think I found one that I can hook up my full sensor Canon camera to this.
Yeah. Which one do you have? What camera do you have?
The Canon Rebel. It's
okay.
He's like it's a Kodak.
DSLR, but it's a Rebel 3, I think, and they got Rebel 10 out now or 9.
Yeah.
But it's still good.
Yeah, those are great cameras.
Full frame. That's all you need.
Yeah.
What I'd like to see what I get with that, Vlad. When you get a full frame.
Yes, man. I can't wait.
A sensor like this size, it's about like this compared to the phone. It's about this size. I mean, it's just tiny. They got in the phones and in the P900s. And why did you do that, Greg? Why did they put such a small one in the P900? And
you got me, man. I don't know enough about that side of it. I guess just saving the money, right?
Who knows? It's so tiny.
Yeah.
Is that the quartz processor chip you're talking about?
It's
I couldn't really say.
littler than a freaking. I don't even know how little it is. It's so tiny.
Dude, y'all ever seen where a microscope was zoomed down on these like out of the world chips? These chips that will go like they're like hundreds of times smaller than hairs.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Anyway,
it's crazy how they make them so small.
I think aliens do that, or some kind of midgets or fairies.
I think it's a fairy tale.
Midgets, you're trying to get inspired from YouTube.
Yeah, you've seen it. Did you see the picture? Or did you see CGI? Same story.
No, I watched.
The unseen world is the same as the outer space world. You can't see something 1,000 times smaller than a
shit.
hair.
We got
Nanotubes
Harmon
cannot
started,
see.
boy.
Nanographics
we
you cannot see. You can't see
well
molecules.
we
You can't see atoms.
right
You got
what
Harmon.
I'm seeing
You
is
got Harmon. You
through
got Harmon
electron
going, boy.
Right? The electron
I'm saying
microscope. I follow them. I follow every electron microscope they made since '58. I studied them all the
Right.
way up to what they got. The last one was made like in 2018. They can't. They tell you what they see, but and then they'll show you a cartoon. You'll never see
They'll be like,
nanotubes.
here are the electrons.
Yeah, you got electrons. Yeah, they're smaller than atoms. You
Oh
never
no,
seen
electrons are just they're a wavelength,
no.
right? With color, like the
Yeah,
gap
but
between like red or blue or yellow, they fluctuate in the waves. No, I'm just talking about the space in between. I'm not talking about actual physical.
no. Then you're gonna get Harmon going. Then he's gonna be like, hey, Russ. All right, cool story, man. So go ahead and get me an apricot seed. Can you make me one of
Right.
those? Make me two while you're at it.
See,
Well,
you're
Vlad, I'm
believing
gonna say bye to you guys.
what
I'm
I
gonna go
do.
start
What I
my-
do, RG.
Roger, what's
I
up?
play a game, and I told Vlad before. I like to get up and say, what am I still believing? That's the heliocentric model that you take for granted without even questioning it. There's so many things we still believe in it and not know we believe in it.
You're right. You're right. I'm
You know?
giving you shit, man.
No, you're not giving me shit. Sheesh. You got to have the intellect to give me shit.
Oh. All right. Okay. All right.
But RG, that's what I'm saying. You're saying things that go along with the heliocentric model. Well, you got the same people telling you that. It's the same people that believe the world is round.
No, brother, you got me all mixed up. I don't hang around and talk to anybody really.
No,
I do my own thing, own research. Yeah, I really don't have a circle.
No, you misunderstand me. Don't take me as wrong that you're doing it. I'm saying your research is going off the information with those ions and stuff like that.
Like I get it. Like I totally get it. Like we're taking their research still. Meanwhile, we know what their research has done. We're basically trying to break away from the stuff we've been fed, but we're still drinking.
Well, I
from
stay
that
away
well.
from everything curvature, everything gravity. I stay away from all that shit. And curved water. I don't go for that.
Yeah, but it's still, I see what he's saying because it's still related. You know what I'm saying? You still have aspects
But
of
let me ask this then: how would we ever communicate effectively to grow and move this movement? If we're saying we can't use what's already been, like in the 1900s, what's already been studied and researched and all that, that would be kind of hard to do.
That is hard. You're right. It's hard. I hear both sides. I get what you're saying, but I get what he's saying. But the thing is, at the end of the day, I get it because we just can't assume. So my thing is, it's definitely best to be safe. Excuse me. And what it is we think we know, right?
Let me go to my go-to one, Vlad, for RG. RG.
Go ahead.
Now you say you try to stay away from everything, but do you believe there's things that you believe in the heliocentric model that you don't know that you believe? That you just take it for granted in life? You understand what I'm trying to say, RG?
I think so. The only thing close to what I would think that could be attributed to a flat Earth as well is like a superfluid type of gas up above and plasma luminaries and gas that can be ionized and show patterns like nebula, stuff like that.
What's an ion?
Okay.
What's an ion?
No, I'm saying ionized. It's a thing that when you just shoot electricity.
It's the best part of my show, y'all. The late part where we get to this part of the show. And I love this.
Okay, I'll give you an example. Now the ions and stuff like that.
Let me finish.
Oh, I thought you finished.
Oh, let me finish. No, let me finish. Okay.
Right, you finish.
So what I'm saying is electricity feeds the spark to these gases that then ionize them. So they're like a very small, like a fog. You see fog, but then if you hit it with electricity, it turns into a sentient object, in a vacuum.
What gases?
I mean, xenon, neon, oxygen, helium, hydrogen. You can mess with all of them and tweak them. You know, damn. I wish you would take the time. I would send you something to watch, and it's very worth, I think, anyone's time. But yeah,
And
but that's the only
Harmon
thing I
in
think that's
3,
same.
2,
Mhm.
1.
Are you finished
Harmon?
yet?
Okay.
Are you-
Yeah, I'm done. Go ahead.
So where does helium come from?
All gases come from the earth, out from inside the earth, in the
Where's the
oceans.
story in the heliocentric model? Do we get helium? Which is what we
I'm not sure about the question. You said in the heliocentric model, where do we get it?
Yeah, that's
What's
where the
happening?
helium comes from. It only exists in the in the world. Man
What's going on,
produces.
Swallow?
Yeah,
Man
in the
makes-
earth.
No, from where?
How does man make helium?
How do they
A
manipulate
mixing
water? You freeze water, steam water, and everything else. The air is the same thing. They just compress it with temperature and air and put it in a tank, and they can manipulate what it is. It's going to be helium, oxygen, whatever they want, right? So you think the noble gases? You think the noble gases, xenon, neon, radon, and all those 7 noble gases are natural?
Mm-hmm.
You believe that from the
I
same
think,
scientists that tell you that that's part of the evolution.
well,
That's part of evolution.
okay. Well, what we can do in, like say a Tesla coil, and you got these little vials that are really tight, and you put different gases in them, and as soon as they get close enough to the Tesla coil, they'll light up their color, and it's
Put
the noble
gases-
gases. And hold on, and the whole sky when the sun sets
know
or
that stuff.
rises
You were-
is ionized. Whoa,
I
whoa,
know.
whoa, hold on.
I know what you're saying already. I've seen the things 1,000 times. So I'm asking you a question.
So everything in the sky is man-made. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying when you put that tube and you get all the different gases in, and you run electricity through it or whatever they want to, and it lights up all different gases for the noble gases, right?
Yeah, in the sky.
No, I'm talking about when they do it in the man-made tube in the lab. The one that
Right, but where do they do it? Where do they get the gases up in the sky?
Who says there's gases in the sky?
I do, because you can do the same experiments down here as get the same fluorescent plasmas in the sky.
So these man-made tubes that they put these gases in, and that they sit there and show you this is what the sky's doing, right? Is that what you're saying?
Well, they turn the same color, and they use the gases to put in there. Yeah.
Where'd they get the gases?
From the earth.
Go
You
get me
trap
a cup
'em.
of neon right now.
If I had the right equipment, yeah, I could fill up a helium tank.
Bro, I don't even have the left equipment, so I ain't even going to bullshit you.
I would fill up a Dodge Neon with gas.
Where do you get the gases? Man makes them.
Well, I mean,
like
so I'm
yeah, I would
confused
go-
because the same colors and the same names of those gases are trapped in little vials, but they're also filling our atmosphere, our skies.
And okay, I agree with you 1,000%. They're in the tubes that man has put them in.
But they're not in the sky.
How do you know they're in the sky?
Because you can
they
test it by ionizing them. Well, you ionize them.
Man manipulated tube, man manipulated glass, and you put there man manipulated electricity, and now you get the same colors in the sky. So now you created nature.
No, God created that. All the stuff in the sky, the gases.
You can create what God did.
No, you can capture the gases and test them on the ground here.
Okay, when you tell me how they captured the gases, then we'll talk again. And you probably still
Okay,
believe
John,
water
I'll
is
try.
H2O too, right? You probably believe water is H2O, right?
Only certain type. Now, salt water isn't completely H2O.
You believe water is H2O. Don't get silly. It's just a simple
Excuse me.
You believe water is H2O, right?
At some point, it is.
Drink it, say it's H2O. Oh my gosh! See, you're afraid to say nothing. Now you're afraid to say anything.
I'm not afraid, bro. Why are you? What do you mean? What?
If you
Yeah,
had
let's
a
stop
drop
talking
water
about
in
that.
your hand, is that H2O?
We'll talk about it later, man. I don't
Is
want to
it
get frustrated.
H2O? No,
I tell you what, I always thought it was H2O. I ain't gonna sit there and I ain't gonna. Yeah, I'd be like, yeah,
That's a
it's
simple
H2O.
question.
That's what I thought it was. I'm not gonna like. I don't. I like when people corner me and ask me questions like that. I'm gonna be like, this is what I was taught. It's H2O. Sure.
Yeah.
I can't. How am I gonna prove otherwise? How would I go
Right.
about proving otherwise? Like I can't.
Now, if you
Like
had water inside of a fruit, that would be H3O. So yeah, maybe what comes out of the sky is
I
H2O.
give up.
Maybe.
I give up.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
don't.
Go ahead.
I don't know. Like, here's my thing. I don't know. What I do know is that like this place ain't curving and it ain't moving. All that other stuff, like I wouldn't even know where to begin. I did good in chemistry in high school. I really did. But I can't remember how the fuck I even passed. I can't remember how I did what I did. I don't
Oh,
I don't know.
hey, and Sarah, we're not fighting. We're not fighting over water. We're
No,
just
not at all.
we're just talking.
Not at all.
Yeah, we're just. I didn't want to give anybody the wrong idea. You know.
Shonaki starting shit over here. This motherfucker. Look at this fool right here. Ay. H4O comes from marijuana. No big deal. Just H2O. Level as fuck. Absolutely. It's H2O. It's still
H4O.
level.
What did he say? H4O comes from what? What did Jake Johnson say?
He said he said H4O
He said marijuana. H4O.
Marijuana. That's how cops call marijuana. Marijuana.
JJ's always funny.
Yeah. Sean Halke, find out how they process it. Once it's processed and fabricated and changed, it's not a natural gas. Look how they do it with pressure, temperature, and everything else. When they push it down into the earth and bring it out, look how they process it.
What is more love? My war left, but what is
Do
more love?
you know much about the aurora borealis, Harmon?
No, I just know it's nature. There ain't no gases. There ain't no gases. You're not going to go up there and get me.
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking, because I was saying those things, like the different gases are up there, getting charged in a certain way. Then that's what I was thinking. But I mean, I hear what you think, like, but this is the stuff that I was based off of what I was taught. This is how I theorize. You know what I'm saying?
It's all part of the model.
Right, and I'm not saying that I'm totally right, but I hear your argument, and I'm like, oh, that's actually true. I'm not going to say it's not true over my own ego, but I'm like, yeah, it's actually true based off of heliocentric way I was taught. This is how I'm theorizing, and it bothers me. It really bothers me, because it's like, yo, we've already come this far to realize that this place isn't a heliocentric world. You understand what I'm saying? So it does bother me when folks call me out on it, because it's true. It's like, damn, like I need to find a different way to describe this, or I need to find a different way to theorize, because it's like I'm using poison still, even though I'm trying to find healing. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, some people I meet along the way don't even want you to think, like, don't want you to question things and pull up new information, because it don't fit the old paradigm of what where flat earth came from. We got the basics, right? The strong points. I'm just trying to add to it, and help get some curriculum in the schools and stuff, like
right.
Yeah,
good luck. They ain't doing that. Ooh, Lord have mercy. They're not doing that. They're not updating no textbooks no time soon. Hell no.
Harmon, I've heard it suggested by some or a couple of people that aurora borealis is actually them, like, actually not natural, that they're messing with stuff, but I've never looked into that.
Yeah,
I have no idea how many decades.
When I was in Scotland, we saw it. Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, I'm not saying you can't see it. I'm just saying that, like I said, a couple of people I've listened to have said that they hadn't gone in detail, but have suggested that it was, military kind of stuff messing with it all. But I don't know.
Yeah, I've never even seen them in real life myself.
Yeah, I just wanted. Yeah, it's seems like a big thing to do. Nothing's impossible, Greg, but I'm just saying, yeah. And then I've always made the claim, and there's physicists now coming out, especially the ones that had time to look into things during the 2020 incident. They had so much time on their hands. Several of them are now saying, how are they proving water's H2O. They're saying, how do you prove that? You can't prove it. It says they got pseudoscience experiments that say they separate it with one electrode with another electrode, and they say, yeah, but you're introducing in that, and the iron and the one electrode, that's introducing. They got oxygen made into the metal, and that's the only place you're getting it from.
That's interesting. I've never heard this stuff about H2O before.
Wow.
Here on Vlad's show with some of his
There's a guy named Steve Young. He's a physicist.
Oh, I thought you meant the left-handed quarterback for the 49ers. Boom. Just kidding.
Okay. Yeah, but his name's Steve Young. If you look him up on whatever, just look up Steve Young, physicist. And he'd been a musician most of his life, but during 2020 everything cut down, so he finally put his degree into work, and he's looking into that. And Dr. Tom Cowan, you heard of him?
Oh yeah.
Okay, he's saying that now. He says, well, because I kept hammering him with it. He never replied to me, but finally I heard him in those last few talks. He's saying, well, as far as we know, this is what water is. He says that now. He's changed it. I like that, because part of his medical thing was all about what was that called? Super water, some kind of super water he was giving. I said, where'd you buy the super water? In a supermarket? I said, no such thing. You know?
Well, it's interesting you were saying that, relating it to what happened, or no, I guess you were talking time-wise and not relating it to the whole 2020 fiasco that carried on for too long.
No, it's not.
Right, but what made me think of the correlation, if, you know, based on what you're saying, is the whole cooties thing that we're told about, and their term isolation.
You
right?
can say COVID-19, man.
Yeah.
Man, my channel is it's in so much like streets. I'm like, I don't even
we
care.
thought he was gonna get his channel whacked the other day.
Yeah.
But anyway, like with that one, they said they
now.
isolated it, but it's like they totally changed the definition of isolation.
Oh yeah, it's not isolated. I followed. I started out with Cowan, and I mean, what's his name? Not Cowan, the other guy. But the one I really like best, and I gave Flat a video. He didn't look at it yet. I can tell. Is Sam Bailey from New Zealand.
Yeah,
and then Tom Cowan. You know Sam Bailey?
Oh yeah, I watched most of her stuff. And
she's awesome, isn't she?
Yeah, she's great.
Yeah.
And
the doctor you talking about?
Sam Bailey, the one I sent you the video on about train theory and germ theory.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And the other person you were talking about was probably Kaufman, right?
Yeah, Kaufman, Andrew Kaufman. I was the first one in the first month to donate $5 a month to him, and I was on a thing. Then they raised it to something else. I never. Cowan is staying Cowan. Bailey is staying Bailey. Kaufman is going Hollywood a little bit. I'm not saying he's wrong. He's in it for the money too.
Well, I know that it was kind of funny in the early days of that. Russian Vids was saying Kaufman, so he was basically calling him out as a fraud just because of his name, and thought that was like too coincidental to be related to COVID.
Right. Yeah, he's definitely not a fraud. But he's definitely into it for the money. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that. That's his life. You know, what does he want to do? Cowan's already retired, living on his little farm with his chickens and stuff. He's just happy as hell.
Cowan and chickens.
Oh, he loves his chickens. He'll tell you names of all his animals and everything. He's only like 65 or 66.
Oh, he's young.
Yeah, and but Sam Bailey, I really like her. I really do.
Mm-hmm. You know who I'm a big fan of that I got is Peggy from the Healthy American. Peggy Hall.
So wasn't she on with David Weiss and them?
She had him on before,
the
she was when they did their Mount Meru. She was on. But one thing, I mean, so I was watching literally her first videos when she was coming out talking about the masks. And it was cool because I had just gone on a trip as soon as she did that when I was with family. And because of her being not an old woman, but an adult woman, you know, and respectable and, you know, somebody more relatable than many of us, to be honest, if I was going to show it to my parents, for example. And so it was kind of easy to digest for some people. And some of her first videos about the mask. And I love that she not only kept up with that and was so hardcore, but she's gotten into, it's a little troubling how she kind of, she's a flat earther, but she says, I never said flat earth. And so she kind of plays like that little role, but I mean,
But
she's
she
been
says
going down
on
some
our,
deep rabbit holes that I never expected her to do. So much respect for that. And her background, like every time I hear more about things she's accomplished in her life, I feel like less of a human. I'm like, oh my gosh, this woman's done everything. So respectable and has like eyes and to see and ears to hear like very few
Hey,
have.
I'd take her on a date. I don't know that much.
Oh Lord, have
Hop in
mercy.
this Ferrari, baby.
her husband's a preacher.
Yeah.
Oh, he can ride too. It's cool. It's cool.
She's like, I think she's almost my age. I think she's like 64, 65 now. She was 60 when 2020.
She looked good for her age. She.
And she's
well,
never
Hey,
never
Vlad.
had a shot.
Hey,
Vlad, never ever in her whole life. Her parents didn't believe in when she was raised up. And so she never got one in her whole life. So she's a pure blood, as they call it.
Hey, did you happen to get them songs, brother, that I put in the chat? I don't know if you've seen them or not.
Yes, I did. I did.
Okay, that's the move, brother. Hey, I'm gonna land my plane with this because I'm gonna let y'all finish talking. But I did want to say this. I ain't having no big meetup or anything, but let's see, March, April, probably 1st of May, bro. I'm gonna be in Myrtle Beach, just little small family vacation, you know. And Elle, if y'all want to come out or whatever, man, I'll pay for the room and take a couple shots, just hang out, kick the shit, you know, whatever.
The April 1st. April. You say April 1st?
No, May 1st. May
1st.
Did you see? Didn't they just have some fires there? Coincidentally, when they are planning to have that
No way.
to be a smart city.
In
Maybe
Myrtle?
I'm getting it mixed up with something else, but I think it was there that was having some of that stuff.
Yeah, they
It was
said
just-
there's like 20 fires right now on the South Carolina, North Carolina border area.
Are you serious?
Yeah, right
Man, bro.
Yeah, and then you look into the history. I think it was Myrtle Beach. I could be wrong, and they were, that's one of the ones that was slated to be this new city. It's like, well, how are you going to create this smart city? It's not like you're just going to start putting Wi-Fi in every business, that already has it. So you
They
got
got
to
something planned out.
destroy and rebuild it. Build
Right.
back, but you got to demolish. Like what's going
Bro,
on with the
and-
government
and
now?
look,
We got to
you-
dismantle the entire government and then rebuild it.
See, people, I tried to blow the whistle on this whistleblower actually about that South Pole Station and what they put in the ground, the biggest array, the biggest. It's like a telescope, but it's a receiver and a transmitter. Well, anyway, the dude said when they first fired this thing up, they misfired and caused the earthquake in Christchurch over there in New Zealand. Well, just the way Globers don't understand how the sun reflects off of the firmament, same way that microwaves can be shot off the firmament from way over there. And I'm telling you, bro, that's exactly what's happening.
Harmon got something to say.
No, I just
RG,
RG,
you see now,
you said you're gonna land the
RG,
plane.
that's
What
what
are
it
you
is.
doing?
It's
Hush.
uh,
RG, you said you're gonna land the plane. Are they touch and goes or are they really landing?
What's that? The
You
planes?
said last time you made a statement you'd land in your plane for a while, but I'm thinking you're
Oh
doing
yeah,
touch and
it
go.
takes a minute. It
Touch and
skips.
go.
I'm in a
Touch
wheelchair.
and go.
Sorry, man.
You're not landing
I'm
anything
handicapped.
behind.
I'm Papa
Shut up,
Willie.
Keith.
Sorry, man.
Shut up, you wanted it, yo.
Jeez, I'm gonna land it
It's
with
one
this
of them.
one.
It's one of them bouncy like front
I
wheels.
said touch and goes, touch and goes. That's where they're practicing landing. They go and
Yeah.
touch down and going
They
in.
touch and then you freaking climb up again and then
You're right, Harmon. I'm gonna calm down. I'm gonna calm
No,
down.
no, I'm
My
gonna call
bad.
you touch and go. I like it. No, it's your personality. There's nothing wrong with it.
Man, you make me sound like a molester, like I'm touch and go. What?
Hey,
In
well,
the Air Force,
wait, I tell you,
I love y'all either way, man. It's all good.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right.
man.
Well, I know you gotta go to bed. I'm gonna say good night. Good night, Greg. Good night, guys. Good night.
Good night.
Everyone else in the chat still.
Harmon, you out of here?
My leg hurts. Yeah, I gotta go.
Dog, what
I'm gonna
happened?
I'm gonna go to the Golden
You
Nugget.
didn't even move.
He's been sitting up in a chair all night.
You know what
Hey,
I'm saying?
At least I'm in the chair tonight.
And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I got the chair
guys,
because that
guys,
guy
I'll let
earlier
you
made
go.
me feel bad.
I'm gonna go to the Golden Nugget. My leg actually hurts right now, so I'll probably good night, guys.
All right, good night, people.
Good night, Harvin.
Good night. Good night.
night.
Good night.
Hey,
That's a good man.
Vlad, was it Z who had spoken about some of the talking about back to the whole crew of the people we don't all trust on that live stream? Was it Z that had brought up a while back talking about he was hinting at that there was a bunch of drug running going on at some of those conferences?
Whoa.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I heard somebody mention it, but I didn't hear. I don't think it was Z that said that. I don't think.
Okay.
I could
was
be
trying
wrong.
to remember who it was, and I wanted to learn more about that, talking about some of those people that were on there and
Yes.
how a lot of it was like they would travel and then they would be an exchange of a lot of that kind of stuff.
Yep.
And
So
from the looks of some of them, to judge a book by its cover, and some of these people I already just had weird vibes from, it wouldn't surprise me.
right. Oh my goodness. So I've heard that, and I forgot who I heard it from. I don't want to say Sav. I don't want to say Sav because I just don't want to put people out there, but I
Right.
didn't hear it from Z. But I was hearing this, and I'm like, wait a minute, like oh my gosh. Like my thing is, I guess I put placed too much innocence on these guys for them to not, man, now I feel like a total idiot. Wait, so when was this get together that they had where
That's what I'm wondering.
It was on
Yeah.
Friday. It was on Friday.
Get the fuck, you mean this recent? This recent?
Are you talking about the one on Kingdom and Context you were showing?
No, not that one.
Oh,
When
okay.
you're
I'm
talking
sorry.
about the
I'm sorry.
drugs.
Oh, from what I remember, whoever it was that mentioned it on some show, they had said it somewhat in passing. I mean, they brought it up like, oh, and they were. I could have sworn it was Z, but maybe not. And they were like, it was part of their, all the things that were saying that made these people look bad, and that's one of the things that was thrown out there.
Oh my
and
God.
It wasn't about a particular moment. It was saying that they were claiming that some of these flat earth conventions, but more than one, were used as that.
Yeah.
Mm.
Wow.
Like somebody would traffic it there, and then people would get it, and then they'd take it out. So like they were not only getting together to talk flat earth, but also for their business deals.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Man, that was probably just some weed because that you could tell ain't nobody rich enough in this damn game in this community to be that damn rich.
I certainly know I'm not to be doing nonsense like that. But then again, I'm not trying to place blame. But if these guys are ops, right? If they're the ops and they're undercover, they might very well be getting paid very well. You know what I'm saying? They could be getting paid well enough to do those things, to be living on the edge like that. I mean, that's just a guess.
Yeah.
And if they're, oh my God.
And I'm not making claims. That's all I was asking in case anybody had any input, because that's one of the things I've wanted to learn more about, if there was anything to it. I'm not saying there is. I know nothing about it other than having heard those claims from one individual one time, like within the last year.
Right.
6 months or
Jesus,
so.
man. Jesus. And I tell you what, it's like with these people that pretended to be good people in the flat earth community, upstanding citizens in the flat earth community, it's like everywhere you turn, it's like bad press is coming out about them. But here's the thing, is it's me. I think a lot of it is me, because when I say I'm relatively new to this whole flat earth thing compared to like guys like you, RG, Harmon, and everybody else, right? I'm new. I'm still like 7, maybe 8 years old, close to 8 years old, right? And then guys got a lot more skin in the game than I do.
That's not new. I just got 2 years on it.
I was about to say, you got.
I'm 10 now. It was 10 years ago, right around this month, probably that.
Yeah, but you guys have seen more and experienced more than I have in the flat earth. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about people that I didn't even know until like a couple of weeks ago. And I'm like, I never even knew that person. And that's why I'm like, oh, I didn't even care. I don't care. But it makes sense that these things make sense. Like the things that you see now make sense to you. Where to me, I'm like getting caught off guard. I'm not going to lie, because I don't have the history with these people. You know what I'm saying? I don't have the comprehension like you do with these people. Like, so I see them doing certain things, it'll shock you, and to me, I'm like, it doesn't surprise me at all.
Mhm.
Like, 'cause I'm like,
I
oh,
get it.
you know,
I get what you're saying.
Other than Witsit, now I'm hearing that the dude is high or something like that. He looks like he's high, and I'm like, damn, this dude, you know, pretended like he was straight laced the whole time. Now he's high all the time. Like it.
Well,
It's
remember, we
that.
have to remember that's subjective. Somebody suggesting that he looked
Right.
that way.
Right.
But what's still one of my biggest problems with Austin,
right,
is that he is still friends with, and I possibly still business partners, or at least was until recently, with Jaron. And I've said this on your show before, that Austin claims to be a believer to the extent that he keeps the Sabbath, and he keeps all the laws, the dietary laws, and everything. So he's talking about like taking it to such a great extent with his faith. But it's very clear, and although it's very clear, I don't remember where in the Bible, but it's very clear that he is not to be keeping friends and business partners with somebody who has blasphemed Jesus and the Bible and called out the Bible and attacked people to that extent. It's one thing to have a friend that does that and be like, hey man, you're wrong, and hope that
Call
they'll
out
change
the-
their ways. But
Yes.
add to the extent that Jaron took it, and for Austin to still embrace that, tells me that you can't be completely honest. You can't be true. Like
Right.
if you're so true to the Bible to that extent, but you're willing to cut that much slack when somebody says, well, Jesus can, you know what? Like, no.
Yeah,
When he
then you're not
dedicates
serious.
shows to attacking dedicates an entire show, if not multiple, to attacking the
Yeah,
Bible,
a
like
few
based
a
just on
few
that. I'm like,
codes.
are you kidding me? Like,
Yeah, that's true. Like I can't, I can't, like I couldn't say those words any better than you just did, Greg. And I didn't even consider that, but yeah, that's true. And I wonder if anyone's brought this to Austin's attention, because now that kind of makes him look a certain way. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, isn't it, if I could tell you, just you know, Austin was one of the biggest people I supported, bro. When I came across, you know, him and his work, you know,
Right.
when he was doing the tour around the states here, and he had that camper, and he would freestyle in the camper. You know, I was attracted to that because, you know, I write music myself, so it was like, cool, maybe I can get to know this guy. You know, and I was watching almost every episode all the time. If I missed one, go back and watch it. And then, you know, he had the baby and stuff like that. And, you know, it was kind of like, you know, he's a father now. Like I looked up to him, you know, because I've already been through the whole children thing, right? So he's got a handful right now with another baby. So
Right.
this wouldn't be a good time for Austin to lose any kind of confidence in himself or whatever, or his abilities to take care of his family, and leave this shit to the wayside for a little while until he feels more comfortable coming back into, because, you know, now probably wouldn't be the best time because people are still going to mock him and ridicule him and call him this and that. And I'm not taking up for him. I'm just saying, I tried to make a friend with him, and he never, bro, I made that man not millions, but thousands of dollars, and I don't expect anything in exchange. But I thought, hey, cool, I'll call and talk to him and hang out. You know, if he comes down, he would move to Florida. You know what I mean? I'm in Georgia. I was like, hey, come on by, bro. You know, he was like, no, man, I don't have time. It was just
You got
weird.
life.
You
You got
know,
life
so
going on. But even
yeah,
still, like yeah, like I you could tell in the flat earth community, a lot of people were pulling for Austin. Like, even though they saw fucking Jaron fall off, everybody expected that. But a lot of people were really hurt when they saw Austin like just lose it. You know what I'm saying? When they saw him fall to the wayside like everybody else, they knew. And I think deep down, a lot of people saw it was going to happen with Austin too. But when it actually happened with him, and then you see him falling apart a little bit, you know, people are like, people are a little upset. But here's my thing. My thing is this: you can't rely on people, right? Especially when it comes to things like this. It's the movement. It is the principle behind what this thing is. You can't like people. People are gonna fuck up, man. People are gonna people the shit out of some shit. You know what I'm saying? So you have to remember that people are flawed. People are fucked up, and if they want to stay that way, well, we got to help them as best as we can, but we got to keep it moving. And it's my thing
Yeah.
is, I'm a big proponent of if you try to deceive some shit, like everybody needs to recognize who you are, and they need to recognize the problems that you bring, and that we need to move past you, because it's the movement that's important, and it's the understanding of why this movement that it's so important that's important, and then we need to recognize the problems, and then once we see them, we need to call them out, and then we need to highlight them and be like, look, this guy was out here trying to fuck with us, right? And then we ostracize him. And that's the punishment you get for fucking toying with this community. We don't have to kill you. We don't have to burn your house down. We don't have to steal your fucking cattle.
Yep.
We just put you out, and then we ostracize.
Well, to your point, bro. Look, I get sick really easy. You know, I've been done had horrible surgeries, man. So since 23, you know, 20 years in a wheelchair, and I'm going downhill. I'll just say that. But I don't know
Hopefully
when I'm
not
gonna
in a
pass. But
wheelchair.
well, I hope I ain't laying in the wheelchair when I die. That'd be kind of weird. I like to be in bed at least. But no. Well, I'm saying that because everything I've put forward and watched and filled my mind with and narrowed it down and made the smart decision that, you know, these current physics aren't enough. They're not enough.
Right.
Because now we can violate that second law of thermodynamics and get more energy than what you put in. So if we do that on a bigger scale, we can all have generators at our house that don't take power. It just takes your leg power or something to, you know, the old grinding wheels, you know.
Oh yeah, like
and they used to
like
spin real
Gilligan's
fast. Right.
my
Now you take magnets and you get them on the right, you know, kind of
pitch,
yeah,
maybe.
yeah. Spinning real fast and let it go. It's going to create charge. You know, you might not be able to run all the lights in your house, but yeah,
shit.
it'll do.
Harmon is still here, and Harmon is
Oh,
still
he's gonna
here.
jump on me.
Harmon's gonna come in this motherfucker. He's waiting for something to be said that he don't agree with.
There
He's gonna
is no free energy.
wait. Well, so how do you know those magnets do? And no, man, I'm not saying that anything that you said was wrong, but I'm just saying, how do you know that what you said those magnets do? How do you know they do those? How do you know they do those things exactly? Huh? So how do you? Because I saw Harmon's helmet pop in, I was like, oh shit, Harmon gonna fucking lay it down, boy. Harmon, where you at? Harmon, where you at? Oh, okay. Harmon's not there. Now he's gonna don't talk about them gases. Harmon's here, boy. You gonna get mad now. It's 2 a.m. Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah, it's 2 a.m. in New York, man. That's right. I gotta be up in like 3 hours.
Go to bed, dude.
I know, man. I know. Shit. I know, man. All right, man. Yeah, I gotta take my black ass to sleep. This is fucking ridiculous. Yeah, for real. I gotta take my black ass to sleep. No joke. Damn, Swallow just reminded me. Swallow just came back from fucking. He's getting a water break. He was over there fighting kangaroos. So, Ironwork gases. They need their gases to fit their model. Ironwork. I'm trying to tell you. They need their model. They need their gases to fit their model. Ironwork. Vlad, just would you let me finish? Poor Harmon. All right, man. I'm
thanks,
stop bullshitting. Man, it's not a problem, man. You know, I come out here just talking shit. But
Hey, you think I could close with a small prayer before we go?
Go ahead,
If you're
bro.
cool with
Take
that?
it away, homie. Yeah, man. Do your thing, bro.
All right. Oh, okay. Father in heaven, I've made it here tonight because I wanted to try to give something away, something that you promised us all and that I have to give. You know, this information, this love, this genuine genuine character, the honesty, the light, the truth. And Father, guide me in every way and guide these men that we interacted with tonight as well. Please, Father, let's make sure we stay on this path, because eventually it's going to lead right to you, Father. And I know that. God bless all the ladies in here as well. And Father, just keep us safe, keep us out of the way of the drama that may come our way. And if it does come our way, Father, just give us the patience to deal with it and move past it. And I pray these things in your Son's name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Amen. All right, team. I really appreciate y'all coming on out here. But before we close, that was yours, RG. Greg, do you have any parting words for tonight?
I don't.
Oh man.
I wish I had.
Oh, you said Greg. My bad.
What's
That's
that?
my last name, Greg. That's my last name is Gregory. Yeah.
Okay.
I thought you said, yeah. Go ahead. Go.
Yeah, no, I just appreciate your platform, and I haven't been on here much lately.
Yeah,
I've been listening here and there, but it did turn. No, and this is gonna be taken poorly by you, and so many turned into the Mikey show for a while. And so I got tired of that same image being shown over and over and over, and so I came on tonight and I saw that, hey, it isn't the Mikey show tonight. So let me maybe something else will be talked about. So
yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's on his way back.
What's that? Oh yeah.
Oh, I was saying, I think he's on his way back, right, Mikey?
No.
To,
He's headed up. He's going up. He's going north.
Okay.
Has he, on this whole adventure, has there anything been captured yet? Is there any
Yes,
revelations?
We have our theories. But I think he needs to do more. I think he needs to do more observations with the dry air, and take advantage of the air he's got, because he's going to be soon going back to Canada where the air ain't like this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So there are a couple of things that I think with the time and the air that he's got, he needs to use it. But yeah, I'll talk about that. We'll talk about what I think and what he's between what I think and what he's captured, and then Mikey could say more of that. I don't want to spoil it though. I really don't want. Yeah, I don't want to spoil it.
I didn't mean to steer you away from sleeping,
No.
buddy. But
No. It's a good question, and I'm totally awake, and it's a really good question. But those things that we're seeing in the sky are so damn strange, and they keep me up. And I know I turned it into the Mikey show. I know, Greg, man, you're right, dude. But it's
now you're right. They're so different. Yeah.
It's so interesting and it's so different. I think something in those stars says something about us. I know that sounds weird, and I'll talk about that maybe on the next show. I don't know. But something in those stars says something about us and how we're made up. I think.
Yeah. It was cool that you guys got together. That was cool to see that.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
It's cool to see that you're not only here online with us, but that you're physically connecting with people around there, and that you've got people sending you stuff, you're sending people stuff. That's the connections you've been making in the short time you've been doing this is rather impressive, and it says a lot about who you are.
I appreciate that, man.
Well,
I try to make it. I appreciate that, man. I try to make it where we're all connected, man, where we all can enjoy this. I don't know what the hell this is, but I want to make it enjoyable for us all. I want us all to enjoy whatever this experience is. I don't want it to just be, the Jaren show, the freaking this show, that show. I want it to be everybody's show. I want everybody to feel like they're contributing some way. So
heck yeah.
Yeah, man.
But man,
I appreciate you giving me an opportunity, dude, because I like I say, man, I always supported people financially, and when I don't get responsive or no one really gives a fuck, I just stop I think in my head I started pretending that they were my real friends, you know,
Yeah.
but I never met them, shook their hand or nothing like that. It was, you know, people get drawn in, and I was one of them. You know, not poor me, but just it made me mad because
I feel you.
it's like, you know, yeah, you know what I'm saying.
No, because that's it. You want to know something, man? That money, that's yours. Even though we're not born with it, that's still, it's still like it's an after effect
Helps.
of the things that we do. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
because
I got
I mentioned it earlier, you go out, you work for that. Even if it wasn't
right.
money, say it was fucking bacon grease, and you had this much bacon grease, and you gave a motherfucker this much of the bacon grease that's out of this bacon grease. You had to work for that bacon grease. You had to work your ass off. So for somebody to not show any appreciation for that bacon grease that you had to go bust and slave your ass off to get, it's a slap in the face. So I feel you on that. I like, no, don't feel bad for that. Like I totally get it.
Right
So
on.
if
Right.
somebody cuss me out,
It's
I
been a
give you
while.
props. I give you props
Yeah.
for not saying something dirty and nasty to him, because I'd have said some nasty shit to him.
Yeah. Oh,
I would have said all
I don't
kinds
know.
of
I've learned to hold my tongue a little bit, you know, just cause I want my persona to be portrayed in public how I really am. You know what I mean? I don't want to play different and play tough. I did that shit too many years ago, too many times.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, that's a long story. I won't go into it.
I feel you.
But yeah.
I feel you. I'd have been like, man, fuck you. I would have said some shit like that, and I'd have kept it moving. I'd have been like, those are the last words I uttered to him. Fuck you, motherfucker.
Right.
Because it's
Well,
like,
when you
yeah,
said, yeah, I could speak my mind here tonight, oh, it felt
yeah,
good because I let loose a little bit. It did feel
yeah,
better. So
yeah.
I
See,
appreciate that.
yeah, you got to let that poison go, man. Let it go, and then don't
Right.
let it come back. You know what I'm saying? Let it go.
Mhm.
But
Yes, sir.
but I'm glad that y'all came on, man, and we chopped it up. We bullshit. There was a lot of joking going on. I get it, y'all. There was a lot of joking. We tend to do that sometimes, y'all. But
Yeah.
do Brenda, Vlad, I have something to say. Well, first off, I want to make sure that Mikey, blah 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 blah. Well, Brenda, it's time to go. Well, Vlad, you're a coward, and you're the Hamburglar too. Vlad, no, Vlad. And I'm like, click, bye, adios, peace. She said I was like
the Hamburglar.
yeah, I was like a robber baron or something like that. I was like, I don't know what the fuck you talking about. Get on out of here, Brenda. I gotta show
Man.
get out of here. I gotta
All
show
right,
that
brother.
with my 75 people watching, which now I
All
have
right.
like half of that watching right now. But it's all good, man. I appreciate y'all coming out, man. I appreciate y'all coming out.
Yes, sir.
Good night, guys.
Appreciate you,
And
brother.
everybody that
Good
came
night.
through. Yeah, good night. Good
Yep.
night. Big G,
When's your
good night.
next show?
Next
When's
show's
your
gonna
next
be
show?
on Friday. It's
On
gonna be
Friday?
on, yeah. It's gonna be this
Okay.
Friday.
Hey,
Yeah, what's up?
no, go ahead. This Friday.
It's gonna be Flat Earth Friday, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I noticed they weren't doing it all X anymore.
Who? Doing what?
Maybe Flat Earth Fridays.
Oh yeah, what's
You know,
his
they used to
name?
have a show.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
Sacred
think
and
yeah,
Proud for Life.
yeah. I
Yeah.
thought it was House Witsit that did what you call it, Flat Earth Friday.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what happened to them. They fell off. But anyway, man, once again, appreciate you. You play either one of the songs you want to play and
Yeah,
rock
man.
out.
Let's do this. Let's see what we got. And then I'm gonna play a
Because I
little
know my
something.
eyes are getting heavy too.
Yeah.
You're gonna be DJ. DJ.
Yeah, let me go ahead. Let me get out this motherfucker right here.
Trying to think of the name of the one.
Goes
I
out
mean,
of that.
Still
We're
Here.
gonna
That one's
play.
pretty good.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna play one of these jams right here, man. We're gonna put it live real quick. Share that.
Yeah, crank it up.
Here we go, right here.
All right, folks, you gotta listen to the words. You can't miss that message.
Yeah. It's from RG, y'all.
Out of all the songs
songs I've wrote, determination in every single word I've spoke. So much love in the message that I'm giving. Every day stepping up the plate is how I'm living. Never thinking twice about them words spoken by the ones hoping I be broken. For me, no curbs, I ain't even joking, but I'm always laughing, living for the moment. Grateful on a daily for the life I'm given. Talk to God, ask him to please keep me driven. We need to open up the heart, my friend, so we can find a way to love again. I don't really see a reason for the hate, cause it's leading to a state where we can't relate. Watching people struggle with their lust of riches, they stay confused about why their lives stay full of stitches. Not to mention all the time invested in the things that keep you stressed and heavy chested. We need to learn how to breathe better, support one another through the stormy weather. Grab somebody's hand and give them hope today. Where there's a will, there's a way. Together we can make a change. All it takes is a choice. Speak to God, you have a voice.
We rise up, we stand tall. Through the storm we break the fall. Hands together, hearts ignite. Shining hope into the night.
Directions, where to go, we don't have them, just drifting through the universe. Just a soul and a body, just words in a verse. Trying to find love, instead found a curse. Sad to say, but it's the truth, that's why I'm pushing this pen. That's why I'm in the booth, keep my roots deeply planted. Eyes on the prize, eyes in the sky, stay on the rise. Surprise, here I am, after everything I've been through. No surprise who I am, that's why I'm giving it back. Staying strong in his word as I live on a narrow track. The fact of the matter at hand is there's an epidemic, lost souls in this land. In a battle between good and evil, I'm trying to find them, doing all that I can. But I'm only one man, I need help, I'm calling out. Is there anyone else? We need to stand strong, stand tall, face fear or else we all fall. You see, the devil is always in our mindset, false illusions to keep our mindset, but there's no reason that you can't be.
No matter what they say, we keep believing. Love's the reason, yeah, we keep achieving. Step by step, we light the way. Where there's a will, there's always a way. Here at somebody's drowning, keep believing. Love's the reason, yeah, we keep achieving. Step by step, we light the way. Where there's a will, there's always a way.
All right. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all even hear me?
Hey, that ain't bad.
That was good.
That ain't
All
bad.
right. I dig it, man. Hold on. Oops.
Yes, sir.
Cancel right there.
Hey,
Yeah, man.
that's still here song though. Yeah, that's still here song. That thing's popping. That's why I was wanting you to play it first because it's woof.
Now,
Yeah, it's
before
popping.
we get up out of here, shout out to Justin Johnson. Shout out to Justin Johnson for the $20. You rock.
Shout out, JJ.
All right, shout out JJ, man. Thank you, man. If anybody that drop anything in there for me, man, yo, I really appreciate it. And like I said, man, y'all know what my email is. Y'all send me y'all's address. I do the rest. That rhymes, by the way. And with that, I'm gonna say, hey, I'm not trying to rhyme. I'm really not. But yeah,
I'm
man.
getting some nice. Hey, we need to do a hit then.
Yeah, right.
Imagine if we got
gonna
together
give
and
y'all,
do it. Yeah.
right. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna leave y'all with this. I wish you guys nothing but the best, family. Health, wealth, love, joy, prosperity. Most of all, wisdom. Let's be wise and let's keep this thing moving, y'all. Let's keep this thing popping. And with that, I love you. We're out. Peace, y'all. Peace. Y'all on Friday.